The manor loomed in the distance like a forgotten titan of the past, its silhouette dark and foreboding against the gray sky. Towering, gnarled trees surrounded it, their bare branches swaying in the wind as if whispering secrets to one another. For miles around, there was no sign of civilization, no neighboring houses, no roads leading anywhere, just the relentless stretch of countryside. Blackwood Manor had stood like this for centuries, a testament to the isolation that had come to define it. A black car wound its way slowly up the overgrown gravel path leading to the mansion, the tires crunching softly beneath the weight of the family's uncertain future. Inside, the Matthews family sat in uneasy silence, their eyes fixed on the view beyond the windows. The air inside the car was heavy with apprehension, the tension palpable. They were about to begin a new chapter in their lives, one that would bring them to the doorstep of a home they had never wanted to inherit. George Matthews, the patriarch of the family, glanced nervously at his wife, Anne, sitting beside him. His hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles white as the mansion grew larger with each passing second. "I can't believe we're doing this," he muttered, more to himself than to Anne. "This place it feels wrong," and didn't respond immediately. Instead, she studied the mansion in the distance, her gaze distant, lost in thought. "It doesn't matter," she said at last, her voice steady but strained. "We don't have a choice. It was Uncle Edwin's will. He wanted us to have it." George sighed. "I know, but why? Why us? Why did he leave this place to us?" Their teenage daughter, Emily, sat in the back seat, her headphones on, oblivious to the tension. But her younger brother, Ben, glanced out the window, his eyes wide with curiosity and fear. "Is it haunted?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Emily pulled off her headphones and rolled her eyes. "No, Ben, it's not haunted. It's just an old house. People always say creepy stuff about old houses. But why is it so empty?" Ben pressed, his voice trembling slightly as they passed an abandoned, crumbling barn on the outskirts of the property. "Everything looks dead." George's eyes flicked nervously to the rearview mirror. "Just nerves, Ben. We'll fix it up. Make it livable. It's just an old house, that's all." But the truth was none of them believed that. They all felt it, an unsettling weight that seemed to hang over Blackwood Manor, pressing down on their hearts and minds. The car finally crept up the long driveway and came to a stop in front of the manor's massive oak doors. The windows, though grimy, seemed to stare back at them like eyes, watching their every move. Anne took a deep breath and opened the door, stepping out into the damp air. Her heels clicked sharply on the stone steps as she gazed up at the towering facade of the house. Despite her efforts to remain calm, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, lurking just beyond the shadows. George followed her out, Ben trailing behind. Emily, rolling her eyes again, was the last to step out of the car. "Well, here we are," George muttered as he moved toward the door. "I guess we should at least see what's inside." The door creaked loudly as he pushed it open, the sound like the groan of a dying animal. Dust filled the air as they stepped into the grand foyer, the smell of mildew and old wood immediately assaulting their senses. The entryway was enormous, with a sweeping staircase leading to the upper floors. Portraits of long-dead ancestors hung crookedly on the walls, their eyes following the family as they walked. "This place is huge," Emily said, looking around. "I can't believe someone actually lived here." George set down their luggage with a heavy thud. It was his home, Uncle Edwin's. But look at it now. It's falling apart. We'll need to do a lot of work. "Do we really have to stay here?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with frustration. "This place it's not normal," and frowned, trying to reassure her daughter. "We don't have a choice. This is where we're going to be for a while, okay? Let's just make the best of it." As she spoke, the sound of the wind whistling through the cracks in the house seemed to grow louder, almost as if it were trying to drown out her words. The silence that followed was thick and oppressive, like the air was holding its breath. Ben wandered over to one of the portraits, his small fingers brushing the frame. "Who are they?" he asked, his voice quiet, and walked over to his side, glancing at the painting. The figures in the portrait were stern-looking, dressed in old-fashioned clothing that made them seem even more distant. "Those are the Blackwoods," she said softly. "Uncle Edwin's ancestors. The ones who built this place." Suddenly, the hairs on the back of George's neck stood up. It was just a flicker, something that felt almost like a cold breath on his skin. He turned quickly, looking over his shoulder, but saw nothing. "George?" and asked, noticing his unease. "What is it?" He shook his head. "I don't know. It just felt like something moved behind me," and frowned. "Maybe you're just tired. It's been a long day." George wasn't convinced. He tried to push the feeling down, but it lingered. Something about this place was off. It had a presence, a darkness, that seemed to pulse just beneath the surface. And as the day wore on, that feeling only grew stronger. As night fell, the manor seemed to come alive with strange sounds. The wind howled through the cracks in the walls, rattling the windows as though something were trying to get in. The house creaked and groaned under the weight of its own age, every footstep echoing unnervingly in the empty halls. George and Anne were in the kitchen, unpacking some food, when they heard it, a low, almost inaudible whisper, coming from somewhere deep within the house. At first, they both thought it was just the wind, but then they heard it again, this time clearer. It was a voice, faint and distant, like it was coming from the walls themselves. "Did you hear that?" and whispered, her eyes wide. George's heart pounded in his chest as he nodded slowly. "Yeah, I did." He tried to convince himself it was just the house settling, but deep down, he knew something was wrong. Very wrong. Ben had wandered off upstairs earlier, exploring the unfamiliar rooms. Emily was in the living room, sitting by the fire, scrolling through her phone. Neither of them had heard the whispers yet, but George was certain it was only a matter of time. He stood up from the table. "I'll check on Ben," he said, voice strained. "Stay here," and nodded, but she didn't look reassured. The whispering had stopped, but the silence that followed felt even worse. As George climbed the stairs, the house seemed to grow colder. Each step creaked louder, as though the wood itself was groaning under the weight of something ancient and sinister. He reached the second floor and glanced down the hall toward the darkened rooms. "Ben," he called out, his voice echoing. There was no answer. He continued down the hallway, each step growing more hesitant. And then, just as he reached the end of the hall, he heard it, soft, almost imperceptible at first, like a tapping. Light, repetitive, coming from the room at the far end. He froze, his heart hammering in his chest. The tapping continued, louder now. A rhythmic sound, like fingers drumming against the wood. "Ben!" George called again, his voice breaking. But as he reached for the door, it opened by itself with a slow, deliberate creak. The door opened wide, and George stood there for a moment, frozen. The room inside was dim, shadows stretching across the floor as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the thick curtains. He could barely make out the figure standing in the center of the room, his son, Ben. Ben was staring at the wall, his back turned to his father. The tapping had stopped, but a strange, unnatural stillness had filled the room. George stepped forward, calling his son's name again. "Ben!" His voice was shaky now, an edge of fear creeping in. "What are you doing in here? Why aren't you in the living room?" Ben didn't move. George's heart raced. He took another step, his foot landing softly on the floor. The silence in the room seemed to thicken, like the air itself was pressing down on him. "Ben!" Finally, Ben turned slowly, his face pale and wide-eyed, his expression almost vacant. His lips parted as if he were about to speak, but no sound came out. Then, with a shudder, he whispered in a voice that wasn't his own. "It's not safe here, Dad. The house wants us." George felt a chill run through him, colder than the night air outside. "What are you talking about, Ben? The house doesn't want anything. Come on, let's go downstairs." But Ben didn't respond. His eyes, wide and unblinking, were fixed on something in the corner of the room, something George couldn't see. He followed Ben's gaze, heart pounding in his chest. The room was empty, save for the old furniture and the piles of dust, but there was something wrong. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally across the floor, twisting and contorting as if alive. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening bang. George spun around, his pulse quickening. He tried to grab the handle, but it was locked. No matter how much he pulled and twisted, the door wouldn't budge. "Ben!" George shouted, his voice panicked now. "Open the door. Ben, please." But Ben remained motionless, his gaze still fixed on the unseen thing in the corner of the room. George turned back to face him, his mind racing. What was going on? Why wouldn't Ben move? Then, through the thick silence, George heard something, a low, guttural growl, like an animal snarling in the dark. It came from the corner of the room, just beyond Ben's line of sight. George's blood ran cold. There was something in that corner, something watching them. "Ben, we need to leave, now," George cried, panic rising in his chest. But Ben didn't respond. Instead, he took a step forward, his body moving like a puppet with strings pulled too tight. His eyes were locked on the shadows, his mouth slightly open, as if he were in a trance. The growl grew louder, closer. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unnatural energy. George's breath caught in his throat as the shadows in the corner of the room began to shift, taking on a dark, swirling form. Ben took another step, his eyes still empty and unseeing, moving closer to the darkness. "No!" George screamed, lunging forward. He grabbed Ben's arm, pulling him back with all his strength. But as his fingers closed around Ben's wrist, the temperature in the room dropped to freezing, and a jolt of electricity shot through his body. He recoiled, falling back against the wall with a harsh thud. The shadows in the corner screeched, a sound like nails scraping against stone, and something, someone emerged from the darkness. A figure tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes and skin stretched tight over its bones, stepped out from the shadows. Its face was a contorted mask of agony, its mouth opening in a silent scream. Its limbs twisted unnaturally, jerking and snapping in ways that made George's stomach turn. The thing reached out with a long, bony hand, its fingers curling toward Ben. "No!" George shouted, stumbling to his feet and reaching for his son. He grabbed Ben and pulled him back, yanking him away from the creature just as its hand brushed the air where he had been standing. The room was filled with a sickening smell, like rot and decay, and George's heart raced as the creature let out a low, guttering laugh, a sound that felt like it was coming from the depths of the earth. "Dad, I'm sorry," Ben whispered, his voice trembling. "I didn't mean to. It's not my fault." George's eyes snapped to Ben, confused. "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" Ben stared at him, his eyes clouded and distant, and then the creature let out another screeching sound, its voice rasping with ancient hunger. Ben's voice trembled as he spoke again, his words slow and deliberate. "The house, the curse, it's already too late." Before George could ask another question, the walls of the room seemed to pulse, the floor shaking beneath them. The air grew thick and oppressive, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. The house was alive. It was awake, and it wanted them. Suddenly, the door flew open, slamming against the wall with such force that it left a dent in the plaster. Emily stood in the doorway, her face pale with fear, her eyes wide. "Dad! Ben! We have to get out of here. The house, it's alive." George's heart skipped a beat as he turned toward his daughter. "What do you mean, alive?" he demanded. "What's happening?" But before Emily could respond, a blood-curdling scream rang out from downstairs. "Anne! Mom!" Emily shouted, panic overtaking her voice. "Mom!" Without thinking, George bolted for the stairs, his heart pounding in his chest. The walls seemed to close in on him as he ran, the air thick with dread. He reached the bottom of the stairs, his breath ragged, and froze. and was standing in the center of the foyer, her arms raised as if she were holding something invisible. Her eyes were glazed, staring ahead with an unblinking, empty expression. "Anne!" George shouted, rushing toward her. But before he could reach her, Anne's head snapped around, her eyes locking onto his. "Get out!" she screamed, her voice distorted and alien. "You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come." The house groaned, its walls shaking as if in protest. The air crackled with energy, a malignant force swirling through the house, and George felt his limbs go weak with terror. "What's happening to her?" Emily whispered, her voice breaking as she stood beside her father. "I don't know," George replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "But we need to leave. Now." But as the words left his mouth, the mansion seemed to come alive, its dark heart pulsing with ancient malice. The doors slammed shut, trapping them inside. They were not leaving, and the curse of Blackwood Manor was only just beginning. The mansion groaned around them, its walls stretching and twisting as though it had a life of its own. The air was thick, suffocating, the once faint whispers now rising to a chorus of tortured voices, filling the corners of every room with their insistent, insidious murmurs. The temperature had plummeted even further, the chill biting through their clothes and into their bones. Anne's body jerked, her head tilting unnaturally to the side. Her eyes, still wide and unblinking, glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. Her lips moved, but the words that came out were not her own. They were harsh, guttural, as though the house itself had taken hold of her. Leave, or join the others." Anne's voice was no longer her own. It was distorted, layered with an otherworldly echo that reverberated through the air. George stumbled back, his heart racing, his mind struggling to comprehend what was happening to his wife. This wasn't Anne. It couldn't be. He reached for her, trying to snap her out of the trance, but as his hand touched her arm, a shockwave of cold energy coursed through him. He recoiled in pain, gasping for air. The house, the very walls, seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. "Mom!" Emily cried, her voice thick with panic. She ran toward Anne, but Ben, his face pale and trembling, grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "No! Don't touch her!" Ben's voice was a hushed whisper, but the terror in his eyes was unmistakable. "It's not her anymore. The house has taken her." George's stomach churned. His wife was slipping away from him, becoming something else, something dark, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. His hands trembled as he looked at Anne, her figure standing motionless in the center of the room, as though waiting for something. "Who's there?" George called out into the thickening shadows, his voice hoarse. "Who are you? What do you want?" The air around them seemed to vibrate, the whispers growing louder, their voices blending into a cacophony of chaos. The temperature dropped even further, the cold so biting it felt as if the very marrow in their bones was freezing. And then, in the thick silence that followed, George heard it, the faint sound of footsteps, heavy and slow, coming from the darkened hallway at the far end of the room. Something was moving toward them. His breath caught in his throat as the figure emerged from the shadows. A tall, gaunt man, dressed in old-fashioned clothes that seemed to hang off his skeletal frame. His face was pale, the skin stretched tight over his skull, and his eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, were fixed directly on George. The man's mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, his lips curling back to reveal rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. "Welcome to Blackwood Manor," the man said, his voice smooth yet drenched with malice. "I am the keeper of this house, its master, its curse. And you, Matthew's family, have just become its newest residents." George's blood ran cold as the man's words sank in. He could feel the very essence of the house pressing down on him, a weight so heavy he could barely breathe. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. Who was this man? What did he mean by keeper of the house? Who are you?" George demanded, his voice shaking but defiant. The man's smile widened, as if amused by George's fear. "I was once the lord of this place, many, many years ago. I built it, and it served as my refuge. But nothing lasts forever, not even power. The house, you see, has its own desires, its own hunger, and it has taken what it wants from me." He took a step closer, his eyes glinting with an unsettling light. "And now it's your turn." Anne's body jerked again, her limbs twitching as if she were being pulled by invisible strings. Her head snapped back violently, and she let out a sound, a guttural, inhuman shriek that made the walls tremble. George took a step back, heart pounding in his chest. "Stay away from her," he shouted, his voice cracking. He tried to move forward to reach his wife, but the man stepped in his path, blocking his way. The air grew thicker, more oppressive. George's vision blurred, the shadows in the room multiplying, becoming darker, deeper. He could feel something crawling under his skin, an itching, burning sensation that spread through his body. His breathing became shallow, his pulse racing as if the house itself were feeding on his fear. Emily stepped forward, her face pale, eyes wide with terror. "Dad, what is this place? Why is it doing this?" "The house is cursed," the man said, his voice carrying a hint of cruel satisfaction. "It feeds on souls. It twists them, breaks them. And once you've entered, you can never leave. The curse has bound you to it, just as it has bound me." George's heart sank. You're trapped here?" The man nodded slowly, his eyes dark with a twisted sorrow. "Trapped, yes. For eternity. And now so are you." Ben shuddered, his voice shaking as he spoke. It won't stop. The house, it's already taken Mom. It's already started." George turned back to his wife, his heart breaking as he saw Anne's body swaying, her eyes still vacant, her mouth moving with words that made no sense. The curse had already claimed her, just as it had claimed the others before her. "No," George whispered, stepping forward, his hands reaching out, desperate. "Please, Anne, come back. Fight it." But the words that came from her mouth were not her own. They were dark, twisted, like the very essence of the house speaking through her. "You cannot save her," the man said, his voice low and mocking. "The house has claimed her, just as it claimed me. And now it wants you too." The shadows in the room seemed to grow, shifting like living things. They reached toward George, wrapping around him, pulling at his body, drawing him closer to the center of the room. His limbs were heavy, sluggish, as if the very weight of the house was pressing down on him. "No!" George shouted, trying to break free, but the shadows tightened, pulling him into their grasp. "We need to get out. We need to leave now." Emily's voice trembled with fear. "Dad, we can't leave." "You'll never leave," the man hissed, his grin widening into something grotesque. "None of you will leave." George struggled against the dark force, but it was no use. His body felt like it was being dragged into the earth, the weight of the curse bearing down on him. His vision blurred, his head spinning as the shadows began to close in, swallowing him whole. And then, as the darkness overtook him, a new voice echoed through the air. A voice not of the man, not of the house, but something older, something ancient. "Leave before it's too late." George's eyes snapped open, his heart hammering in his chest. The man, the shadows, the curse, they were all still there. But the voice lingered in his mind, a whisper of warning, a final plea for escape. "Leave before it's too late." The voice echoed again, more clearly this time, as though it was coming from deep within the very walls of the house. George's head snapped around, his heart thundering in his chest. For a brief moment, the oppressive weight of the shadows around him seemed to lift, like a veil pulling back, offering a fleeting glimpse of light. "Who's there?" George demanded, his voice hoarse with fear, but the air was thick with silence. The shadows seemed to recoil, momentarily fading into the corners of the room. The man in front of him, still smiling with that grotesque, unnatural grin, tilted his head, a low, amused chuckle bubbling from his throat. "You hear it, don't you?" the man whispered, his voice chilling. "The whispers of the forgotten, those who have come before you. The house has many voices, many souls trapped within its walls, each one a warning, and each one too weak to escape. George's chest tightened, the heavy air choking him. The walls of the manor seemed to close in further, the floor beneath him warping and groaning as if the house itself were in pain. The light flickered, dimming, and the shadows twisted like living things, reaching for him, for all of them. Anne's body convulsed violently, her arms jerking upward as though pulled by invisible forces. Her mouth opened wide, but no words came out. The air was thick with the sound of the house, its groaning walls, and the whispers of its dark inhabitants. George's throat tightened with dread. "We need to leave. Now," Emily pleaded, her voice breaking. She took a step back, her eyes darting toward the door, still tightly shut, locked with some invisible force. "Please, Dad, we can't stay here. It's too late." But George's gaze was fixed on Anne, her body still thrashing against the unseen force that held her captive. His mind raced. This wasn't his wife anymore. This was the curse of Blackwood Manor. It was consuming her, and if they didn't act quickly, it would consume them all. "Dad, please." Emily's voice was urgent, shaking him from his trance. She grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the door, but George resisted, his eyes fixed on Anne. I can't leave her," he whispered. "I can't just leave her here." But as if in response, Anne's head snapped back, her eyes rolling into the back of her skull. A blood-curdling scream tore from her throat, so loud and full of agony that it seemed to shake the very foundation of the house. The walls trembled with the force of it, the floors buckling beneath their feet. The man, the keeper, stepped forward, his presence like a shadow suffocating. "You cannot save her, Matthews. The house has claimed her, just as it claimed me. There is no escaping the curse." George's heart hammered in his chest. Desperation surged within him. He had to do something, anything, before they were all lost. "We can't just give up," George said, his voice thick with emotion, looking at Emily and Ben, who stood wide-eyed in terror. "There has to be a way to stop this." The keeper's grin widened, as though enjoying their torment. "Stop it?" he asked with a mocking tone. "It's already too late. The house is alive. It will never let you go." As George's mind raced, a sudden, fleeting thought entered his mind, a memory of something he had read, something his father had once mentioned about Blackwood Manor. He couldn't remember the details, but he knew there was a way to break the curse, a way to sever its hold on the house. But the answer eluded him, slipping just beyond his grasp, as if the house itself were clouding his thoughts. "Dad," Ben's voice broke through the fog of fear in George's mind. "You've got to get us out of here. Please. We need to fight back. We can't let it take us, too." George turned to look at Ben, his son's eyes filled with fear. Ben was right. They couldn't stay. They had to find a way out, but how? The house seemed to grow darker, the very air thickening with the weight of the curse. The keeper moved closer, his eyes gleaming with malice. "There is no escape. There never was." Suddenly there was a soft, eerie sound, like the whispering of wind through the trees, but it was not from the outside. It was coming from deep within the house. A voice, faint but clear, echoed through the air. "Find the heart." The words hung in the air like a bell tolling in the distance, chilling George to the core. His mind struggled to comprehend, but something deep within him seemed to recognize the meaning of the words. "Find the heart," he whispered to himself. "The heart of the house." It was as if the house had acknowledged his understanding. The shadows around them recoiled slightly, as though waiting. The keeper froze, his grin faltering as he looked at George, an unreadable expression crossing his face. "No, you can't," the keeper hissed, taking a step back. "You don't understand. The heart is a trap. No one has ever survived after seeking it. But it's the only way," George said, his voice firm. "We have to destroy it. The heart of the house is the source. That's the only way to break the curse." The keeper's laughter was hollow, like the sound of dry leaves in the wind. "You believe that? Fool. The house is not something you can destroy. It's been here for centuries. You cannot defeat it. It is eternal. George took a deep breath, his mind now fixed on a singular goal. He had to find the heart. They all had to leave. "Dad, no," Emily said, her voice breaking with fear. "Please, don't go after it. We can't fight this. We're not strong enough." "We don't have a choice," George replied, his voice determined. "We have to try." He turned away from the keeper, who stepped back into the shadows, his form fading into the darkness, his cold, mocking laughter still echoing in the room. "We have to find the heart," George repeated, more to himself than to anyone else. "It's the only way." George could feel the weight of the keeper's words pressing against his chest, but his resolve hardened with each passing second. He had to protect his family, and if finding the heart of the house was the only way to break its curse, then he would face whatever horrors lay ahead. Anne's thrashing had slowed, her body now stiff and rigid, her eyes still lifeless and vacant. The air around her was thick with dark energy, like a force field emanating from her body. George's gaze flickered to his family. Emily clutched Ben's arm tightly, her face pale and tear-streaked. They were scared, and rightfully so. But they were still here, still with him, and he wasn't about to let them slip away like and had. "We need to stick together," he said, his voice calm but filled with determination. "We find the heart, and we destroy it. Then we leave." Emily nodded, but her eyes betrayed her fear. "How do we even start looking? How do we know where it is?" George scanned the room, the shadows still shifting, the whispers rising in pitch as though the house itself were feeding off their fear. But something had changed. The temperature had dropped even more, and a strange, unsettling quietness had settled over them. The house seemed to be waiting. "I don't know," George admitted, "but we have to try. There has to be something here, a clue, maybe a way to find it." Ben's face was etched with worry, but he nodded. "We'll do it together, whatever it takes." They moved cautiously, staying close together as they navigated the dark, oppressive hallway. The house was sprawling, with long, narrow corridors that seemed to stretch on forever. Every step they took echoed, amplifying the tension in the air. The mansion felt alive, its very walls watching them, its foundation groaning under the weight of its curse. The floorboards creaked underfoot, their sound almost deafening in the silence that enveloped them. George's heart raced with every corner they rounded, every door they passed, the pressure of the house's malignant presence closing in around them. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, waiting for them to slip up. The deeper they ventured into the mansion, the stronger the sense of dread became. "I don't like this," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. She clutched the back of Ben's jacket tightly, her eyes darting nervously. "This place, it's suffocating." "Stay close," George said softly, his voice low. He was just as scared as she was, but he couldn't let that show. They couldn't afford to show fear now. They reached the end of the corridor, and in front of them stood a large wooden door. It looked older than the rest, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to swirl and shift as though they were alive. The air around it was thick with an unnatural chill. "This is it," George said, his voice barely above a whisper. He could feel his pulse pounding in his ears, the tension in the air almost unbearable. The house seemed to hold its breath, waiting for them to make their move. He reached for the door handle, but before he could touch it, a voice broke through the silence, a whisper, but so clear it felt like it was inside his head. "Turn back!" The words were barely audible, but they sent a jolt of terror down his spine. He froze, his hand still hovering above the door handle, his breath catching in his throat. "Who's there?" George demanded, his voice shaky but defiant. "Show yourself." The silence that followed was deafening. The door before them remained closed, the intricate carvings now twisting and writhing, the dark energy around it palpable. The temperature in the air had dropped even further, and George could see his breath forming in front of him. "We need to go," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. She pulled at George's sleeve, but he remained frozen in place, his mind racing. "No," George said, his voice firm. "We're not leaving. We're getting out of here, and we're taking in with us. I'm not afraid of you." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if in response, a low, rumbling growl echoed from behind the door, sending a chill through George's entire body. The sound was guttural, primal, unnatural. "Dad, please," Emily cried, her eyes wide with fear. "Please, let's just go." George took a deep breath, steeling himself. He couldn't let this house win. Not when his family was depending on him. With a quick motion, he grasped the handle and turned it. The door creaked open with a loud, eerie sound, revealing a dark room beyond, its walls draped in thick layers of dust and cobwebs. The air inside felt cold, almost impossibly cold, as though the very essence of the room had been frozen in time. Inside the room stood an altar, a large stone pedestal at the center, covered in dark stains that seemed to shimmer under the dim light. Surrounding it were shelves filled with old, tattered books, their spines cracked and yellowed with age. But it wasn't the altar that caught George's attention. No, it was the figure standing before it. A woman, her form gaunt and twisted, her face hidden behind a veil of shadows. She stood motionless, her back to them, her presence radiating with an overwhelming sense of malice. The room seemed to pulse with dark energy, as though it were alive, feeding off the sorrow and terror of those who had come before. George's breath caught in his throat. This was it, the heart of the house. "Leave," the figure whispered, her voice barely audible, but filled with the weight of an ancient sorrow. "You do not belong here." "I'm not leaving," George said, his voice shaking but resolute. "We're breaking the curse. This ends tonight." The woman turned slowly, revealing her face, a face twisted and contorted by age, her eyes black pits of despair, her mouth frozen in a permanent grimace. Her gaze fixed on George, and for a moment, it felt as if the very air around them had thickened. "You cannot break it," she said, her voice low and rasping. "You are already part of it." The house seemed to come alive at her words, the walls shuddering, the ground beneath them shaking. The shadows in the room twisted, growing, expanding. "It's already too late." The woman's words rang in George's ears like a death knell, reverberating through the chamber. The shadows seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting, as if they were living things. The very air was thick with malevolent energy, and George could feel the weight of it pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He took a step forward, but the ground beneath him trembled, and the walls seemed to shift. The room felt as though it were warping, bending around him, the stone altar at the center of it all pulsating with dark power. "You cannot win," the woman continued, her voice a rasping whisper, filled with an ancient sorrow. "The house feeds on the souls of the lost. It has claimed all who have come before you, and it will claim you too. You cannot escape its grasp." George's grip tightened on the edge of the door, his knuckles turning white. He glanced back at Emily and Ben, who stood frozen, their faces pale with fear, but their eyes locked on him, silently urging him to continue. They were with him, and he couldn't let them down. "We're not leaving," George said, his voice firm, but his heart was pounding in his chest. "We're ending this. Right here, right now." The woman's lips curled into a twisted smile, her eyes dark and empty. "You cannot destroy what is eternal." Suddenly the shadows surged, and the air grew colder, almost unbearably so. The darkness seemed to press in around them, suffocating, filling their lungs with an icy, choking weight. George's breath came in short, panicked gasps, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had to find a way to destroy the heart, to end the curse. There had to be a way. He turned back to the altar, his eyes scanning the room, looking for anything that might give him a clue. The shelves were lined with old books, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. He stepped forward cautiously, his eyes flicking between the shelves and the stone pedestal in the center of the room. There had to be something here, something that could help. "Dad, look out!" Ben shouted, his voice sharp with terror. Before George could react, a shadow shot out from the corner of the room, wrapping around his ankle like a vice. He stumbled, barely managing to keep his balance as the shadow pulled him toward the ground. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air was thick with a heavy, suffocating presence. The shadows seemed to come alive, crawling along the walls, reaching for them. "Get off!" George cried, struggling to free himself from the grasp of the shadow. His heart was pounding in his chest, the darkness around him closing in, but he couldn't give up. Not now. Not when they were so close. He reached out, his fingers grazing the nearest shelf. His eyes caught on an old leather-bound book, its spine cracked and worn with age. He pulled it free from the shelf, the pages fluttering slightly as he opened it. The words inside were in an ancient script, one that he couldn't immediately read. But the symbols seemed to dance before his eyes, their meaning somehow piercing through the veil of terror surrounding him. His fingers traced the text, the words seeming to form a picture in his mind. It was a ritual, an incantation, a way to sever the heart of the house from its source. "Dad, what is it?" Emily called, her voice strained with fear. George's heart skipped a beat as the words on the page began to glow faintly, a soft, eerie light pulsing from the pages. The shadows recoiled, as though repelled by the power of the book. "I found it," George said, his voice trembling with a mix of relief and terror. "This is the way to destroy it, to destroy the heart." But as he spoke, the room seemed to darken even further, the walls groaning with an unnatural, oppressive sound. The woman before him stepped forward, her face contorted with fury. "No, you cannot," she hissed. "You will never break free." Her form began to distort, her body writhing as if being torn apart from the inside. Her face was a mask of agony, her mouth opening in a soundless scream, but the shadows around her pulsed with dark energy, amplifying her pain. The air grew colder still, the temperature plunging to unbearable depths. George's fingers clenched around the book, his mind racing. The house was fighting back, and it was stronger than ever. The curse was not just tied to the heart. It was tied to the very fabric of the mansion itself, to the walls, to the ground beneath their feet. But George couldn't let that stop him. He had to end this. For his family. For Anne. He looked at the book again, his eyes searching for the words, the incantation that would sever the connection. He knew they didn't have much time. "Dad, do it?" Ben cried, his voice filled with urgency. "Please, we have to hurry." The shadows surged forward again, and George could feel them pulling at him, dragging him toward the ground. The pressure was unbearable, but he forced himself to focus on the book. He could feel the words inside his mind now, the incantation resonating within him, the power of the house fighting to break his concentration. Stay focused," George muttered to himself, his voice a whisper, but his resolve was unshakable. He began to speak the words from the book aloud, the language ancient and foreign, but the syllables felt right, resonating in the air around him. The shadows recoiled as though burned by the sound of his voice. The walls of the room seemed to pulse with the energy of the incantation, and for a moment, the house seemed to tremble. The air grew thick, and the shadows writhed as if in agony. "And oh!" the woman screamed, her voice filled with rage and despair. Her form shattered into 1,000 fragments of darkness, each piece dissolving into the air like smoke. The room seemed to groan as if it were in pain. But it wasn't over. Not yet. The shadows continued to surge, but now they were weaker, fading as the incantation took hold. The heart of the house, the source of the curse, was beginning to break. George felt the power of the mansion trembling, its foundation quaking beneath them. And then, with one final, deafening crack, the room exploded in a burst of light, blinding and brilliant. The shadows shrieked, their forms dissolving into nothingness, and the air lightened, the oppressive weight lifting as if the house itself had exhaled. George collapsed to his knees, the book slipping from his fingers as the last of the darkness faded away. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. The silence that followed was unlike anything George had ever felt. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a safe home. It was the kind of stillness that made the air seem heavy, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. George's heart still pounded in his chest, his body trembling with exhaustion, but his mind felt clearer than it had in days. The oppressive weight that had pressed on them since they first entered Blackwood Manor seemed to have lifted, like a thick fog being blown away by a strong wind. The house still loomed around them, but there was something different now. The shadows no longer felt like living things, reaching out to devour them. They had receded, retreating into the corners of the room. "Is it over?" Emily whispered, her voice cautious, as though she were afraid to speak too loudly, as though the silence might shatter if they broke it. George struggled to his feet, his legs weak, but the relief he felt was palpable. He looked around the room, half expecting the shadows to rise again, to pull them back into the nightmare. But there was nothing. The woman, the dark figure, was gone, her twisted form dissolved into the ether with the last remnants of the curse. The altar was still there, but the dark stain that had marked it seemed to have faded, leaving nothing but an empty, cold stone surface. "I think it's over," George said, his voice hoarse but filled with disbelief. He couldn't fully process it yet, couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that they had survived, that the curse was finally broken. It felt unreal, like waking from a terrible dream and realizing that the nightmare was gone. "Mom," Ben whispered, his voice breaking, and George's heart clenched. He turned to see his son looking toward Anne, who was still lying on the floor, her body motionless, her eyes still closed. Her breathing, though shallow, seemed to have returned to normal. There was no longer the violent, uncontrollable thrashing that had gripped her moments before. George rushed to her side, his pulse quickening as he knelt beside her. Her skin was cold to the touch, but there was a softness to her features now, as though the curse had released its grip on her. His hands trembled as he reached for her, his heart racing. "And," he whispered, his voice barely audible, fear and hope intertwining in his chest. "And wake up." For a long moment, nothing happened. The world around them seemed to hold its breath again. George's hand hovered over her, waiting, willing her to open her eyes, to show him that she was still there. And then, finally, Anne's eyes fluttered open. Her gaze was unfocused at first, as though she were disoriented, and she blinked a few times, as if trying to adjust to the dim light of the room. George's breath caught in his throat as she looked at him, her eyes wide with confusion. "George," she whispered, her voice weak but full of recognition. "And," he breathed, a wave of relief washing over him. You're back." She blinked again, as though trying to make sense of her surroundings. Her face was pale, and she looked exhausted, but she wasn't the same person she had been moments ago, lost, trapped, consumed by the curse. She was alive, and she was here with him. "Is it over?" Anne asked softly, her voice trembling. George nodded, his hand gently cupping her face. "It's over. We broke the curse. We're free." A weak smile appeared on Anne's face, and her eyes fluttered closed again, as though the effort of speaking had taken too much out of her. George gently cradled her in his arms, feeling a surge of love and protectiveness. She was alive. She was safe. The air around them seemed to shift, and the room, though still cold, no longer felt oppressive. The house, for all its dark history, was finally silent. "Are we really free?" Emily asked from behind them, her voice uncertain. She was standing near Ben, both of them watching George, and then with a mix of disbelief and relief. "It feels like it's over, but I don't know." George looked up at them, the weight of the situation still heavy on his heart. The curse had been broken, yes, but the memories of what they had experienced, the terror, the isolation, the endless feeling of being watched, would linger long after they left the house. It would haunt them, even if the darkness was gone. "We're free," George said, his voice firm, though there was a hint of exhaustion in it. "But we need to leave. We need to get out of here for good. We're done with this place." They had been through hell, but they had made it through. They had uncovered the truth about Blackwood Manor, about the curse that had plagued it for generations. They had survived the horrors that it held, and now they were free to leave, to rebuild their lives. No longer would they be trapped within its walls. No longer would they be at its mercy. With and in his arms, George stood and motioned for Emily and Ben to follow. He could feel the house's weight lifting as they moved through the room, the walls no longer closing in on them. The door to the chamber, now wide open, beckoned them, and they stepped into the hallway, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. As they made their way through the manor, George couldn't help but glance back at the room they had just left. The altar was still there, the books still lined the shelves, but it felt different now. The air was clear. The shadows no longer lingered in the corners, no longer reached out to consume them. They walked through the dark corridors, the once oppressive, claustrophobic halls now feeling vast and empty, as though the house itself was exhausted, its dark energy spent. The doors they passed, once locked, once sealed, opened easily now, as if the house had given up, as though it had no more fight left in it. Finally, they reached the front door of Blackwood Manor. As they stepped into the open air, the weight of what they had just endured seemed to lift with each step away from the manor. The wind blew against their faces, cool and refreshing, as though the very world itself was embracing them, offering a quiet comfort after the horrors they had left behind. The manor loomed in the distance, but it seemed smaller now, less imposing, as though the darkness that had once filled it had been drained away. It was just a house again, an old, forgotten house, standing in the middle of the barren landscape. George looked down at Anne, who was still in his arms, her breath shallow but steady. She was awake now, but her eyes were heavy, exhausted from the ordeal. She squeezed his hand weakly, offering him a faint smile. "We made it," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. I thought we'd never make it out of there." "We did," George replied, his voice hoarse but filled with a deep, unspoken relief. "We're free now. It's over." But even as he spoke those words, a part of him couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The house, though seemingly emptied of its malevolent energy, had not let them go without leaving a mark on them. The curse was broken, yes, but it had changed them all in ways they couldn't yet fully understand. It was as though the house's dark presence had seeped into their very bones, leaving an indelible scar. Emily walked a few steps ahead, her gaze fixed on the horizon, but her expression was distant, her thoughts clearly far from the moment. Ben, walking beside her, kept glancing nervously at the mansion as though expecting it to come alive again, to spring back into its terrifying, cursed state. His steps were quick, almost as if he wanted to distance himself from the place as much as possible. "We can't just walk away like nothing happened," Emily said suddenly, her voice carrying a hint of unease. "There's more to this." "There has to be." George frowned, looking over at her. "What do you mean?" "We broke the curse. We're leaving. We're safe." "I don't know," she replied, her voice cracking slightly. "It's just too easy. We went through all of that, fought so hard to survive, and now we're supposed to walk away and pretend it didn't happen." And shifted in George's arms, her brow furrowed as she glanced at her daughter. "What are you saying, Emily?" "I don't know. I feel like there's something we missed," Emily continued, her voice tinged with both fear and confusion. "The house, it's not just going to let us leave like this. There's always something left behind, isn't there?" George's stomach tightened, and for a moment, he wondered if the house still had a final card to play. Could it be that their escape was nothing more than another illusion, another part of its cursed game? He didn't want to believe it, but the doubt gnawed at him. "It's over," George said again, his voice more forceful this time, trying to reassure both himself and his family. "We broke the curse. It can't hurt us anymore." But as the words left his mouth, something caught his eye in the distance. At first, it seemed like nothing, just the wind rustling the trees, the leaves swirling in the air. But then, through the faint mist rising from the ground, George saw it. A faint figure standing at the top of the hill, just beyond the manor's grounds. His heart stopped, and his blood ran cold. The figure was tall and thin, its form obscured by the mist, but there was something undeniably familiar about it. It was as though it had been waiting for them, watching, biding its time. George's breath caught in his throat, his mind racing to make sense of what he was seeing. Could it be another apparition? Another shadow from the house? But the more he stared, the more certain he became. He knew this figure. No, he muttered under his breath. It can't be, and stirred in his arms, sensing his sudden unease. What's wrong, George? That figure, George said, pointing towards the hill, his voice strained. It's her. It's Anne. Anne's eyes widened, and she pulled herself upright, her face pale with fear. What are you talking about? That's impossible. But the figure didn't move. It stood at the crest of the hill, motionless, watching them. The mist swirled around it, making its presence seem even more eerie, as if it were part of the very fog itself. Ben stepped closer to Emily, his eyes wide with worry. What's going on? Who is that? It's not possible, George said again, his voice shaking. That's the woman from the vision. The one who warned us. The one who helped us. And looked at him with disbelief. What do you mean? That was just a hallucination, a part of the curse. She's gone. I don't think so, George replied, his voice growing louder. She's still out there. Without warning, the figure turned and began to walk slowly, deliberately toward them, its movements unnatural, as though it were gliding rather than walking. The closer it got, the more familiar it became, Anne's face, but twisted in a way that was unsettling, almost too perfect, as though it was a mask. The mist seemed to follow her, swirling and thickening in her wake, until it enveloped them entirely. George, Anne said, her voice trembling now, we have to go. We have to leave. But it was too late. The figure reached them, and as it did, the mist thickened into an almost tangible weight. The world around them seemed to distort, the ground beneath their feet softening, as though the earth itself were beginning to shift. Don't let it take us, Anne whispered, her breath quickening. The figure reached out its hand, and George felt a coldness sweep over him, as if the very life was being sucked from the air. The woman's face, still familiar, yet horrifying, gazed at him, her eyes empty, yet full of something dark and ancient, something that could not be escaped. And then, with a voice that echoed in George's mind, the figure spoke. You should never have returned. The words hung in the air, heavy and ominous. They weren't spoken aloud. They seemed to invade George's thoughts, creeping into his mind like a poison. He stumbled backward, instinctively pulling in closer to him, but it was as though the world around them had frozen. The wind stopped. The mist thickened, curling around their bodies like a living thing, suffocating them in its cold embrace. We never should have come here, the figure continued, her voice ringing in their heads. It was both familiar and foreign, the voice of the woman from the vision, but now warped, twisted. You think the curse is broken, but the house does not relinquish its hold so easily. You will never be free. George's heart pounded in his chest, and a cold sweat broke out across his brow. He couldn't look away from the figure, even as his body screamed at him to run. The woman's face, so much like Anne's, twisted into a cruel, mocking smile. No! And cried, her voice strained with panic. She tried to break free from George's grip, but the mist seemed to hold her in place. I can't breathe. The air grew thicker, heavier, suffocating them. Ben grabbed Emily's arm, trying to pull her away, but the fog clung to them, pressing in from all sides. The figure took another step toward them, the ground beneath her feet now rippling like water. You cannot escape the past, the figure said, her voice no longer a whisper but a shrill, piercing scream that rattled George's bones. This place, this cursed place was never meant to be forgotten. It will claim you all, in the end. George looked around desperately, but there was no escape. The mist had surrounded them completely, and the path back to the manor was already lost in the thick fog. It was as if the world had closed in on them, trapping them in the nightmare once more. "Please, we don't want any more," George pleaded, his voice cracking with fear. "We've paid the price. We've broken the curse. Let us go." The figure's smile widened, her lips curling unnaturally, stretching to an impossible length. The mist seemed to pulse with each of her movements, the shadows in the fog flickering like twisted flames. "You think the curse was the only thing keeping you here?" she hissed. "No. You've already sealed your fate. It's too late. You are mine now." The words shattered George's resolve, and a surge of panic gripped him. He tried to pull her away, but her body felt cold, unnaturally cold. She was weakening, and his efforts to move her were futile, as though she had been rooted to the ground. "No!" and gasped, her breath shallow and ragged. "We have to fight. We can't let it win." But even as she spoke, the figure reached out with a long, bony hand, and George felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tilt, and for a moment, he felt as if he were falling into an abyss. The figure's hand was icy, its fingers wrapped around his heart, pulling at him, draining him. "George!" and cried out, struggling to break free from the suffocating mist, but it was as if the fog itself had become a prison. "Get off him!" Emily screamed, her voice full of fear and fury. She tried to shove past the figure, but it was no use. The woman was too strong, her presence suffocating them all. George gasped for breath, his vision blurring as the figure's grip tightened. His body was growing weaker with every passing second, the coldness in his chest spreading like a dark stain. He looked over at Anne, her face twisted in terror, her eyes pleading with him to do something. "I'm sorry," George whispered, his voice barely audible. He didn't know what else to do. The figure's power was too great. The curse had never truly been broken. It had only been waiting dormant for this moment to return. The figure tilted her head to the side, a grotesque imitation of curiosity. "Sorry," she crooned, her voice dripping with mockery. "You have no need to apologize. You are the ones who came to me, the ones who awakened me. Now, you will pay the price." George's heart felt as though it was being crushed under an unbearable weight. He could feel the darkness closing in, his vision dimming, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He wanted to fight, to break free, but every movement felt like it was draining the last of his strength. But then someone spoke in his mind. "George, don't give up." It was Anne's voice, but it wasn't the weak, panicked voice he had been hearing moments before. This was something different. This was a voice filled with power, filled with determination. George's head snapped to the side, and for the first time, he saw something in Anne's eyes, something that hadn't been there before. It was strength, a quiet, yet unyielding strength. "Anne," George whispered, his voice hoarse, but he could feel the power in her words. With a sudden, desperate surge of will, and broke free from the grip of the mist, her body pushing forward with an energy that seemed impossible. She moved with purpose, with a fury that matched the storm inside her. "I won't let you take him," she shouted, her voice carrying over the roar of the mist, the crackling sound of the dark energy around them. The figure's expression faltered for just a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing its face. But it was enough. Anne's words seemed to shatter the spell, breaking through the curse's hold on them. George felt the figure's grip loosen, the coldness receding from his chest. Anne's hand found his, pulling him back from the brink of darkness. For a moment, George couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe that they were still alive, still fighting. "You're not alone, George," Anne said, her voice steady and strong now. "We fight together." In that instant, the mist seemed to waver, the shadows flickering as if unsure of what to do. The figure's form twisted, contorted, as though it was being pulled apart by an unseen force. And then, with a final, screeching wail, the figure vanished, disappearing into the mist, leaving nothing but the faintest echo of its presence. The fog began to dissipate, retreating as though it had never been there at all. The wind began to stir once more, gentle and calming. The weight that had pressed down on them for so long, seemingly all-encompassing, lifted, leaving behind an eerie silence that, though unnerving, was at least peaceful. George collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, the fear and exhaustion weighing him down, and collapsed beside him, her body trembling from the aftermath of the struggle, but alive. We did it," George whispered, his voice hoarse, and nodded, her eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and relief. "We did. It's finally over." The air felt different now, as if the very atmosphere around them had been cleansed of the darkness that had once held it captive. The curse was truly broken. Blackwood Manor, for all its lingering evil, was no more. But the cost had been high, and as George looked out over the horizon, he knew they would never be the same again. The past, the curse, the horrors of Blackwood Manor, it would follow them. The scars it left, both physical and emotional, would remain with them forever. But they were alive, and that, in the end, was enough. As the mist finally receded, and the oppressive weight of the curse lifted, George took a deep, shaky breath. He glanced at Anne, who was sitting beside him, her eyes searching the horizon, still wide with disbelief, as though she were unsure whether what had just happened was truly over. The quiet stretched between them, interrupted only by the soft rustling of the trees in the distance and the distant chirping of birds that had returned after the storm of fog had passed. It was hard to believe that just moments ago they had been trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by the oppressive power of Blackwood Manor. "We should leave," Emily's voice broke the silence, sounding more urgent than before. She stood a few steps ahead, her eyes scanning the landscape, a nervous tension in her stance. "No, we can't linger here." George slowly pushed himself to his feet, leaning heavily on and for support. His body ached, as though the weight of the past few days had taken a physical toll on him. His mind still felt foggy, as though he were struggling to comprehend what had just happened. "You're right," George said softly. "We need to get out of here." The group began to walk, each step away from Blackwood Manor feeling more like a final severance from the nightmare they had endured. But with each step, George felt the weight of the place still looming over them, the echoes of the curse lingering just beneath the surface of his thoughts. Ben was the first to speak, his voice quiet and full of uncertainty. "Do you think it's really over? The curse, I mean." George didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say that it was, wanted to tell them that the terror had ended. But there was a part of him that still felt uneasy, as though something was watching them, something they hadn't fully understood. He glanced over his shoulder one last time at the manor, standing eerily silent against the backdrop of the fading twilight. For a brief moment, it seemed as though a shadow passed across its windows, a fleeting movement almost imperceptible, but when he blinked it was gone. "I don't know," George muttered, shaking his head. "It's hard to say," and wrapped her arm around his, as if to reassure him. "We've survived," she said quietly, her voice steady, but there was a note of sadness there. "We've broken the curse. Whatever it was, it can't hold us anymore." But George didn't feel the same certainty. Something inside him still whispered that the curse was not so easily defeated, not so easily escaped. The house, its history, its power. He couldn't shake the feeling that it had left its mark on them, on him. What if it had merely let them go, waiting for the right moment to return? As they walked farther from the manor, the surroundings began to change. The barren fields of the estate gave way to dense woods, the trees towering overhead, blocking out the last of the evening light. The path beneath their feet was uneven, overgrown with roots and brambles, making the journey slow and treacherous. "Where are we going?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with unease. "To the car," George replied, his gaze fixed ahead. He didn't know where else to go, didn't know where else they could find safety. The car was a symbol of their escape, the only lifeline they had left. Ben shook his head, frustration in his voice. "We shouldn't have come back to this place. None of us should have. We didn't know," and replied softly, her voice a little distant. as though she were trying to convince herself as much as him. We didn't know what we were walking into. I wish we had never inherited that damn mansion, Emily muttered, her voice bitter. We should have sold it the moment we got the letter. They continued walking in tense silence, the sounds of the woods filling the air, the crunch of dead leaves beneath their feet, the occasional snap of a branch in the distance. But as the night drew closer, an eerie stillness settled over them. The birds had stopped singing, and even the wind had died down. George's unease grew. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. It felt as though something was waiting for them in the shadows of the trees, watching, lurking just out of sight. Every rustling leaf, every broken twig seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes. "Are you okay, George?" Anne asked softly, her voice cutting through the growing tension. "You've been quiet." He didn't answer right away. He couldn't explain it. The fear that had consumed him in the manor, the feeling of something dark lurking behind every door, every shadow, hadn't fully left him. It clung to him, gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. The mansion was behind them, but was it really gone? "I just have this feeling," he began, his voice trailing off. "Like something's still out there, something that's not ready to let go," and stopped walking, looking at him with concern. "What do you mean?" "You're just tired, George. We all are. We're gonna be okay." "I hope you're right," George said, his voice thick with doubt. "I really do." As they continued walking, the dark forest seemed to press in on them, narrowing the path. The trees grew closer together, their branches twisting into gnarled shapes, casting long, monstrous shadows across the ground. And then ahead, through the thinning mist, George saw it. The mansion. It was impossible. They had walked miles away from it, and yet here it was, looming in the distance, standing just as it had before, its windows dark and empty. The same cold, oppressive presence radiated from it, as though it had never been defeated, never truly gone. "No," George whispered, his voice shaky. "No, this can't be," and turned to him, her face pale. "What's wrong?" "We're still in its grip," he said, his voice trembling with realization. "It never let us go. It was waiting for us to leave, so it could follow." The others turned to look, their faces filled with disbelief. The manor had returned. No, it had never left. The curse, the power of the house, had followed them, keeping its grip on them no matter how far they ran. "We can't outrun it," George said, his voice hollow. "We can't escape." And with those words, the figure, the woman with Anne's face, appeared once more, standing in front of the manor, her cold eyes staring through the mist at them. "Did you really think you could leave?" she said softly, her voice a whisper that echoed in their minds. "You can never escape Blackwood Manor." The figure stood before them, its cold presence looming larger than ever, as though Blackwood Manor itself had taken shape. The mist swirled around her, adding to the distorted sense of reality. The air felt thick, as though every breath was an effort, each inhale tainted with the musty scent of decay. The weight of the curse that had clung to the manor now seemed to have followed them into the very air they breathed. We can't fight it," Emily murmured, her voice trembling, her hand clutching Ben's as though he were her last tether to reality. "It's too strong." The woman's form flickered like a mirage, her features shifting unnaturally, distorting between Anne's face and something darker, something twisted. Her smile stretched impossibly wide, like a grotesque parody of human expression, and George felt his stomach churn with fear. "You thought you could escape?" the figure asked, its voice laced with mocking amusement. "Fools! You will never be free of me." George's breath quickened as the familiar sense of dread overtook him. The events of the past few days, the visions, the whispers in the night, the strange occurrences in the manor, had all led them to this point. He had hoped that by leaving, by escaping the mansion, they could leave the curse behind. But now, standing before the spectral figure, he realized just how naive that hope had been, and stepped forward, her hand gripping George's tightly, her face set in determination despite the fear that flickered in her eyes. "We've already fought you once," she said, her voice quivering but strong. "And we'll do it again." The woman's laugh echoed through the trees, the sound grating like nails on a chalkboard. It sent a shiver down George's spine, but it didn't falter. "You've already broken the curse once, yes," the figure said, her voice softening as though to toy with them. "But did you think it would be that easy? A curse this old, this powerful, cannot simply be undone. It takes more than strength to break it." George felt the hairs on his neck rise as the fog thickened again, creeping closer, as though it were alive, sensing their fear. His heart pounded in his chest. The words the figure spoke were sinking deep into his mind, infecting his thoughts, clouding his reasoning. Could they really defeat this? Could they survive? "Let me go!" Emily screamed, trying to pull away from Ben, but her body seemed to grow weaker with each passing moment. The air was suffocating, heavy with the pressure of the curse. It felt as though it was closing in on them from all sides, trapping them in an inescapable cage. "Anne!" George shouted, reaching for her, but she was already a few paces ahead, facing the figure with an unwavering stare. "Get back! It's too strong." But Anne stood her ground, her breath steady as she whispered something under her breath. "We can end this. Together." George's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what she was trying to do, but her confidence gave him a glimmer of hope. The figure seemed to notice this, its expression faltering for a brief moment before it snapped back into its twisted grin. "You really think you can defeat me again?" the figure crooned. "You may have broken the curse once, but the house's power cannot be erased so easily. It is eternal." The words reverberated in George's skull, rattling his very sense of reality. He wanted to fight back, to yell at the figure, but every time he tried, the words caught in his throat. It felt as though the very air was alive, its energy draining from him, like 1,000 invisible hands pulling at his soul. But Anne, she wouldn't back down. She reached into the pocket of her jacket, pulling out the same old amulet they had found buried in the manor's cellar. It was tarnished, its metal worn with age, but in her grip, it seemed to pulse with life. George watched in awe as Anne raised the amulet, the sharp edges catching the last light of the dying day. "Leave us," Anne commanded, her voice ringing with a power George had never heard before. "We've broken your hold. You will not control us anymore." The figure froze, its eyes narrowing as it watched Anne closely. A cold laugh bubbled up from deep within the figure's chest, but there was no amusement in it, only a sickening venom. "You think that trinket will save you," the figure hissed. "It is but a symbol of your foolishness. Your defiance will only bring your suffering. You cannot escape me." The mist surged forward, wrapping itself around and pulling her toward the figure as though it were alive, its tendrils seeking to suffocate her. George felt the ground beneath him tremble, the very earth rumbling with a sinister energy. He could see Anne struggle, the terror in her eyes as the figure's grip on her tightened. "Anne!" George screamed, his voice breaking, a desperate plea for help. But Anne's eyes never left the figure. Her hand, still clutching the amulet, began to glow faintly. It was subtle at first, the light a mere flicker in the growing darkness, but with every passing second, it became brighter, stronger. The amulet pulsed with an intense light, a beacon in the overwhelming fog, and George could feel a surge of energy spreading from it. "What is happening?" Ben asked, his voice filled with wonder and fear. The figure's smile faltered, a flicker of uncertainty flashing across its face as the amulet's light grew stronger. The fog began to retreat slowly, as though it were repelled by the light, the hold the figure had on the land weakening. "No," the figure screeched. "You cannot. You do not understand." But Anne was unrelenting. "I understand enough," she said through gritted teeth, her voice filled with conviction. The amulet's light now blazed so brightly that George had to shield his eyes, the force of it nearly blinding him. "You are nothing. This place is nothing. The past cannot bind us anymore. You're finished." The figure let out a final, shrill cry, the sound echoing through the woods, shaking the very trees. But its form began to unravel, its features distorting and melting away, the fog retreating in its wake, as though it were being torn apart by the light. The dark energy that had held them captive began to dissipate, vanishing into the night. For a long moment, there was silence. And then, as if the world itself was exhaling, the last of the fog disappeared, the mansion now nothing but a shadow on the horizon. It was gone. The curse was broken, truly and completely. But the price had been high. George collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, and stood beside him, still clutching the amulet, her body trembling with exhaustion, but her eyes filled with triumph. "We did it," she whispered. Ben and Emily approached slowly, their faces still pale, their expressions a mix of disbelief and relief. "It's over," Emily said quietly. "We're free." But George knew it wasn't that simple. No matter how far they walked, no matter how much they wanted to forget Blackwood Manor, the darkness that had clung to them, the knowledge that they had faced something evil beyond their comprehension, would never truly leave them. They were free, yes, but the past had shaped them, and some curses, no matter how broken, would always linger. The air was still and quiet, the trees surrounding them now untouched by the fog that had once clouded the very world they inhabited. The looming presence of Blackwood Manor was now nothing more than a dark shape against the distant hills, its sinister silhouette barely visible in the dying light. It was hard to believe that something so terrifying had once held them in its thrall, so real and oppressive that the world beyond its boundaries felt like a distant memory. But George knew it wasn't over. Not truly. They stood there for a long moment, none of them speaking, all of them too tired, too drained from the ordeal to find words. The distant chirping of birds had resumed, and the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze seemed to mock the weight that still hung heavy on their hearts. Even though the curse had been broken, even though the mansion had seemingly vanished, they were still haunted. Haunted by the memories of what they had faced, the twisted figure of the woman, the shadow that had followed them. The path ahead seemed to stretch on forever, yet none of them dared to look back. It was as if turning around would bring the nightmare rushing back, pulling them into the depths of that cursed place once more. "We need to get out of here," Anne said, her voice steady but laced with exhaustion. She had her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as if the chill of the air had seeped into her bones. "Now, we need to leave the past behind." George looked at her, his heart heavy with the same realization. "Yeah, we do." But as they began to walk again, their feet dragging with the weight of everything they had witnessed, George couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the danger hadn't passed entirely. It wasn't just the memories of the manor. The curse wasn't something that could simply be dismissed. It wasn't something that could be left behind, no matter how far they went. The world was changing around them, the landscape becoming more unfamiliar as they moved farther from the cursed grounds. Yet even though they were leaving Blackwood Manor behind, a part of George couldn't shake the feeling that its influence was still clinging to them. He felt as if the shadows were following them, as though something from that place had left a stain on their souls. "We should try to get some rest," Emily said, breaking the silence. "We've been through hell." "Yeah, I think you're right," Ben agreed. "We've been walking for miles. Let's find somewhere to sleep for the night." But George could see the unease in their eyes, the lingering fear that still clung to them. He knew that no matter how much they tried to sleep, the memories would keep them awake. And then, just as they thought they had finally made it away from the nightmare, George heard a faint sound, a whisper, soft but unmistakable. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He had heard it, hadn't he? A voice, barely a breath above the wind. "Did you hear that?" George asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Everyone stopped, turning toward him, their eyes wide with confusion. "Hear what?" Anne asked, her face creased with concern. "That voice," George replied, his voice trembling. There was someone whispering. For a moment, everything was still, the only sound the rustling of the wind. But then, as though summoned by his words, the whisper came again, low, almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. It was a soft, mocking laugh. "No," Emily breathed, her eyes wide with fear. "No, it can't be. Not now. Is it her?" Ben asked, his voice shaking. George couldn't bring himself to answer. He didn't want to believe it, but the voice was unmistakable. It was the same eerie, hollow laughter that had echoed through the manor during their darkest moments, the same voice that had twisted their minds with fear. He turned to look at Anne, whose face was pale as she stepped back, instinctively grasping the amulet that still hung around her neck. "I don't understand," Anne whispered. "How is this possible?" But the laughter grew louder now, swirling around them like a storm. The figure, still a shadow in the back of George's mind, seemed to be pulling them back into its world. It was as though Blackwood Manor wasn't done with them, as though it had never truly been defeated. The curse had never really been broken. George looked at the others, his breath coming in ragged gasps. We can't outrun this." Ben shook his head, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "But we did. We fought it. We stopped it." The voice grew louder still, a twisted whisper now clearer, more distinct in its malicious tone. "You cannot escape. You cannot run." And then from the trees a shadow moved, a figure, tall and dark, emerging from the mist. The figure that stood before them was not the woman they had faced before. No, this was something different, something worse. It was a man, dressed in the tattered remnants of what might once have been a suit, his face twisted into a grotesque mask of anger and anguish. His eyes were hollow, sunken, and his lips pulled back in a grotesque snarl. His body seemed to flicker in and out of existence, as though he were not quite fully there, not fully real. The very air around him seemed to warp and bend, his presence distorting the world itself. "You were foolish to think you could escape," the figure growled, his voice rasping, dripping with venom. "You belong to me now, to Blackwood Manor." The group froze, paralyzed by fear. This isn't possible," George whispered, stepping back, the cold weight of the curse pressing down on him once more. "We destroyed it. We broke it." But the figure laughed, a sound like the cracking of dry bones. "You think you broke it? You think you defeated me? The curse will never die. Not while the blood of Blackwood runs through your veins." George staggered back, his mind racing. What did he mean? What did he know about their blood? How could this be happening? The figure advanced, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, and George felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. It was as if the very earth were alive with the energy of Blackwood Manor, drawing them back into its fold, ensnaring them in its endless grasp. "Run!" George shouted, turning to the others, his voice panicked. "We have to get out of here. Now!" But no matter how fast they ran, no matter how far they went, the dark figure followed, always just behind them, its laughter ringing in their ears. And with that realization, George understood. The curse had never truly left. It was bound to them, to their blood, to the very core of their being. There was no escape. There never would be. The night stretched on, the shadows around them growing longer with each passing moment. The sound of their footsteps, hurried and frantic, echoed through the trees, but no matter how fast they ran, the dark figure kept pace, its presence an inescapable weight. The coldness of the air felt like ice seeping into their very bones, and with every breath they took, the feeling of dread only deepened, pressing on them from every direction. "We can't outrun it," and gasped, her voice tight with panic as she stumbled over a root in the darkness. "It's following us. We need to stop," George shouted, fear turning his voice into something almost unrecognizable. "We need to figure out how to fight it." But as the figure's laugh echoed again, a sharp, mocking sound that sliced through the stillness like a blade, George knew that there was no place to hide, no way to escape. It was like a part of the very landscape itself, woven into the trees, the earth, the air. The curse had never been broken. It had only been lying in wait, biding its time for the right moment to strike. Emily turned to George, her face pale and drenched with sweat. "What if we go back? Back to the mansion, maybe we can break it for good. Maybe we can find something we missed." George's stomach churned at the thought of going back, of setting foot on that cursed ground again. The memory of the manor's oppressive darkness, the feeling of being trapped in an endless nightmare, still lingered in his mind like a poison. But there was no denying the truth. If they didn't do something, the figure would never stop coming for them. "There has to be a way," and murmured, her eyes darting around as if searching for some hidden solution in the trees, in the night, in the air itself. "There has to be a way to end this." But the figure's laughter grew louder, closer, a harsh and twisted sound that sent chills crawling down George's spine. "You cannot escape," the figure's voice boomed, now more than just a whisper. It reverberated through the trees, shaking the earth beneath their feet. "You belong to Blackwood now, forever." George's heart raced. The words sent a sickening shiver through him, each syllable embedding itself into his mind like a worm burrowing into the deepest corners of his soul. There was no room for doubt now. It had never been about the manor itself. It had never been about the physical place. The curse was not bound to that mansion. It was bound to them, to their blood, to everything they had inherited when they were marked by Blackwood. It was as though their very existence had been tainted by the curse, and no matter how far they ran, it would follow. "Ben, do you remember what the woman said?" And suddenly asked, her voice almost a whisper, the words tumbling out in a rush. "She said we needed to destroy the curse from the inside, because of our blood." Ben stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with confusion. "What does that mean? What are you talking about?" "Before we left the mansion," and continued, her voice gaining strength, "the woman said that the curse was tied to us, our blood. She said it couldn't be broken unless we faced the root of it." The realization hit George like a thunderclap, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place in his mind. It wasn't just about defeating the figure. It was about breaking the bloodline, breaking the connection to Blackwood itself. "Do you mean?" George started, but he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. The very thought felt impossible, yet it was the only explanation that made sense. "Do you think?" Anne's voice faltered. She met George's eyes, her face pale with fear, yet filled with a strange determination. "Could one of us sacrifice ourselves to end it?" The idea hung heavy in the air, and for a long moment no one spoke. The forest around them felt suffocating in its silence, the oppressive weight of the curse pressing down on them like 100 unseen hands. The figure, still just behind them, seemed to be watching, waiting, its presence like a shadow that would never leave. "I don't know," Ben said, his voice trembling. "I don't know if I can do that, but if it's the only way." George's heart skipped a beat. The decision before them felt unbearable, a cruel twist of fate that none of them had asked for. The very idea of sacrificing one of their own was monstrous. But there was no other choice. The curse was too powerful, and it would never stop chasing them until it had claimed what it wanted. "We'll find a way," George said, his voice thick with the weight of the decision they faced. Together, the figure's laughter cut through the night again, louder now, more triumphant. It was as if the figure knew that the end was near, that the final decision was upon them. It was a mocking, bitter sound, filled with the certainty of victory. George could feel it closing in on them, the pressure building as they reached the edge of the woods. The cursed figure stood just beyond the trees now, its shape barely visible in the darkness, but its eyes, those hollow black eyes, were fixed on them with unblinking malice. "Don't look back," Anne said, her voice hard. "Don't stop." They turned and began to run again, this time toward the distant hills, away from the forest, away from the curse that had followed them from Blackwood Manor. But the laughter, the cold, empty laugh that echoed behind them, refused to fade. It seemed to stretch on forever, reverberating through the trees, following them, reminding them that the curse was not something they could outrun. And then, just as they reached the top of the hill, the ground beneath them trembled violently. A sudden, deafening roar of wind whipped through the trees, tearing at their clothes, their hair, their very souls. It was as though the entire world were being pulled into the void. George turned to face the oncoming storm, his heart pounding in his chest. In the distance, he could see the dark silhouette of the mansion again, its towering form looming, impossibly close now. It was as though the world had bent around them, pulling them back, dragging them toward the very place they had tried to escape. And in that moment, George realized the horrifying truth. They hadn't broken the curse. Not yet. It wasn't over. It had never been over. The wind howled louder now, a deafening roar that tore at their senses, making everything around them seem distorted and unreal. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, and George could feel the weight of the curse bearing down on him with every passing second. It was as if the very earth was alive, pulling them back, forcing them toward the darkness that awaited at the heart of Blackwood Manor. "Run!" George shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of wind and strange, unnerving sounds that filled the air. His feet moved on their own accord, as if driven by some unseen force, pushing him forward. But it was no use. He could feel the curse creeping up behind them, the shadow of the figure looming, never far, never resting. But then, a scream pierced through the wind, a sharp, guttural sound that froze George in place. And had fallen. She was on the ground, struggling to get up, her face contorted in terror as the wind whipped around her, pulling at her clothes. Her arms flailed, reaching out as though trying to grab onto something, anything, to pull herself free from the invisible force that was dragging her back toward the woods. "Anne!" George yelled, his voice cracking with desperation. He turned back, but before he could reach her, he saw the figure emerging from the shadows, its hollow eyes locked onto Anne, its lips curled into a grotesque smile. "Help her!" and cried, her voice weak, barely a whisper over the chaos of the storm. "Please, help me!" But George was too late. The figure moved swiftly, almost too quickly to follow, its long, distorted limbs stretching unnaturally as it reached Anne. She screamed again, her eyes wide with horror as the figure's hand wrapped around her ankle, dragging her into the dark forest with terrifying speed. "No!" Ben screamed, stumbling toward her, but he was pulled back by an unseen force. "We can't let it take her. We have to save her." George's heart raced as he watched and disappear into the blackness of the trees, the sound of her scream echoing in his ears. But he knew deep down that there was no saving her now. The curse had claimed her, just as it had claimed so many before her. "We have to go," George said, his voice choked with emotion. "We have to keep going." Ben looked at him, disbelief and rage flashing in his eyes. "How can you say that? We can't just leave her." "She's gone," George whispered, his throat tight. "The curse has her, and it won't stop until it has all of us." For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the distant, mournful cry of the wind. Then, as though in agreement, the ground beneath them trembled again, the darkness pressing in from all sides, closing them in like a vice. "We need to finish this," George said, more to himself than to anyone else. He could feel the weight of the curse in his chest, a crushing pressure that made it hard to breathe. "It's the only way." Without another word, he turned and began to move toward the distant hills, his feet carrying him forward with grim determination. Ben followed, his face pale, his steps heavy with the burden of what they had just lost. The storm raged around them, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart, but George didn't stop. He couldn't stop. There was no time left. As they reached the edge of the hill, George looked back one last time. Blackwood Manor loomed in the distance, its silhouette now bathed in an eerie, otherworldly glow. It was as though the mansion itself were alive, breathing, waiting for them. "We're going back," George muttered, more to himself than to Ben. "It's the only way to end this." Ben didn't respond. He couldn't. They both knew it was true. The curse had never been broken. It had only been lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to strike again. And now they had to face it. They had to return to Blackwood Manor. They reached the gates of the manor at dawn, the sky overhead heavy with dark clouds that seemed to press down on them like a blanket. The wind had died down, but the oppressive silence that followed felt even worse. The ground beneath their feet was soft, as though it had been soaked in something, and the air around them was thick with the stench of decay, as though the manor itself had been waiting for their return. "It's different," Ben said, his voice barely a whisper as he stared at the looming structure before them. "It feels wrong." George nodded, his eyes locked onto the dark windows of the manor. They were empty, but he could feel them watching, as though the house itself were aware of their presence. "You know what we have to do," George said, his voice tight. Ben swallowed hard, but said nothing. Together, they crossed the threshold of the gates, stepping onto the path that led up to the front door of Blackwood Manor. The wind picked up again, a low, mournful howl that seemed to emanate from the house itself. The doors to the manor stood open, as if inviting them in, the darkness beyond swallowing the light of the outside world. "Let's end this," George said, his voice resolute, though his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. As they stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind them with a deafening thud. The air was thick with dust, the silence oppressive, but it was also familiar, too familiar. It was as though they had never truly left. The house seemed to breathe, its old wooden floors creaking beneath their feet as they made their way through the hall. The walls, covered in faded portraits, seemed to watch them as they passed, their eyes following every movement. "We need to find the source," George said, his voice low. "We need to end this." They didn't have much time. The house was closing in on them, and the air around them grew colder with each step. It was as though the very walls were alive, suffocating them with the weight of its cursed history. The figure had to be close. They could feel it. It was waiting for them. The house groaned as they moved deeper into its heart, the creaking of the timbers seeming to echo with the memory of all the suffering it had witnessed. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper, peeling in places, revealing the decaying wood beneath. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and something darker, something ancient. It was as if the house itself had absorbed the very essence of the curse, the agony and terror of countless souls that had come before. George's steps were slow, cautious, but his heart was racing. Every part of him screamed to turn and run, to escape the manor and the suffocating presence that clung to it. But he couldn't. He couldn't leave. Not after everything. Not after everything they had fought for. They had to destroy this place, whatever it took. The hall ahead of them seemed to stretch endlessly, its shadowy recesses swallowing the light from their flashlights. Every corner felt like it could hide some new terror, some fresh nightmare that would pull them into its grasp. The house was alive, and it was watching them, waiting. Ben was walking just behind him, his face pale, his hand clutching a piece of broken wood like a weapon. He didn't speak. Neither of them did. Words seemed pointless in this place. There was only the oppressive silence and the feeling that something was wrong, something was coming. George stopped suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. He had felt it before, this presence, the same dark, suffocating weight that had filled the air when they had first entered Blackwood Manor. It was closer now. "Do you feel it?" he whispered to Ben, his voice barely audible in the stillness. Ben nodded, his face tight with fear. "Yeah, it's here." The floor beneath their feet groaned again, this time more violently, and George felt a sharp pang of fear in his chest. The walls seemed to close in around them, the darkness pressing harder against their backs, urging them forward. The very house was pushing them toward something, a destination, a final confrontation. They continued down the hall, each step echoing louder in the silence. The closer they got to the end of the corridor, the more the air seemed to thicken, the oppressive sense of something terrible lurking just out of sight growing stronger. And then they reached it, the door. It stood at the end of the hall, half open, its dark interior inviting them in. But there was something wrong about it. The light in the room was dim and flickering, like a candle struggling to stay alight in a storm. George could feel the cold radiating from the threshold, the unmistakable presence of something ancient, something evil that had been waiting for them. "This is it," George said, his voice trembling, despite his efforts to remain calm. He stepped forward, his hand resting on the door handle. "This is where it ends." Ben hesitated for a moment, looking into the darkness beyond. "What if we're not ready?" he asked, his voice shaky. "We don't have a choice," George replied, his voice harsh. "We have to do this. For Anne. For all of us." Taking a deep breath, George pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The room beyond was cloaked in shadows, but as they stepped inside, the faint glow of the dying light from their flashlights revealed what lay within. The room was large, its high ceilings stretching far above them. A giant fireplace stood at the far wall, its hearth empty, cold. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with old, tattered tomes. A large, ornate mirror hung on the wall to their right, its surface cracked, reflecting only dark shapes and flickering light. But it wasn't the books or the fireplace that drew their attention. It was the figure standing in the center of the room. The figure was tall and gaunt, its skin pale and stretched tight over its bones. Its face was twisted into a grotesque mask, a cruel grin painted on its lips. But what was most terrifying was its eyes, black, empty sockets that seemed to pull the very light from the room. It was the same figure they had seen before, the one that had hunted them through the forest, the one that had followed them even after they had left the manor. It was waiting for them. "You shouldn't have come back," the figure's voice rasped, its words like nails scraping against a chalkboard. "You were warned. But now it's too late." George stepped forward, his hand gripping the broken wood tightly. "We're ending this. We're ending you." The figure's laugh was low, dark, and mocking. "You think you can end me? You think you can destroy what's been here for centuries? What's been woven into the very fabric of your blood? You're fools." Ben stepped forward beside George, his face set with determination. "We don't have a choice. This curse ends tonight." The figure tilted its head, a twisted smile forming on its lips. "Very well. If you truly wish to face me, then face the truth. The curse will never die. It is you who have brought it upon yourselves. The bloodline is cursed, and it cannot be undone." With a sudden, terrifying movement, the figure lunged at them, its hands reaching for their throats. George swung the broken wood in a desperate arc, connecting with the figure's chest. But it passed through the creature like smoke, a mere illusion, an empty shell. What are you?" George gasped, stepping back, his mind racing. The figure was not real, at least, not in the way they understood. It was more than that. It was the embodiment of the curse, a manifestation of everything Blackwood Manor had been, of every soul it had consumed. "We are one," the figure said, its voice seeping into George's mind like poison. "The curse cannot be broken. It is in your blood. It is who you are." George's vision blurred as the figure's words wrapped around his mind, twisting and pulling at his very sense of reality. The walls of the room seemed to melt away, and for a moment he could see flashes of the past, flashes of the original Blackwood family, their greed, their suffering, their pact with something dark and ancient that had sealed their fate. The bloodline had always been tainted, always cursed, and now it was his burden to bear. But then something snapped inside George. The figure's words were nothing more than lies, meant to break him, meant to make him give in to the curse. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding, his mind clearing. He would not be its victim. "We are not you," George shouted, his voice filled with defiance. "We're not a part of this." And in that moment, the darkness around them seemed to shudder. The figure froze, its body flickering in and out of existence, as though the very curse that had given it form was starting to unravel. "Break it," George said, turning to Ben. "Now, we need to destroy the bloodline." Destroy the curse. Ben nodded, his face grim, his hands shaking, but his resolve firm. Together, they raised the broken wood high, the shards of what was left of the cursed amulet they had found earlier. They pressed it into the air, the sharp edges glowing with an otherworldly light. And in that instant, the figure screamed, a terrible, gut-wrenching sound that echoed through the very walls of Blackwood Manor. The air seemed to shimmer and bend around them, as though the curse itself was tearing apart, its hold on them breaking. The ground shook violently as the figure collapsed into itself, its form disintegrating into dust, its presence vanishing into the very air. And as the last remnants of its dark form faded, the room fell silent. The curse had been broken, but George knew it would never truly be over. Not for him, not for them. The silence that followed was deafening. The oppressive weight that had once clung to Blackwood Manor had lifted, but the air still felt thick, saturated with the remnants of something ancient, something dark. The shattered pieces of the cursed amulet lay scattered on the floor, the faint glow from them dying out like embers after a fire has been extinguished. For a long moment, neither George nor Ben moved. They stood in the center of the room, the dim light from their flashlights casting long, twisted shadows across the walls. The oppressive silence wrapped itself around them, stifling, almost suffocating, as though the very air had become heavy with the memories of everything that had transpired. But despite the quiet, George couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching them, something lingering, just beyond the reach of their senses, something that refused to let them go. "Is it over?" Ben asked, his voice hoarse, a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief coloring his tone. He was still holding the jagged remains of the amulet, his hand trembling as if he feared it would somehow still have power, that the curse might yet reach out and claim them both. George looked around the room, his breath shallow, his body tense. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened, of what they had just faced. But there were no answers, no sudden revelations. "I don't know," he muttered, the words coming out as little more than a whisper. "But I think we need to leave. Now." Ben nodded, his expression pale, as if he too felt the lingering presence of something dark, something that refused to be vanquished so easily. They turned and made their way back toward the door, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the manor. The air was unnaturally cold, and the house itself seemed to exhale, the walls groaning under the weight of its own ancient memories. The grand staircase that had once felt so imposing now seemed like a tomb, a dark monument to the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. As they reached the entrance hall, they saw that the front door was slightly ajar. The storm outside had died down, but the world beyond was shrouded in fog, the shapes of the trees in the distance barely visible through the haze. The manor seemed to pulse with a quiet, insistent rhythm, as though it were still alive, still holding on to something that it could not release. George hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the manor's dark interior. He had thought that breaking the curse would bring an end to it, end to the horror, the darkness that had haunted this place for so long. But now, as he looked back, he wondered if they had truly escaped, if they had truly freed themselves from the clutches of Blackwood Manor. "Let's go," Ben urged, his voice tight. "We're done here." With a final, lingering look at the house, George nodded, and together they stepped out into the misty, cold air of the morning. The fog seemed to envelop them immediately, the ground beneath their feet soft and uneven, as though the earth itself had been scarred by the curse that had plagued the manor. They didn't speak as they walked away from Blackwood Manor. Neither of them had the words to express what they had just gone through, what they had seen, what they had felt. It wasn't until they reached the edge of the property, standing at the end of the long driveway, that George turned to look back one last time. The house loomed in the distance, its windows dark, its silhouette barely visible through the haze. But now it felt different, emptier somehow. The curse had broken, but had it truly been vanquished? Was Blackwood Manor really free, or had it merely been lying in wait, biding its time until someone else would come. "Do you think it's over?" Ben asked, his voice distant, filled with an uncertainty that mirrored George's own. George took a long, steadying breath, his heart still heavy with the weight of everything they had experienced. He didn't know how to answer. He didn't know if they had truly broken the curse, or if the house would continue to haunt them. Haunt anyone who dared to set foot on its cursed grounds. "I don't know," George replied finally. "But I know one thing." "What's that?" Ben asked, his eyes searching George's face. "It's not over for us," George said quietly. "It'll never be over." And with that, they turned and walked away from Blackwood Manor, the fog closing in around them, the sense of dread never fully leaving their hearts. The days that followed were a blur. George couldn't shake the feeling that the curse had not been truly broken, that there was still something dark, still something waiting in the shadows. The memories of Blackwood Manor haunted him at every turn. Visions of the figure, the dark presence, the feeling of something watching him, following him. It was as though the curse had seeped into his very soul, leaving a mark that would never fade. Ben, too, seemed different. He was quieter now, distant, as though the horrors they had faced together had stripped away a part of him. They rarely spoke of what had happened in the manor, but both of them carried the burden of it, the knowledge that the curse had not truly died, that the darkness still lingered just beyond the edge of their awareness. They both tried to move on with their lives. They tried to return to normalcy, to forget what had happened, but the pull of Blackwood Manor, the sense of something unfinished, never left them. And then one night, George received a call. "George," a voice on the other end of the line said, sounding panicked, frantic. "It's happening again. I'm at Blackwood Manor. I don't know how, but it's back. The curse, it's still here." George felt his heart stop. He knew what he had to do. It was the only choice left. The curse was never meant to be broken. It was always meant to return. George stood there, the phone still pressed to his ear, his heart pounding in his chest. The words from the caller were like a sharp knife, cutting through the fragile shell of calm he had managed to build around himself since leaving Blackwood Manor. "It's happening again." The words echoed in his mind, reverberating in the hollow chambers of his thoughts. "I'm at Blackwood Manor." The fog, the dark presence, the cursed bloodline, it was all coming back. He could feel it in his bones, in the pit of his stomach, the same dreadful pull that had drawn him back to this cursed place once before. "Who is this?" George managed to ask, his voice shaky despite his best efforts to remain calm. There was a pause on the other end of the line before the voice responded, its tone filled with panic. It's Rachel." The sound of something crashing echoed in the background, followed by a shrill, bone-chilling scream. "George, please. It's back. I don't know what to do. Please help." Rachel. George's mind raced. Rachel had been a distant relative of the Blackwood family, someone he barely remembered, someone who had been lost in the dark annals of the family history. But now she was in the middle of it. She was at Blackwood Manor. "Where are you?" George asked urgently, his voice now steady, taking control of the rising terror inside him. "Rachel, you have to get out of there. You have to leave now." But all he heard was static for a moment, followed by Rachel's voice, barely audible. I can't. I tried. It won't let me go." There was a moment of silence before the sound of footsteps echoed, heavy and deliberate, like someone, or something, was walking just out of sight. The phone line went dead. George stared at the phone in his hand for a long moment, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. His first instinct was to run, to grab Ben and rush back to Blackwood Manor, to confront whatever was waiting there. But something held him back. Something about Rachel's voice, the desperation, made him question everything he thought he knew. He had thought the curse was broken, but what if it wasn't? What if the destruction of the figure in the manor, the banishment of the dark presence, had only been part of the puzzle? What if the manor itself was the source of the curse, a living, breathing entity that could never truly die. He couldn't risk waiting. Not again. He quickly grabbed his coat, the weight of it heavy on his shoulders, and moved toward the door. He had to go. The pull of the manor was stronger than ever, like an invisible tether, calling him back to where it all began. And this time, he wasn't going to leave without answers. The drive to Blackwood Manor felt longer this time, the roads twisting and turning like the path through a nightmare. The sky was overcast, heavy with dark clouds that seemed to press down on the world, making everything feel suffocating, claustrophobic. George's grip on the steering wheel tightened with every passing mile. He could feel the house waiting for him, its oppressive presence looming in the distance. The air grew colder the closer he got to the manor. The fog, thick and unrelenting, rolled across the road, swallowing up the car in its murky depths. Every corner he turned, the trees seemed to close in on him, their skeletal branches reaching out like fingers, dragging him toward the dark heart of the curse. When he finally saw the silhouette of Blackwood Manor looming on the horizon, he felt a shiver run down his spine. The house was more than just a building. It was a creature, a living thing, and it was watching him, waiting. As he pulled up to the front gates, George's breath caught in his throat. The manor looked as it had before, decayed, abandoned, its windows dark and lifeless. But there was something new about it, something worse. The doors, which had once been sealed shut, were now wide open, swinging eerily in the wind. He couldn't waste any more time. With his heart racing, George stepped out of the car, his footsteps crunching on the gravel as he made his way toward the entrance. The door creaked as he pushed it open, the sound like a warning, a herald of the horrors that awaited him inside. As soon as he stepped across the threshold, the air shifted. The house seemed to exhale a deep, guttural sound, as though it had been holding its breath for years. The walls groaned, the floors creaked, and in the distance, George could swear he heard the faint sound of whispers, like the voices of the dead, calling to him from the depths of the manor. He gripped the doorframe, steadying himself as his mind reeled. The memories of everything that had happened before, the figure, the curse, the terror, flooded back in a rush, each moment more terrifying than the last. But this time there was no figure. There was no dark presence looming over him. There was only the house. And Rachel. George's heart pounded in his chest as he called out, "Rachel?" His voice was hoarse, the name feeling strange on his tongue. "Rachel, where are you?" The silence that followed was suffocating. But then he heard it, a faint scraping sound, followed by a soft moan, like someone or something dragging itself across the floor. He turned toward the sound, his heart racing. The hallway stretched out before him, dark and narrow, as though the manor itself was trying to swallow him whole. But there, at the end of the hallway, he could make out a figure, slumped against the wall, half conscious, her hands twitching as if trying to reach for him. "Rachel!" George shouted, rushing toward her. She looked up, her eyes wide with fear. Her face was pale, streaked with dirt and sweat, her hair matted to her forehead. "It's too late," Rachel gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "You shouldn't have come back. It's never over." Before George could reach her, the ground beneath him shook. The manor groaned, the walls seemed to shudder, and then everything went dark. The darkness engulfed George like a thick, suffocating veil. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. He couldn't see. The world seemed to have collapsed in on itself, leaving him in an oppressive blackness that was both familiar and terrifying. He felt his heartbeat, fast and frantic, like a drum in his chest. His lungs burned as he struggled to inhale, but the air felt thick, as though he were drowning in it. And then slowly, the blackness began to fade. At first, there was a dull, pulsing light, a sickly, greenish glow that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. The light flickered and shivered, like a candle struggling to stay lit in a violent wind. It illuminated the walls of the manor, revealing their cracked, decaying surfaces. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and rot, but there was something else. Something worse. A presence. George could feel it. It was heavy and oppressive, like an unseen weight pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe, to move. He could hear faint whispers in the distance, growing louder with each passing second, their words unintelligible, but their tone unmistakably sinister. It was a language he didn't understand, but it felt ancient, old, beyond time, beyond reason. "George?" The voice came from behind him, a soft whisper that sent a shiver racing down his spine. He froze. His head snapped around, but there was no one there. "George?" It came again, but this time, the voice was closer, closer than before. He could feel the cold breath on the back of his neck, the chill sinking deep into his bones. He slowly turned around, his eyes scanning the shadows, searching for the source of the voice. And then out of the corner of his eye, he saw her. Rachel. She was standing in the far corner of the room, her back to him, her body stiff, as though she were frozen in place. Her head was tilted unnaturally to the side, her hair hanging in front of her face, obscuring her features. But George could see her eyes. They were wide open, unblinking, and filled with terror. Her hands were held out in front of her, palms facing outward, as if she were trying to push something away. "Rachel," George whispered, taking a step toward her. But as he moved closer, something shifted in the shadows behind her. A figure, tall and dark, stepped into the light, its shape vague and indistinct, as though it were made of smoke and shadows. It moved with an unsettling grace, its limbs elongating, bending in unnatural ways. Its face was featureless, an empty void where a face should be, but George could feel its gaze upon him. Its presence was suffocating, overwhelming. Rachel's body jerked suddenly, her limbs twitching as though she were being controlled by some unseen force. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling erratically, her hands trembling as they reached out to him. "Help me," she choked out, her voice breaking, the words barely audible over the oppressive whispers that filled the room. George's heart pounded in his chest as he reached out to her, but the moment his hand touched her shoulder, everything went black again. When George opened his eyes, the world was still dark, but this time there was no sickly green light, no pulsing whispers, no cold, oppressive presence. It was just still, silent. He was lying on the cold, hard floor, his body aching, his head spinning. He pushed himself up, his arms shaking from the effort. As he slowly rose to his feet, he looked around. The room was unfamiliar, its walls covered in dark, peeling wallpaper, the air thick with dust. But there was something about it that seemed wrong. There were no doors, no windows, just the four walls closing in on him. George's breath caught in his throat as he realized he wasn't alone. In the far corner of the room, the figure stood again, its form shifting, twisting in the dim light. Its empty, featureless face turned toward him, and George felt the weight of its gaze, cold, predatory, like a hunter sizing up its prey. It moved toward him with unnatural speed, its limbs bending and stretching as it crossed the room. Every step it took seemed to distort the air around it, as if the very fabric of reality were warping and breaking under its presence. "Help!" Rachel's voice echoed in George's mind, distant but unmistakable. "Help me before it's too late." But there was no time to react. The figure was almost upon him, its dark form looming over him, filling the space with an overwhelming sense of dread. George's heart raced, his mind a blur of panic and fear. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. The figure reached out with one of its long, twisted limbs, its fingers elongating, stretching toward him. And then, just as its hand was about to touch him, the ground beneath George's feet gave way. He fell. The sensation was like falling into an endless void, the air rushing past him, pulling him deeper and deeper into darkness. He felt weightless, as if gravity had lost all meaning. His body spun, twisted, and tumbled through the blackness, but he couldn't find his bearings. His mind raced with fear, with confusion, as the world around him spun out of control. Finally, with a violent jolt, he hit the ground. George gasped for air, his body racked with pain. The room was spinning, the walls shifting in a nauseating dance. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy, as though the very act of standing was an impossible task. Through the disorienting blur, he saw someone. Rachel. She was standing in front of him, her face pale, her eyes wide and unblinking. Her lips were parted, as though she were about to speak, but no words came out. Her body was trembling, her hands held out in front of her, as though she were trying to protect herself from something invisible. And then from the shadows, the figure appeared again. It was taller now, its body distorted and warped, its limbs twisting unnaturally as it moved closer to Rachel. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with their deafening chorus. George tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to move, to reach for Rachel, but his limbs were frozen, trapped in place. The figure reached out, its long, black fingers grazing Rachel's face. And then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. George's heart stopped as he stared at the empty space where Rachel had stood just moments ago. The figure, that towering, twisted presence, seemed to ripple and shift in the air, its form growing even more distorted, stretching in ways that defied all logic. Its featureless face loomed over him like a dark omen, its empty eyes cold and unforgiving. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, each step it took causing the air around it to distort and crack, as though reality itself was bending under the weight of its existence. A low, guttural sound rumbled from the depths of its being, an almost inhuman growl, deep and primal, like the sound of something ancient and powerful that had awakened after an eternity of slumber. The whispers around George grew louder, more frantic, the words unintelligible but somehow familiar, like fragments of a forgotten language that clawed at the edges of his consciousness. He could feel the curse, the weight of it, pressing down on him, suffocating him. Every breath was a struggle, as though the very air in this room was thick with malice, with hatred, with the remnants of the darkness that had consumed Blackwood Manor. And then, to his horror, the figure began to move toward him. It was slow at first, deliberate, savoring the terror it was inducing in him. Each step it took seemed to make the ground beneath him tremble, and George's legs threatened to buckle beneath him. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms as his mind raced. He had to get away. He had to fight, but his body was frozen, unwilling to obey his desperate commands. The figure was almost upon him now, its dark, twisted limbs outstretched, its fingers curling like claws, ready to take him. George's breath hitched in his throat. Panic surged through his veins as he finally willed his legs to move, staggering backward, stumbling as the room spun around him. He didn't know what to do, didn't know how to fight this thing. It wasn't just a shadow or a ghost. It was something much worse, something ancient, something that had always been there, lurking in the depths of Blackwood Manor, feeding off the fear of its inhabitants. Help! The whisper came again, but this time it wasn't Rachel's voice. It was familiar, yet distant. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, echoing in his mind, reverberating through the walls of the room. Help before it's too late. George's eyes darted around, searching for any way to escape, any way to fight back. The whispers were maddening now, drowning out his thoughts, filling him with a sense of hopelessness. The figure was right in front of him now, towering over him like a dark god, its long fingers reaching out, grazing his shoulder with an icy touch. He screamed, his voice raw and desperate, but it was swallowed by the silence that followed. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls pressing tighter, suffocating him. And then, with a violent, gut-wrenching pull, the ground beneath him disappeared once more. He fell again. This time, there was no spinning, no weightlessness, no endless darkness, just the sharp, sudden jolt of hitting the cold, hard floor. His body ached from the fall, his head spinning as he struggled to push himself up, his hands trembling. His surroundings were unfamiliar now. He was no longer in the same room, no longer in the manor's decaying walls. But the whispers were still there. They surrounded him, filling the air with their frantic chorus, their voices growing louder and more urgent. George's pulse raced as he fought to clear his mind, to make sense of what was happening. He pushed himself to his feet, his breath shallow, his thoughts scattered, and then slowly he looked around. He was in what appeared to be an old, dilapidated chapel, the walls crumbling, the stained glass windows shattered, their fragments scattered across the floor like forgotten memories. A heavy, oppressive feeling hung in the air, the atmosphere thick with the stench of mildew and decay. The altar was in the distance, its surface covered in dark, dried stains. Everything in the room seemed to be covered in a thick layer of dust, as if no one had been here in centuries. But something wasn't right. There, at the far end of the room, a figure stood, its back to him, facing the altar. "Rachel! Rachel!" George called out, his voice hoarse, his heart pounding in his chest. "Rachel, where are you?" The figure did not move. "Rachel!" he called again, this time with more urgency, his voice trembling. The figure turned, but it wasn't Rachel's face that greeted him. It was the face of the creature, the twisted, featureless face that had haunted his every step since he had first set foot in Blackwood Manor. Its hollow eyes stared at him, unblinking, unfeeling, and it was wearing Rachel's body like a mask. George's stomach churned as the realization hit him. It wasn't just Rachel who was trapped here. It wasn't just the house, the manor, or the curse that haunted these walls. It was something far worse, something far older, a force that had been using Rachel, using everyone, to feed its dark, insatiable hunger. "Help!" the voice rasped, but it was no longer Rachel's. It was the voice of the creature, distorted and unnatural, coming from its mouth. "Help me, George. Help me!" George's breath caught in his throat as he took a step backward, but the floor beneath him seemed to tremble, forcing him to stand his ground. He couldn't escape. "Not now. Why are you doing this?" George demanded, his voice raw with terror and desperation. "What do you want from us? Why do you keep doing this?" The creature smiled, a twisted, grotesque grin spreading across its face, its lips curling in mockery. "What I want, George, is what I've always wanted," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "To feed, to consume, to destroy. And you're just another piece of the puzzle." George's heart raced as the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. This thing wasn't a ghost, wasn't just some vengeful spirit. It was something ancient, something that had always been here, buried deep within the cursed walls of Blackwood Manor. It was a parasite, feeding on fear, on pain, on death. And it wasn't going to stop until it had consumed everything. George had no choice now. He had to end this. He had to break the curse once and for all, even if it meant sacrificing himself. But first, he needed to find the truth. George's mind raced as the figure, Rachel's body twisted and contorted by the malevolent force, stared at him with its hollow, dark eyes. The air was suffocating, thick with dread, and his pulse hammered in his ears. He could feel the weight of the curse pressing down on him, threatening to swallow him whole, but there was no time to hesitate. The figure's grin stretched wider, more grotesque, as if savoring his fear. "You're too late, George," it crooned. "Too late to save her, too late to save yourself. The manor will claim you, just like it has claimed so many before." George's legs felt unsteady, his mind still reeling from the horrors that had unfolded in the manor. The memories of the past few days, of Rachel's disappearance, of the whispers, of the dark presence lurking in every shadow, flooded back into his consciousness, each one more horrifying than the last. But he couldn't let it consume him. "Not now. Who are you?" he shouted, his voice trembling but defiant. "What are you?" The creature's dark, featureless face seemed to shift, its expression morphing from the twisted smile into something darker, colder. It tilted its head slightly, as if considering the question. "I am the beginning and the end, George. I am the curse of Blackwood Manor. I am the darkness that has been here since the very foundation of this place. George's stomach turned as he took a step forward, his mind grasping at any shred of hope. But how do I stop this? How do I end it? The creature's laugh echoed around the room, low and chilling. Stop it? You can't stop it. You can't undo what has been done. The curse is already inside you. The words hit George like a physical blow. Inside him, he felt a wave of nausea rise within him, and his hand instinctively went to his chest, as though searching for the source of the dark presence the creature spoke of. The creature reached out, its long fingers stretched, its claws gleaming in the dim light. It's already too late. You can't escape it. With a sudden movement, the figure lunged toward him, its distorted limbs reaching for him with terrifying speed. George scrambled backward, his heart racing as he tried to evade the creature's grasp. He had to get away. He had to find a way to break the curse. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as though they were closing in on him from all sides. The room seemed to contract, the walls pressing in on him, the air growing colder with every passing second. He could feel the darkness crawling under his skin, the curse pulling at him, trying to drag him into its suffocating embrace. Desperation clawed at his mind as he turned, searching frantically for something, anything, that could help him. His eyes landed on the altar at the far end of the room, its surface stained with dark, dried blood. The whispers seemed to emanate from it, vibrating through the very walls of the room. It was the source, the origin of the curse. He didn't hesitate. With every ounce of strength he had left, George bolted toward the altar, his legs weak beneath him, but his determination driving him forward. The creature's laughter echoed behind him, a sickening sound that made his blood run cold, but he pushed it aside. He couldn't stop now, not when the end was so close. As he reached the altar, he saw that there was something carved into the stone, a symbol, old and worn, etched deep into the surface. It looked like a twisted version of the manor's emblem, a dark spiral that seemed to swirl into itself, pulling everything into its depths. The whispers intensified as he approached it, their words becoming clearer, more urgent. Destroy it, the voice inside his mind urged him, the words coming from everywhere and nowhere. Destroy the altar, and the curse will be broken. George's heart raced as he gripped the edge of the altar, the cold stone sending a shock of terror through his fingertips. The whispers clawed at his mind, trying to drown out his thoughts, to make him doubt what he knew he had to do. But he couldn't afford to falter now. He reached down, his fingers brushing the symbol, and a shock of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to gasp in pain. The ground beneath him trembled, the entire room shaking, as if the very foundations of the manor were coming undone. The creature's voice, distorted and furious, rang out from behind him. No, you can't undo it. You can't. But George didn't listen. He pressed harder against the symbol, forcing it to crack, forcing it to break. And with a violent roar, the altar split in half, the stone shattering into pieces. The room erupted into chaos. The darkness that had been creeping at the edges of the room seemed to come alive, swirling and twisting like a violent storm. The whispers became deafening, their frantic energy filling every corner of the room. The creature's form flickered, distorted, as if it were being torn apart by the very forces it had summoned. For a brief moment, George thought he was going to be consumed by it all. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the storm of darkness ceased. The air cleared, the whispers faded, the oppressive weight lifted, and the creature was gone. For a moment, George stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He slowly turned, his eyes scanning the room. The altar was gone, reduced to dust and rubble. The walls no longer seemed to close in on him, and the oppressive darkness had lifted. But the silence that followed felt heavy, as though the world was holding its breath. He could feel the presence of something, someone watching him, something that had witnessed the end of the curse, something ancient and powerful. And then, from the corner of the room, Rachel appeared. Her body was no longer twisted by the curse. Her eyes were no longer empty, and her face was no longer a mask of terror. She looked at him, her eyes soft with gratitude, but also filled with sorrow. "George," she whispered, her voice weak but clear. "You did it. You saved me." George felt a surge of relief wash over him, but there was no time to savor it. He knew that the battle was over, but the curse, the presence of Blackwood Manor, had left its mark. He could still feel its weight in the air, lingering in the corners of the room like an echo of something terrible. But for now, Rachel was free. They were free. George took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart. The silence in the chapel felt oppressive, but it was also strangely comforting. The darkness, that terrible presence that had consumed everything around them for so long, seemed to be gone, but a deep, gnawing unease lingered in the pit of his stomach. He looked at Rachel, still standing in front of him, her form bathed in the faint light that filtered through the broken windows. You're really okay?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. He couldn't quite believe it. After everything they had been through, after the horror of the last few days, the fact that she was standing there, looking like she had come back from the edge of death, seemed almost impossible. Rachel nodded slowly, her eyes filled with tears that shimmered in the dim light. "I don't know how, but I am," she said, her voice shaking. "I don't understand it either, George. One minute, I was trapped in that horrible place, and the next, I don't even know what happened." George stepped forward cautiously, as though afraid that if he got too close, the illusion would shatter. But when he reached out and took her hand, it was warm, solid, real. He pulled her into a tight embrace, unable to suppress the rush of emotions that flooded through him. Relief, joy, and something darker, something primal, that he couldn't name. Rachel clung to him, her breath ragged. "I don't want to stay here. Not anymore. This place, it's not just the curse. There's something else. Something old." George nodded, feeling the truth of her words deep in his bones. Blackwood Manor was not just a place of tragedy and suffering. It was something far more insidious. Something ancient. He had felt it, deep in his soul, as the walls seemed to close in on him, as though the house itself had been alive, feeding on their fear, their pain, their despair. They couldn't stay here. "We'll leave," George promised. "We'll leave this place behind. It can't hurt us anymore." But even as the words left his mouth, George felt a twinge of doubt. The manor was a prison, yes, but it was also part of them. Part of everything that had happened. "We need to get out of here," Rachel said, her voice trembling as she looked around the chapel, her eyes wide with fear. "But where will we go? How do we even begin to escape this?" George didn't have the answer. For a long moment, he just stared at the remnants of the altar, the symbol they had destroyed, now nothing more than dust and scattered debris. He couldn't shake the feeling that their ordeal wasn't over. There was something unfinished here, something they had missed. "The curse may be broken," George said slowly, "but there's still something about this place. I can feel it, Rachel. It's like it's in my bones. It's not over." Rachel shook her head, looking frightened. "What do you mean?" "The creature is gone." The whispers stopped. "We destroyed the altar. We should be free." "I wish it were that simple," George muttered. "But the manor, it's not just cursed. It's connected to something older. Something that can't just be destroyed with a few broken stones. It's tied to the land, to the very foundations of this place." Rachel's gaze fell to the floor, her face pale as she processed his words. "Then what are we supposed to do?" George sighed, his hand brushing against his forehead as the weight of their situation bore down on him. They couldn't leave. Not yet. Not until they had uncovered the full truth of Blackwood Manor. The curse had been lifted, but the darkness, the malevolent force that had lived in the walls of the house for centuries, still had a grip on their minds. "We have to find the source of the curse," George said, his voice firm. "We have to know everything. All of it. The truth about Blackwood Manor." Rachel looked up at him, her eyes searching his face. You really think that's the answer? I don't know, but I can't leave until I understand it. Until we understand it. He paused, his gaze drifting to the broken altar. This isn't just about breaking the curse. This is about stopping it from ever coming back. For a long moment, Rachel remained silent, her gaze distant as she processed his words. Then finally she nodded, though her face was lined with exhaustion and fear. All right, let's find out what really happened here. And so they began to search. The chapel, though a place of dark energy, offered little in the way of clues. But the sense of dread that had lingered in the air didn't dissipate. If anything, it grew heavier as they moved deeper into the heart of the manor. They spent hours combing through the rooms of Blackwood Manor, each one more decayed and dilapidated than the last. Time seemed to blur as they searched, the shadows in the corners of the house stretching farther and farther, until they reached the old study, a room at the far end of the house that they hadn't yet explored. The study, when they entered, was eerily quiet. Dust lay thick on the furniture, but everything seemed untouched, frozen in time. It was here that George found the old journal, buried beneath a pile of yellowing papers on the desk. The leather binding was cracked, the pages brittle with age. Rachel hovered over his shoulder as he opened it carefully, the faint sound of the paper cracking filling the air. The writing was cramped and faded, but the words were unmistakable. Asterisk, we must not let them know. The curse is bound to the house, to the land beneath it. It cannot be broken. No one who inherits Blackwood Manor ever leaves. The blood of the curse runs through our veins, and the house will claim us in the end. Asterisk. The journal's pages continued, detailing the twisted history of the Blackwood family, their descent into madness, their dealings with dark forces that had rooted themselves in the earth beneath the manor. There were mentions of rituals, of sacrifices, of ancient pacts with entities too terrible to comprehend. And then, at the very end of the journal, a single sentence written in a hurried, frantic hand. Asterisk, the last of us will always return. The curse is eternal. Asterisk. George felt a chill run down his spine as he closed the journal. The weight of those words was like a cold hand around his throat. Rachel looked at him, her face pale. What does it mean, George? What is all this? He didn't know, but he could feel the dark truth closing in on them. The curse might be broken, but Blackwood Manor would never let them go. The air in the study grew heavy, thick with the weight of the journal's words. George stood frozen, the book still clutched in his hands, as the reality of their situation sank deeper into his bones. The manor, Blackwood Manor, was not just cursed in the traditional sense. It was bound to the land itself, to something ancient and unforgiving, something that would never release its hold on those who dared to enter. Rachel took a step back, her eyes wide with terror. George, what do we do now? This place, it's not just haunted. It's alive, isn't it? Alive in a way we can't even understand. George felt a surge of dread flood his chest, but he forced himself to swallow it down. He couldn't afford to show weakness. Not now, not when they were so close to the heart of it all. I think we've only scratched the surface, he said, his voice tight. The curse, it's tied to the Blackwood family, to their bloodline. The journal mentions blood, sacrifices, pacts, but it doesn't explain how to end it completely. It's as if the house itself is the vessel, the anchor, and the curse is bound to it in a way that we can't just destroy with a ritual or breaking an altar. Rachel nodded, her gaze flicking to the broken altar in the distance, then back to George. You think the house will always call us back, no matter what? George felt his stomach twist at the thought. I don't know, Rachel, but I think we need to find more answers. We can't leave without understanding what happened here. The Blackwood family, they made a pact with something dark, something powerful. We need to know exactly what it was. Rachel took a deep breath, steeling herself. Where do we even start? The manor's ancient, and there's so much we don't know. The family's gone. What's left for us to find? George looked around, his gaze landing on a narrow door at the far end of the study. half hidden behind a dusty bookshelf. It was a door that had been there all along, but hadn't stood out until now. It almost seemed to call to him, as though it was beckoning him to uncover the final piece of the puzzle. "That door," he said quietly. "Let's see where it leads." They approached the door cautiously, both of them aware of how the air seemed to shift as they drew closer. It felt wrong, unnatural, like the manor itself was reacting to their decision. But George couldn't turn back now. He had come too far, and there were too many unanswered questions. The door creaked loudly as they opened it, revealing a narrow staircase that spiraled down into the darkness. The scent of damp earth and decay wafted up from below, and George could feel the temperature drop, the cold seeping into his bones. "This is it," Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. "This is where it all began." They descended into the darkness, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the air became. It was like walking into the belly of the beast, and every step they took felt like a step toward their doom. At the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a large underground chamber, its walls lined with ancient stone and faded carvings. The room was cold and empty, save for a large stone pedestal in the center. On the pedestal rested a single object, an old, intricately carved box, its surface covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. Rachel gasped as she stepped forward, her eyes wide with recognition. "That box! I've seen it before. In the journal. It's the key. It has to be." George approached the pedestal cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the weight of the box's presence, like a dark energy emanating from it. Whatever was inside, whatever the Blackwood family had locked away all those years ago, it was powerful and dangerous. Without a word, he reached for the box, his hands trembling as he lifted it from the pedestal. The moment his fingers touched it, the entire chamber seemed to shudder. The air grew thick with an unnatural pressure, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. "George, be careful!" Rachel's voice cracked with fear. But it was too late. The box began to glow, the symbols on its surface flaring to life with an eerie, greenish light. The room seemed to warp and twist, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. George felt a sharp pain in his head, a searing pressure behind his eyes, as though something was trying to break free from within. "No, no," he whispered, his voice strained. "This wasn't supposed to happen." The light from the box grew brighter, and for a moment it consumed everything, his vision, his thoughts, his very sense of self. It was as if the darkness within the manor had found its way out, flooding the world around him. Then, with a deafening crash, the box shattered, its pieces flying in all directions. A pulse of raw, unholy energy surged through the chamber, and the very walls seemed to crack and crumble. George stumbled backward, his head spinning. Rachel screamed, clutching at him, her face pale with terror. From the wreckage of the box, something began to take shape. It was a figure, tall, dark, and twisted. A shadowy silhouette that seemed to grow out of the very air itself, its eyes glowing like embers in the dark. George tried to speak, but his throat was dry. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The creature before them was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was not human, but neither was it fully of the darkness. It was something ancient, something bound to the land and the house itself. The figure's voice filled the chamber, low and guttural. "You have unleashed me," it hissed. "The blood of the Blackwood family runs through your veins, and now you have set me free." The temperature in the room dropped even further, and George could feel the cold seep into his bones, his blood freezing in his veins. He knew then that the curse was far more than just a haunting. It was an entity, a malevolent force that had been imprisoned for generations, and now it was free. "You will never leave this place," the figure continued, its voice echoing in their minds. "The house is mine, and so are you." George reached for Rachel's hand, his fingers cold with fear. "We need to run," he whispered. But even as he said the words, he knew that running would not save them. The figure loomed over them, its form shifting and undulating like smoke in the air, yet solid and terrifying in its presence. The voice, deep, ancient, and filled with malice, seemed to reverberate within George's very bones. His instincts screamed at him to flee, to escape this creature that had been born of the manor's cursed bloodline. But the words that left his lips barely seemed to matter. Rachel's grip on his hand tightened, her knuckles white with terror. "What is it, George?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What does it want from us?" The creature's eyes, glowing a dull, sickly red, locked onto them with a gaze that seemed to pierce right through them. "I want nothing," it rasped. "Not anymore. However, you are my vessel, my legacy." George felt a cold shudder run through him. The words made no sense. The curse, the creature, the manor, it all seemed like one tangled mess of nightmare logic. But there was something in the creature's words that made his heart race with a dreadful understanding. The Blackwood family's blood was cursed, not just because of their pact or the rituals they had performed, but because of the dark entity they had bound to the very foundation of this house. The creature standing before them wasn't just an apparition, a vengeful spirit. It was something far worse, an ancient, malevolent force that had been feeding off the suffering of the Blackwood bloodline, growing stronger with each generation. And now it wanted them. The shadow seemed to pulse, a wave of oppressive energy crashing over George and Rachel. It moved toward them with unnatural speed, its form dissolving and reforming like the smoke of a dying fire. George tried to take a step back, but his legs were frozen, rooted to the spot. "No," he breathed. "This isn't how it ends. Not like this." The figure's lips curled into a twisted smile, its eyes glowing brighter, brighter still. "Oh, but it is how it ends," it hissed. "For you, for all of you. The bloodline ends here. I will consume it all." Suddenly, the air grew thick with a choking pressure. It was like trying to breathe underwater, as if the very atmosphere was being sucked into the creature's dark, void-like presence. The temperature plummeted further, and George could see his breath fog in front of him. His skin prickled with an unnatural cold, and his heart hammered in his chest as the creature advanced. In a panic, Rachel stepped in front of George, her face desperate and resolute. "No, we can stop this," she shouted, her voice shaky but determined. "You're not in control anymore." The creature paused, its head tilting to one side as if considering her words. "You think you can stop me?" it growled, its voice rising with fury. "You are nothing but pawns, weak and insignificant. This house has been my prison for centuries, and now I am free." Rachel's eyes darted around the room, as if searching for some means of escape. But the chamber was a dead end, the walls closing in around them. Then, her gaze locked onto the remnants of the shattered box on the pedestal, its fragments scattered on the floor. She gasped, her eyes widening. "The box! That's what sealed it. We need to use it again. It's the only way to stop it." George's mind raced as he processed her words. She was right. The box had been the key to imprisoning this creature before, and perhaps it was the only way to bind it again. But how? How could they possibly use a broken, cursed relic to contain something so powerful? The creature let out a low growl, sensing their desperation. It took another step forward, the ground beneath it crackling with dark energy. "You think you can control me? You are foolish. I will never be trapped again." George reached out, pulling Rachel back as the creature surged forward with terrifying speed. His heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing for a solution, any solution. And then an idea, a fleeting, dangerous idea, struck him. "Rachel," he said, his voice tight with fear, "we can't just seal it away. We need to destroy its source. We need to break the curse completely." Rachel looked at him, her eyes wide with fear and disbelief. "How do we even begin to do that? We're out of options." But George's gaze had already fixed on something else, the altar. The place where it all had started. The altar that had once held the dark energy of the manor. He had to destroy the heart of the curse. The altar wasn't just a place of worship. It was the focal point of the creature's power, the anchor that had bound it to this world. "We can destroy the altar," he said, more to himself than to Rachel. "It's not just a symbol. It's the vessel, the heart of the curse. If we destroy it, we break the connection between the house and the entity." Rachel's eyes widened, her expression torn. "But how? We barely survived the first time. We don't even know what's holding the creature back now." George glanced at the shattered pieces of the box, scattered across the pedestal. Then his gaze flicked to the altar, still standing ominously across the room. He knew what needed to be done. "We need the pieces of the box. All of them. The symbols, the carvings, they're part of the key. We'll combine them with the altar's power, break the curse from the inside." Rachel stared at him for a long moment, her face pale, the fear still evident in her eyes. "Are you sure? It's dangerous, George. What if?" "We don't have a choice," George interrupted, his voice firm. "This thing isn't just going to leave us alone. We have to end it now." Before Rachel could respond, the creature lunged at them, its form becoming a blur of darkness and terror. George instinctively threw himself between Rachel and the creature, heart racing. With every ounce of strength he could muster, George grabbed the nearest shard of the broken box from the pedestal and held it high. The moment he did, the symbols on the shard began to glow, bright, almost blinding, with the same eerie greenish light that had flooded the room when the box had first opened. The creature recoiled, its screech filling the chamber like nails on a chalkboard. The power emanating from the shard seemed to pulse with energy, feeding off the creature's fury, as if it were the very key to their salvation or their destruction. Rachel was already moving, her hands desperately collecting the remaining pieces of the box, their dark glow intensifying with every fragment she gathered. "We need to hurry," she shouted, fear lacing her voice. George nodded, his focus unwavering. They had no more time to waste. The creature's form shifted once more, its eyes glowing brighter than ever before, the darkness around it threatening to consume them. Together, they rushed toward the altar. Every step felt like it took them deeper into the heart of the storm. The fate of Blackwood Manor, and of their very lives, hung in the balance. As they rushed toward the altar, the oppressive darkness thickened around them, smothering the space with a suffocating force. The creature's screech echoed through the chamber, as though it were tearing the very air apart. George and Rachel moved in tandem, each step seemingly weighed down by the malevolent force closing in on them. Every inch they gained toward the altar felt like an eternity, as if the ground itself was resisting their movement. The altar loomed before them, ancient, cracked, and covered in symbols that seemed to writhe as though they were alive. It stood like a sentinel of doom, its presence both a warning and a beckoning. The creature's shrieks grew louder, more frenzied, as if it were aware of their intent. Rachel reached the altar first, her breath ragged as she clutched the shards of the shattered box in her trembling hands. "George, now!" she cried, her voice raw with desperation. Without hesitating, George placed the glowing shard of the box onto the altar's stone surface, the symbols on the shard glowing brighter with each second. The moment the shard made contact, a violent surge of energy pulsed through the room, and the ground beneath them trembled as if the entire manor was coming to life. The creature's voice, once full of smug certainty, now howled with rage. "No! You cannot undo what has been done. You are too weak." The air crackled with energy, and the chamber seemed to distort. The altar's symbols began to glow, first faintly, then with an intensity that rivaled the shard's light. The symbols on the walls began to shift, converging on the altar, as though the entire room was reacting to the convergence of powers. George and Rachel exchanged a glance, fear, determination, and something else, something primal in their eyes. They had no idea what would happen next, but they couldn't stop now. "Quickly, the rest of the pieces," George urged, his voice tight with urgency. Rachel nodded, hands trembling as she added the remaining shards to the altar. Each shard that touched the stone caused a burst of light to erupt, as though the box itself was alive and struggling to resist. The room seemed to scream with a cacophony of voices, the sound of the house itself groaning under the weight of the curse. The creature's form began to distort, its shadowy figure flickering like a dying flame. It reached out with long, twisted arms, its fingers clawing at the air, trying to tear apart the veil that had been placed between them and the altar. "No," it bellowed. "I will not be denied." But George and Rachel pressed on, each placing the final pieces of the box onto the altar with shaky hands. As the last piece fell into place, there was a blinding flash of light, so intense that it seared their vision. The chamber shook violently, and the ground beneath them cracked open. The creature screamed, its form unraveling, torn apart by the energy that surged through the room. The shadows that had once been its shape now writhed like smoke in a storm, dissipating into nothingness. For a moment, it seemed as though everything was held in a suspended state, frozen in time, caught between the forces of darkness and light. Then, with a final deafening crash, the light exploded outward, engulfing everything. George and Rachel were thrown backward, the force of the blast sending them sprawling to the ground. They landed hard, pain lancing through George's body as he struggled to regain his bearings. His vision swam, and for a moment he thought he might lose consciousness. But when he opened his eyes, the room was different. The altar was gone. The dark energy that had suffused the chamber was no more. The oppressive weight that had filled the air was gone, replaced by a strange, unsettling stillness. The shadows, once thick and alive, now seemed distant, as if they had been banished from this place for good. Rachel slowly rose to her feet, her eyes wide as she looked around the now empty chamber. The walls, once covered in dark symbols, were now bare, smooth stone, untouched by time or curse. It was as if the house itself had been cleansed. "Did we?" Rachel began, her voice trailing off in disbelief. George pushed himself up, his limbs aching, and wiped the dust from his clothes. "I think we did it," he said, his voice hoarse but filled with an odd relief. But as they took in their surroundings, an unsettling thought crept into George's mind. The manor had been freed of the curse, but what of the land? What of the bloodline? What happened to it all? George asked, more to himself than to Rachel. Rachel gave him a worried glance. "I don't know, but I think the curse was bound to the manor. The family's bloodline might be severed." They stood in silence for a moment, their minds grappling with the enormity of what had just transpired. The weight of the past, of the Blackwood family's dark history, still hung in the air, but the malevolent force that had been stalking them was no more. They had survived. The room remained eerily quiet, the only sound the faint rustling of the wind outside, where it felt as though the very earth had exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly a soft, whispering voice, faint but clear, echoed through the now silent manor. "Thank you." George and Rachel turned sharply, but there was no one there. The voice was a ghost of a memory, a whisper from the past that seemed to linger in the stillness of the room. It was a voice they couldn't place, but one that seemed familiar, like a promise, like a release. Rachel shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders. "What was that? Did you hear it?" "I did," George said softly, his gaze distant as he scanned the room. "It's over, Rachel. But something feels different. I think the house is finally at peace." The two of them stood there, uncertain yet relieved, watching as the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows. The blackness that had clung to Blackwood Manor for so long was gone, and for the first time in a long while, the mansion felt like just a house, no longer a prison, no longer a place of terror. As the sunlight crept over the threshold, they knew that while the curse had been broken, the memories of their ordeal would haunt them forever. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but they would never forget the horror that had once consumed Blackwood Manor. The story of the Blackwood curse, the ancient pact, and the malevolent entity would become part of their own history, one they would carry with them, forever marked by the shadows of the past. But at least, for now, the curse was broken, and that was enough. While the curse on Blackwood Manor had seemingly been broken and the darkness lifted, the aftermath of their ordeal was not as simple as it first appeared. The morning light had broken through the manor's grim windows, washing the stone floors in warm, golden hues. George and Rachel, weary but free from the malevolent presence that had once dominated the house, took tentative steps outside, breathing in the fresh air as though they were stepping into a world they had long been shut out from. But even in the soft morning light, there was an air of unease that clung to them. The house was quiet, too quiet, but that didn't mean the shadows were gone for good. They had destroyed the altar. They had shattered the shards of the cursed box. But Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that there was something left unsaid, something still lingering in the very walls of Blackwood Manor, like an echo from the past that refused to fade. "Do you think it's really over?" Rachel asked, her voice quieter than usual as she gazed at the house, now bathed in daylight, but still holding the scars of its cursed past. George stood next to her, looking out over the grounds. The manor appeared to be in better condition than before, no longer a crumbling shell of despair, but he couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling deep in his gut. Something felt wrong. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice heavy. "We broke the curse, didn't we? I mean, it's over." Rachel turned to face him, her eyes searching his face for signs of doubt. "But we didn't really understand it, did we? We didn't know what it meant to be truly free from this place. The curse might be gone, but what if it left something behind?" George hesitated, the words on the tip of his tongue. But how could he explain the sensation that lingered in his mind? The nagging sense that Blackwood Manor, while no longer directly cursed, was still somehow tainted, still tethered to something dark. Perhaps it was the house itself. Perhaps it was not the entity they had faced, but the very ground beneath their feet. As they stood in the silence, a faint whisper stirred in the wind. It was a sound so soft, so faint, that George wasn't sure he had heard it at all. He turned, scanning the empty landscape around them. There was nothing, only the faint rustling of the trees and the chirping of birds in the distance. But then, in the shadow of the manor, something shifted. A figure, a man tall and broad-shouldered, stood at the edge of the forest that bordered the manor's grounds. His back was turned to them, but there was something hauntingly familiar about him. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She didn't speak, but her hand found George's arm, her fingers clutching him tightly. "Do you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. George's heart raced. He turned to look at the figure, but before he could respond, the figure turned, slowly, deliberately, to face them. And there, in the stillness of the morning, George and Rachel both recognized him. It was Edmund Blackwood, but not the Edmund they knew from the family history books. This figure was younger, his face unmarred by age, with a sharp, calculating gaze that sent chills down their spines. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only a hollow coldness that seemed to cut through them. "Did you think it was over?" Edmund's voice was soft, almost mocking, carried on the wind as though the land itself was speaking. Rachel gasped, stepping back instinctively, but George held his ground, confusion and dread swirling within him. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice shaking. "What do you want?" Edmund's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with a knowing glint. "I am part of the house. I am its legacy, its curse. You thought you destroyed it, but you cannot destroy what is written in blood." The air seemed to grow colder, the whispering wind carrying a sense of finality with it. The figure of Edmund stepped forward, his movements deliberate, as though he was the one in control, not them. "The manor lives on," he continued, his voice low. "The curse lives on, not because of me, but because of the blood that runs through your veins, George." Rachel, both of them froze at the mention of their names. It felt as though the very earth beneath them had shifted, as if the ground was pulling them back toward the manor, binding them to it. "Your blood," Edmund said, his voice growing darker, more insistent. Your family is tied to this house in ways you cannot even comprehend. You cannot escape it. It is in your veins, your very essence. Even now, you are part of the curse. George staggered back a step, his head spinning. No, no, that can't be true. We ended it. We stopped it. Edmund laughed, a cruel, unsettling sound that reverberated in their ears. You didn't end it. You only delayed it. The curse is not something that can be destroyed. It is eternal. It changes form, it waits, it endures. And now, with your blood here, with the sacrifice of your ancestors still lingering in the house, it will continue. It will rise again, just like it always does. George's breath hitched as he realized the terrible truth. The curse was not an external force. It was not just the creature that had haunted Blackwood Manor. It was tied to the Blackwood family itself, a legacy of darkness passed down through generations, and it could never truly be broken. Rachel shook her head, her eyes filled with horror. No, this can't be. The air around them seemed to grow thicker, heavier, as if the very weight of the house was bearing down on them. George's hands shook as he grasped Rachel's arm, his mind racing. He had been so sure they had destroyed the curse. They had taken down the altar, broken the box, but the curse had never truly been confined to that object, to that ritual. It was woven into their blood, their family's fate. And the house, Blackwood Manor, was its cradle. Edmund took a final step forward, his face now mere inches from theirs. You think you can run from your legacy? He whispered, his voice a caress that sent chills down their spines. You think you can leave this place behind? You cannot. You are Blackwoods, and this house will never let you go. And with that, he was gone. The wind died down, the trees stopped swaying, and the soft light of the morning seemed to fade, replaced by an unnatural silence that hung over them like a shroud. George and Rachel stood there, stunned, unable to speak, their hearts pounding in their chests. The manor, once seemingly freed from its curse, now felt as though it had drawn them back in, as though it had never truly let them go. What do we do? Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. George took a long, shaky breath, the weight of the truth settling on him. There was no escaping the Blackwood curse. No running. No hiding. We face it, he said quietly. We face it, together. And though the journey ahead would be fraught with terror and unimaginable horrors, George and Rachel knew that they were bound to Blackwood Manor, and to each other, for better or for worse. They could not escape the past, but perhaps, in facing it head-on, they could find a way to live with it. For now, however, the house remained, and the curse, though dormant, was waiting. As the days passed after the chilling encounter with Edmund Blackwood, George and Rachel found themselves unable to escape the weight of his words. The mansion, now quiet and seemingly at peace, still cast a long shadow over their lives. They tried to leave, to return to the world outside, but each attempt only seemed to pull them back toward the cursed grounds of Blackwood Manor. The deeper they ventured into their family's history, the more they realized that the house had become a part of their very being. Rachel, more attuned to the strange events surrounding them, began to notice subtle changes. The air, which had once been thick with dread, was now heavy with a sense of longing. The house, though eerily silent, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. She had always felt a connection to the manor, but now it was more profound, more insistent. It was as if something inside her had been awakened, an ancient tie to the land, to the Blackwood bloodline. One evening, as they sat in the grand parlor of Blackwood Manor, a place they had come to loathe and yet feel strangely drawn to, Rachel spoke her fears aloud. "I feel it, George," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's like the house is calling me, like it's waiting for something, something that only we can do." George, his brow furrowed with concern, took her hand in his. "You're not the only one who feels it, but we can't keep doing this. We've already faced the worst of it. We've broken the curse, or so we thought." "I don't think we did," Rachel replied, her gaze distant, as though she were looking into the past. "I think we only scratched the surface. Edmund said we can't run from it. He was right. It's in our blood. This place is our destiny." Her words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with an ominous truth that George wasn't ready to accept. He had hoped, with all his heart, that once the creature was vanquished and the altar destroyed, the house would fall into oblivion. But Rachel's words resonated deeply with him. Could they really escape their legacy? That night, as they lay in their respective beds, the sounds of the house seemed to grow louder. Creaking floors, whispers in the walls, the faint rustling of curtains as if unseen hands were stirring them. George tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching them, waiting. Suddenly he heard it, soft footsteps approaching, echoing down the long corridor outside their room. He rose from his bed, his heart pounding, and stepped toward the door. When he opened it, the hallway was empty. But the air felt colder, and the faintest scent of something old, decayed, lingered in the air. As he turned to go back to his room, he saw it. A figure, cloaked in shadows, stood at the end of the hallway. "Edmund," George called out hesitantly, his voice quivering with a mix of fear and disbelief. The figure didn't respond, but began to move toward him, slow and deliberate. The air grew even colder, and George could feel his skin prickle with the presence of something unnatural. The hallway seemed to stretch out before him, as though the very house itself was distorting its dimensions. The closer the figure came, the more real it became. And then, with a sudden burst of light, the figure vanished. George stumbled backward, his mind reeling. He rushed to Rachel's room, barely knocking before entering. She was sitting up in bed, her wide eyes locked on him, her face pale. "I heard it too," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I felt it. Something is trying to reach us." George nodded, his stomach twisting with dread. "It's not over, Rachel. It never was." Suddenly, the walls around them seemed to groan, as if the manor itself was awakening. The air became thick with an unexplainable tension, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. They both knew what it meant. The curse had never truly been broken. It had merely been lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to resurface. The following days were filled with strange occurrences. Objects moved on their own, shadows lingered longer than they should, and whispers filled the halls. The manor, once a place of dark energy, now felt like it was breathing, alive, aware, and waiting. George and Rachel began researching the Blackwood family's history in greater detail, desperate for answers. They scoured old journals, letters, and ancient records, hoping to uncover something, anything, that might explain the curse's true nature. The more they uncovered, the more they realized that Blackwood Manor wasn't just a haunted house. It was the nexus of an ancient power, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead were thin, where darkness had seeped into the very fabric of their lineage. Their great-grandfather, a man named Alistair Blackwood, had been the last to truly challenge the curse. He had fought against the supernatural forces that haunted the manor, seeking to destroy the evil that plagued his family. But what they didn't realize at first was that in doing so, he had only weakened the curse, not eradicated it. And now, with their bloodline still intertwined with the house, the curse had returned, stronger than ever. Rachel clutched an old letter she had found hidden in the walls of the manor. The ink faded, but the words still legible. Asterisk, the Blackwood curse cannot be broken by force. It is tied to the land, to the blood, and to the very stones of Blackwood Manor. The price for our sins is eternal. There is no escape. Asterisk. Rachel read the letter aloud, her voice shaking. We were meant to carry this burden. It's in our blood. And if we try to leave, the house will come for us. George felt a cold shiver run down his spine. We need to find a way to end this, once and for all. But as they delved deeper into the history of the curse, they uncovered a terrifying truth. There was only one way to end it. One final, horrific act that would sever their ties to Blackwood Manor forever. The house had to be destroyed, but not in the way they had hoped. The destruction of Blackwood Manor could only come at a great cost, one that would demand a life. The price for freedom was steep, and neither George nor Rachel was prepared to make the sacrifice. Still, the more they learned, the more they realized they had no other choice. They would have to destroy Blackwood Manor, and in doing so, end the curse that had haunted their family for generations. But there was a catch. Only one of them could survive the ritual. Only one could escape. The curse had claimed their ancestors, and now it was demanding its final price. George and Rachel stared at each other, the weight of the decision heavy between them. The house, with all its horrors and secrets, had brought them to this moment. One would walk away, the other would be consumed, and they both knew what had to be done. The days grew heavier as George and Rachel, now fully aware of the stakes, prepared themselves for the final confrontation with Blackwood Manor. The walls seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, each creak of the floorboards, each gust of wind through the cracked windows, serving as a reminder of the malevolent force that still clung to the house. The truth they had uncovered felt like a weight too heavy to bear, but there was no turning back now. Rachel couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of Edmund Blackwood would haunt her. His smile, cold and calculating, was burned into her mind. The house, she realized, had already claimed her, body, mind, and soul. She was no longer just an outsider to its horrors. She was a part of it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the manor, the air grew unnaturally still. Rachel and George sat in the grand parlor, the once stately room now feeling like a tomb, its opulent furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. The fire crackled weakly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Rachel's eyes were distant, her fingers tracing the edges of a faded journal she had found in the manor's attic. It belonged to their great-grandfather, Alastair Blackwood. The journal was a cryptic account of his last days at the manor, the final years of a man driven mad by the curse that had taken hold of his family. "I keep thinking about what Edmund said," Rachel murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "That the curse lives in our blood, that we're all tied to this place." George sat beside her, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "I don't care what Edmund said. We've already faced it once. We can't let this place win." Rachel turned to look at him, her face drawn, her eyes tired but determined. "It's not about winning or losing, George. It's about surviving. We have to end it, or we'll never be free." George's heart ached as he looked at his sister. He wanted to believe they could simply walk away from the manor, leave it behind as though it were nothing more than a bad dream. But he knew better. The house wasn't just a house. It was a prison, and they were its captives. He stood up suddenly, pacing back and forth in front of the grand fireplace. The flames flickered in the hearth, casting long shadows on the stone walls. "How do we even know this will work? The house is part of us now. We've spent too long trying to fight it, but maybe the only way to escape is to destroy it completely, to burn it to the ground, to erase it from existence." Rachel's voice was low, filled with the weight of the decision they were about to make. To burn it to the ground, we would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. One of us must die. George stopped pacing, turning to face her. His mind raced, the horrific truth of their situation settling over him like a cold shroud. "We can't both walk away from this. We knew that when we first set foot in this place." Rachel looked down at the journal in her hands, her fingers trembling as she turned the pages. "The curse won't end until one of us is gone. One of us must die so that the other can live. There's no other way." Her words hung in the air, heavy with finality. Neither of them spoke for several long moments, the weight of their impending fate pressing down on them. The fire crackled, the flames dancing in the hearth, but the warmth it offered felt far away, insignificant in the face of what they were about to do. Finally, Rachel looked up at George, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "We don't have a choice." George felt his stomach twist with a mixture of fear, grief, and resolve. He knew what needed to be done, but the thought of losing Rachel, of never seeing her again, cut him to the core. But Rachel was right. They had no choice. The ritual would require them to confront the very heart of the curse, to face whatever dark power had taken root in Blackwood Manor. They had to destroy the house completely, sever the ties between their family and the land. It would mean one of them would have to sacrifice their life, but it was the only way to ensure the curse was truly broken. George took a deep breath, his mind made up. "I'll do it," he said quietly. Rachel's face crumpled as she reached for him, her fingers grasping at his arm. "No, George. You can't." "I'll do it," he repeated, his voice firm. "I won't let you die, Rachel. You have a future. You have a life beyond this place." Tears welled in Rachel's eyes, but she didn't argue. She knew what needed to be done, and she knew that George, ever the protector, was willing to sacrifice everything for her. For a moment, they just stood there, together in the dimly lit room, the weight of their decision pressing down on them both. Then, without another word, they made their way to the heart of the manor, the place where it had all begun. The darkened basement, the site of the original ritual that had bound their family to the curse. They had to undo what their ancestors had done, break the chain that had kept their family tied to this wretched place. As they descended into the basement, the air grew colder, the darkness more oppressive. The stone walls seemed to close in around them, and the only sound was the echo of their footsteps. In the center of the basement stood the altar, the very altar that had been used to bind the curse to the Blackwood family all those years ago. It had been destroyed once before, but now it was rebuilt, standing once again in its eerie glory. Rachel and George exchanged a look, their faces pale but determined. The time had come. Rachel turned to George, her voice shaking. "Are you sure?" George nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "This is the only way." They approached the altar, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The symbols carved into the stone seemed to glow faintly, as if alive, as if the curse itself were watching them. Rachel took a deep breath, and together they began the incantation. It was an ancient chant, passed down through the generations. A ritual of destruction, a spell to sever the ties between the family and the house. But in order to succeed, one of them would have to give their life. The words grew louder, the power building around them. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the walls seemed to groan in protest. The house was fighting back. And then, in that final moment of desperation, George stepped forward, his resolve unshakable. With one final breath, he reached out, placing his hand on the altar, his heart filled with sorrow but also with a sense of finality. "I'm sorry, Rachel," he whispered. In that instant, the house seemed to explode in a burst of darkness, an ancient evil surging from the ground. The curse, the bloodline, the house, it all came to a head. And then, with a final, deafening crash, Blackwood Manor crumbled. The world around them seemed to shudder as Blackwood Manor, for so long a symbol of dread and decay, finally began to fall apart. The walls groaned in agony, as if the house itself were screaming in protest. The very foundation trembled beneath their feet, and for a moment, Rachel felt as though the ground might swallow them whole. But it wasn't the ground that moved, it was the curse, the malevolent force that had tied them to this place, and it was finally being torn apart. The explosion of energy was blinding. For a split second, Rachel thought she had lost George. His form seemed to dissolve in the chaos, his face fading as the ritual reached its peak. The air crackled with dark energy, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the silence fell. Rachel staggered, her ears ringing from the deafening roar that had filled the basement. Her hands reached out for something solid, something that would ground her in this sudden stillness. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing alone. The altar was gone, the symbols erased as if they had never been. The stone floor was cracked, the walls now broken and crumbling, the house's ancient bones exposed. But George was nowhere to be found. "George?" Rachel's voice trembled as she called his name, her words swallowed by the oppressive silence. Her heart pounded in her chest, panic setting in. She took a step forward, then another, searching the darkened corners of the basement, her mind reeling with the knowledge that she had just lost her brother. The curse had claimed its final victim. But just as she turned to leave, a figure appeared before her, stepping out of the shadows. "George?" Rachel whispered, hardly daring to believe her eyes. The figure was tall, his features obscured by the dim light, but as he stepped forward into the flickering glow, Rachel saw him clearly. It was George. His eyes were wide, but they held no fear, only a sense of peace she had never seen in him before. He was different somehow, as though he were no longer the same person who had stood beside her just moments ago. "Rachel," he said, his voice low and almost distant, "it's over." "George, where were you?" Rachel stammered, unable to understand what she was seeing. "The house, I know," he interrupted gently. "It's gone now. The curse has been broken." She shook her head, her mind struggling to piece together what was happening. "But you, how are you? How are you here?" He smiled softly, his eyes filled with an emotion she couldn't quite place. "I'm not sure. I think I'm in between." Rachel's stomach twisted. "In between what?" "In between life and death," George explained, his voice calm. "When the house collapsed, I was consumed by it. The ritual required a life to be sacrificed, and I gave mine willingly. But the house, this place, couldn't let me go entirely." Rachel's eyes welled with tears as she stepped closer to him. No, George. You can't." He placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch warm but strangely distant. "Don't cry for me, Rachel. This was the only way to end it. The curse is finally broken. The house is gone. You're free. But you," she choked on her words, unable to come to terms with the reality of what had just transpired. "What happens to you now?" "I don't know," he said, his gaze drifting toward the shattered remains of Blackwood Manor. "I think I'm supposed to leave, to move on. But I can't fully leave without knowing you'll be all right." Rachel's heart ached at the sorrow in his eyes, but she nodded slowly, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill over. "I'll be all right," she whispered. "I'll carry on. I promise." For a long moment, they stood in silence, the weight of their shared history pressing heavily between them. The house, once a prison, now lay in ruins, a testament to the suffering it had caused. But with its destruction came the promise of freedom, the chance to finally escape the shadow that had loomed over them for so long. "I love you, Rachel," George said softly. "I love you too," she replied, her voice breaking as she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him for the last time. But as she held him, the world around them seemed to shift once more. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, and the light in the basement flickered. Rachel pulled away, her heart pounding as she looked at her brother. And then, as though a veil had been lifted, George began to fade before her eyes. His form blurred, the edges of his figure becoming indistinct, as though he were being drawn into the very air itself. "No!" Rachel cried out, reaching for him, but her hands grasped nothing but empty air. "I'll always be with you," George's voice echoed, growing fainter with each passing second. "You'll never truly be alone." And then, with a final sigh, he was gone. Rachel stood in the silence, her body trembling as the last remnants of the Blackwood curse dissipated into the ether. The house was no more, and with it, the darkness that had haunted her family for generations. But though the curse was broken, the loss of George weighed heavily on her heart. She knew she could never fully escape the shadows of Blackwood Manor, not completely. The memories, the pain, and the love she had shared with her brother would remain with her always. And yet, in the aftermath of it all, there was a strange sense of peace. The house was gone, the curse lifted, and Rachel was free. As she made her way up the ruined stairs, stepping through the crumbling remnants of the manor, she could feel the weight of the past beginning to lift from her shoulders. The air, once thick with malevolent energy, now felt lighter, fresher. The first rays of dawn broke through the broken windows, casting soft light across the ruins. It was over. Rachel took one last look at the remnants of Blackwood Manor, the place that had shaped her family's fate. She wasn't sure what the future held, but she knew she would face it with the strength that had carried her through the horrors of the past. With a final, quiet breath, she turned away. The curse of Blackwood Manor was over. As Rachel stepped outside into the early morning light, the cool breeze kissed her skin, a reminder of the world she had nearly lost. The trees around Blackwood Manor were still, their branches skeletal against the pale sky. It was as if the earth itself were taking a collective breath, the land finally at peace after the long reign of darkness that had once gripped it. The remnants of the manor loomed behind her, a shattered husk of what it had once been. No longer a place of torment, the ruin was now nothing more than a crumbling monument to a forgotten history. The weight of the curse had been lifted, but the memories of what had happened here, of the lives lost and the sacrifices made, would linger in Rachel's mind forever. She paused for a moment, taking in the silence. It was a silence unlike any other, a silence that spoke of finality, of endings, of new beginnings. But as she looked out toward the horizon, the sky beginning to shift from pale gray to a soft lavender, a strange feeling began to stir in her chest. Something unsettled her, a creeping sensation that the ending she had hoped for, one of closure and freedom, might not be as complete as she had imagined. The world was calm, the air was still, but Rachel could not shake the feeling that there was more to this story, more that had been left undone. And then, as if summoned by her thoughts, a faint sound reached her ears, a soft rustle, like whispers carried by the wind. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She knew that sound. She turned slowly, her gaze scanning the ruins of the manor. The broken walls seemed to shift before her eyes, as though they were still alive, still watching her. The silence, once so welcoming, now felt oppressive again. There, among the ruins of the manor's once grand facade, a figure appeared. A shadow at first, indistinct against the backdrop of the broken house. But as Rachel's breath caught in her throat, she saw it clearly. A man, tall and cloaked in the tattered remnants of what had once been fine clothing. His face was obscured, hidden by the darkness that seemed to cling to him, but Rachel knew who it was. Edmund Blackwood. The air around her seemed to freeze, and her heart pounded in her chest as she instinctively took a step back. This couldn't be possible. Edmund had been gone for so long. His presence had been a part of the curse, but hadn't it been severed with the destruction of the manor? Hadn't the ritual broken everything? Rachel, Edmund's voice was like a rasping whisper, but it cut through the stillness like a blade. Her eyes widened as the shadowy figure took a step forward, his form shifting unnaturally, as though made of smoke and shadow. "No, you're dead," Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. "You should be gone." Edmund's hollow laugh echoed through the ruins, filling the space with an unsettling resonance. "Gone? Oh no, Rachel. You've only broken the curse for yourself, for your family. But you've forgotten something important." Rachel's pulse quickened, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble. A cold wind whipped through the ruins, and she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. "What are you talking about?" "I broke it. I ended it." "No, child." Edmund's voice was cruel, mocking. "You freed yourself, yes. But in doing so, you've left the door open." The shadows around him seemed to pulse with a life of their own, swirling and coiling as though they were reaching out for her. The ground beneath Rachel's feet seemed to shift again, the earth groaning in protest, and she stumbled backward, heart racing. What do you mean?" Rachel gasped, her voice barely above a whisper as she backed away from the advancing figure. Edmund's dark form grew more solid with each passing moment, his features becoming clearer, though his face still held an unnatural pallor. His eyes, cold and black as coal, bore into hers with a mixture of fury and glee. "You were never meant to break the curse so easily," he said. "You don't know what you've done. The house was the key, Yes, to the bloodline, to your family's curse. But what you didn't realize was that by breaking the curse, by severing the bond, you've disrupted something far more ancient. Something that has been watching, waiting, all this time. The whispers of the wind seemed to grow louder, more insistent, filling the air around Rachel. The sound was almost like voices, distant and faint, but growing closer with each second. The shadows swirling around Edmund were no longer just shadows. They were tendrils of darkness, long and serpentine, reaching toward her, grasping at her, pulling at her very soul. What are you talking about?" Rachel cried out, her voice rising in desperation. "What is this?" Edmund's smile twisted into something horrific, as if he were savoring her fear. "The curse wasn't just about your family, Rachel. It was about all of us who have been tied to this land, to this place. The Blackwood bloodline was only one part of it, and now that you've broken the chain, you've invited something far worse." Before Rachel could react, the world around her seemed to explode with energy. The ground cracked open, sending a wave of searing heat through the air. The whispers that had once seemed faint now grew louder, no longer whispers but screams, an endless chorus of agonized voices. Rachel staggered back, her heart racing. The earth groaned beneath her feet, as if something enormous was rising from below, something ancient and terrible. "No," Rachel whispered, shaking her head, unable to comprehend the horror that was unfolding before her. "No, I didn't know." "You should have." Edmund's voice rang out one last time, his figure vanishing into the storm of darkness that erupted from the earth. "Now, you've awakened what you were never meant to." As the ground trembled beneath her, Rachel felt the first stirrings of the true horror. The evil that had been bound, buried deep beneath Blackwood Manor, now free. The curse of Blackwood Manor had never been fully broken. It had only just begun. The ground beneath Rachel's feet shook violently, the air around her crackling with energy. The tendrils of darkness swirled like living serpents, reaching out, pulling at her, tugging her towards the epicenter of the chaos. The once still trees began to tremble and twist as if the very land was alive, corrupted by the malevolent force that had been set loose. Rachel stumbled back, her heart hammering in her chest as she looked around frantically. The sky above had turned a sickly shade of green, the clouds swirling in unnatural patterns, as if something enormous and unseen was pressing against the fabric of the world itself. The screams, the endless chorus of tortured voices, grew louder, filling her ears, drowning out everything else. The sound was unbearable, a cacophony of despair and madness that clawed at her sanity. She looked toward the ruins of the manor, but all that was visible now were the dark, roiling clouds and the ethereal shadows that seemed to swirl around her like smoke. It was as though Blackwood Manor had become a portal to something far more ancient, far more dangerous. "Help me," she screamed, her voice barely audible over the horrific din that surrounded her. "Please, someone, anyone, help me." But there was no answer. No one could hear her now. She was alone, alone in the center of a storm that had been unleashed by her own actions. The ground cracked open again, and this time, something began to rise from the depths of the earth. It was enormous, its shape almost too vast for her to comprehend. A towering figure of blackened stone, its body covered in ancient, twisted runes that pulsed with a sickly red light. Rachel could only watch in frozen terror as the figure slowly emerged, its massive form casting an oppressive shadow over everything around it. The earth trembled beneath its weight, the air thick with the stench of decay and death. "No! No, no, no!" she cried out, the realization crashing over her like a wave. She had done this. She had set this in motion, and now it was too late to stop. The figure's eyes, if they could even be called eyes, glowed with an unnatural fire, burning with hatred, with the anger of ages. Its mouth, a gaping maw of darkness, opened wide, and a voice, deep and thunderous, echoed through the land. "You have freed me, child," the voice boomed, sending a chill down Rachel's spine. "I have waited for this moment, for centuries. Rachel stumbled back, her mind reeling. The figure was ancient, a creature of the earth, bound to this land long before Blackwood Manor had even been built. It was not just the curse she had broken, it was something far worse. The whispers of the dead grew louder, their voices now indistinguishable from the growls and roars of the creature that towered before her. The air became thick with malevolent energy, and Rachel felt as though the very ground beneath her was rejecting her, as if it, too, had become a part of the darkness that had been unleashed. "You have no idea what you've done, girl," the voice continued, its tone filled with cruel amusement. "You thought you could break the curse, but all you've done is open the gate. Now I am free to do what I was born to do." Rachel's knees buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to tear her gaze away from the looming figure. She had thought she had won. She had thought she had freed her family. But instead, she had unleashed a nightmare far worse than any curse. "No," Rachel whispered, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Please stop." The creature's shadow loomed over her, its dark tendrils reaching out toward her, pulling her toward it. Rachel could feel the weight of its presence crushing down on her, the very air thick with its power. But then, in the midst of her terror, a thought pierced her mind. A memory, one from long ago, when she and George had explored the manor's forbidden halls. They had discovered a hidden room in the mansion, a room that had been locked away for generations. It had been filled with strange symbols, drawings, and books, a collection of forgotten rituals. And in the heart of that room, there had been one thing, an ancient stone cracked and weathered by time, but still glowing with a faint light. Rachel had never understood its significance, never realized how important it was. Until now. With a surge of desperation, Rachel forced herself to her feet. She had to find it, the stone. She had to use whatever knowledge she had left from that room to stop this creature, to undo the damage she had caused. As the creature's tendrils reached for her, Rachel sprinted toward the ruins of Blackwood Manor. She knew where the hidden room had been, where the stone had been kept. But as she ran, the ground continued to shake, the air growing heavier with each passing second. She had no time. She had to act now before it was too late. In the distance, the stone structure of the manor appeared before her, twisted and broken, but still standing. The darkness that surrounded it seemed to grow thicker with every step she took, but Rachel pushed forward, her heart pounding, her breath coming in short gasps. When she reached the entrance of the manor, she forced herself inside, the sound of the creature's laughter ringing in her ears. The hallways were dark, the walls cold and oppressive, but she knew the way. She knew exactly where to go. She moved quickly, her feet barely making a sound as she ascended the narrow staircase to the upper floor. She could feel the weight of the creature's presence growing stronger with every step she took, but she refused to stop. She couldn't stop. The door to the hidden room was just ahead. She reached out, trembling, and pushed it open. Inside, the room was exactly as she remembered, cluttered with old books, strange artifacts, and the faint glow of the stone. It sat in the center of the room, radiating an eerie energy, as though it were waiting for her to return. Rachel moved toward it, her hand shaking as she reached for the stone. She had no idea how to use it, no idea what it was capable of, but she knew one thing: it was her only chance. She closed her eyes and pressed her hand to the stone, the cold surface sending a jolt of energy through her body. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, the world hanging in suspended animation. And then, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble again. The tremors beneath Rachel's feet grew stronger, the entire manor seeming to shake as though it were being torn apart. The stone in her hand began to pulse, its energy surging like a heartbeat, its ancient power vibrating through her veins. She clenched her eyes shut, her mind racing, trying to remember anything about this artifact, anything that might help her harness its power to undo the devastation she had unleashed. A low, guttural growl echoed from the darkness outside the room, sending a chill down her spine. The creature was close, She could feel its presence like a weight pressing down on her chest, suffocating her, closing in from all sides. Rachel's heart pounded in her ears, and she instinctively pressed the stone harder into her palm. As her fingers wrapped around the cool surface, a sharp pain shot up her arm, and a burst of light exploded from the stone. The light was blinding, radiating with a fierce intensity that cut through the oppressive darkness like a knife. For a moment, the world around her seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a strange, eerie stillness. And then, without warning, the stone's light flared brighter, its energy surging outwards, engulfing the entire room. The walls cracked, the air became thick with an unbearable pressure, and Rachel screamed, feeling as though her very soul was being pulled into the light. The stone's power was overwhelming, consuming her, and for a moment, Rachel lost all sense of time and place. She was no longer in the manor. She was lost in the light, floating in a realm of pure energy, surrounded by whispers, whispers of the dead, of the ancient ones, of those who had been bound to this land for centuries. They were all around her, their voices rising in a chorus of agony and despair. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light vanished. Rachel gasped, her lungs burning for air, her body trembling from the aftershocks of the stone's power. She blinked rapidly, trying to orient herself, to make sense of what had just happened. The room was unchanged, still dark, still cold, the walls standing strong as ever. But the air felt different now, heavier, as though something had shifted, as though a door had opened to something beyond. And then she felt it. The creature's presence was gone. The weight that had pressed against her chest, the suffocating darkness, was gone. The whispers were no longer there, and the oppressive pressure had lifted. She dared to look around. The silence was deafening now, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just enveloped her. The manor, which had once felt like a tomb, now seemed strangely peaceful. But Rachel knew better than to let her guard down. This wasn't over. Not yet. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of the creature. But there was nothing, only the quiet remains of the hidden chamber, the stone resting in her hand, its light now dimmed to a faint glow. She staggered to her feet, her legs shaky, the exhaustion from the ritual settling over her like a heavy weight. But there was a feeling of triumph in the air now. The creature had been banished, for the moment. Rachel knew that the curse of Blackwood Manor would never truly be gone. There would always be remnants of its darkness, always shadows lingering on the edges of the world. But for now, for her family, for those she had fought to protect, the nightmare was over. She turned and made her way out of the chamber, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. She needed to find her family. She needed to make sure they were safe. As she descended the staircase, the light from the stone flickered faintly in her hand, casting an eerie glow on the walls. She could hear the wind howling outside, the storm that had once raged now only a distant echo. But as she reached the main hall of Blackwood Manor, a sudden realization struck her. Something was wrong. The air felt too still, too quiet. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long, and the walls themselves seemed to lean in, closing in around her. The oppressive weight that had been lifted earlier seemed to be returning, creeping back into the corners of her mind. Rachel's heart raced again, her breath quickening as she turned in a circle, trying to make sense of the growing sense of dread that gnawed at her insides. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to get out of the manor and never look back. And then, from the far end of the hallway, she saw it. A figure. At first, she thought it was another shadow, an illusion created by her frantic mind. But as she focused, the figure became clearer. A man, tall and cloaked in tattered black robes, his face obscured by the hood. Rachel's blood ran cold as recognition surged through her. Edmund Blackwood. He was standing there, in the shadows, watching her. But this wasn't the Edmund she had known, the man whose spirit had once been bound to the manor's curse. This figure was different. There was no humanity in the creature before her, no trace of the man who had once been a part of her family. The figure took a step forward, and Rachel's breath caught in her throat. "You think you've won," Edmund's voice echoed through the hall, but it wasn't the voice she remembered. It was deeper, colder, laced with something far more sinister. "You think the curse is over," he continued, his voice a hollow echo, "but you have only delayed the inevitable." Rachel took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest as the shadows around the figure seemed to writhe and twist, as though alive, feeding off the darkness that hung in the air. "You will never be free of this place," Edmund said, his voice like a hiss, "not as long as the Blackwood bloodline remains." Rachel's pulse quickened as her grip tightened around the stone in her hand. The room around her seemed to darken, the air thick with the weight of his words. "No," Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. "No, this isn't possible." But Edmund's laughter filled the hall, cold and cruel. "Nothing is ever truly gone, Rachel. Not in this place. Not when the curse is so deeply entrenched in the very bones of this land." And as the shadows closed in, Rachel realized the truth. Blackwood Manor was not just cursed. It was alive. The shadows closed in on Rachel, their twisting forms like creeping vines, curling around her legs and pulling at her body, trying to drag her into the depths of the manor's dark history. The air grew colder, and her breath came out in sharp, visible puffs, her chest tightening as though the very walls were closing in on her. Edmund's figure remained unmoving in the distance, his gaze locked on her, the darkness swirling around him like a cloak of malevolence. His hollow, chilling laugh echoed through the hall, reverberating off the walls, and Rachel felt a deep, gnawing fear take hold of her. It was the fear of something ancient and insurmountable, something that couldn't be reasoned with, only feared. "You still don't understand, do you, Rachel?" Edmund's voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried with it the weight of centuries. "You cannot escape. The Blackwood bloodline is cursed to walk this earth forever, bound to the shadows, to the dark power of the land. You've merely become a part of the cycle, a cycle that will continue long after you are gone." Rachel's hand clenched tighter around the stone, its faint glow casting an eerie light on her face. She had to stop him. She had to stop this madness from continuing, not just for her family, but for everyone. She couldn't let the curse take hold again. But as she stared at Edmund, her mind raced. She remembered something George had once told her. "The curse is bound to the land," he had said, "to the very roots of Blackwood Manor. If we want to break it, we must sever the connection to the land itself. Sever the connection." Rachel's breath quickened as the pieces began to fall into place. The stone, the power it had unleashed. She had felt its power surge through her when she touched it. She had felt the ancient energy coursing through her body. It wasn't just an artifact, it was the key. The stone was tied to the land's power, and if she could tap into its energy once more, perhaps she could sever the curse that had bound Blackwood Manor to the shadows. But time was running out. Edmund was watching her, his eyes glinting with an unholy hunger, and the darkness around him grew thicker, more oppressive. It was closing in, pressing her into a corner where escape seemed impossible. "You think you can defeat me, Rachel?" Edmund's voice echoed, a mocking tone creeping into his words. "You think the stone will save you? The stone is nothing but a relic. You cannot destroy what is eternal." Rachel took a deep breath, her mind made up. She had to try. She had no other choice. With all the strength she could muster, she held the stone out before her, focusing on its energy, its ancient power. She closed her eyes and imagined the land itself, the roots, the soil, the very foundation of Blackwood Manor. She imagined the curse, the darkness, feeding on that foundation, twisting it, warping it into something monstrous. She pictured the stone's energy flowing into the earth, severing that connection, cutting through the darkness like a blade. The ground beneath her feet began to rumble, the air thickening with pressure. The stone pulsed in her hand, its light flashing brighter, brighter until it became a blinding flare. The walls of the manor trembled, the ancient foundation groaning under the strain of the force being unleashed. Edmund's voice grew frantic, a snarl slipping into his words as the power of the stone seemed to push back against him, against the dark force that had been tethered to the land for centuries. "No!" Edmund's voice cracked. "You cannot, this cannot be." But Rachel didn't hear him. She was lost in the energy now, her entire being consumed by the raw power of the stone. Her heart pounded in her chest, her pulse synchronizing with the stone's rhythm. It was working. She could feel it. The connection to the land was breaking, the curse unraveling, slowly but surely. The shadows around her began to retreat, their twisting forms pulling back, the oppressive weight of the manor lifting just a fraction, like the air had been cleared of a terrible fog. And then there was a scream, a horrific, bone-chilling scream that tore through the manor, echoing through the halls like the wail of 1,000 tormented souls. Rachel stumbled back, her eyes wide in terror as the scream seemed to come from everywhere, from the very walls themselves. The stone in her hand trembled, its light flickering wildly, and for a split second, she thought it might shatter under the strain. She could feel the darkness fighting back, clawing at her, trying to pull her into its depths. "Rachel!" Edmund's voice was no longer calm, no longer mocking. It was filled with pure rage, desperation. "You cannot defeat me. You are nothing." The darkness surged toward her, but Rachel stood firm, her grip tightening on the stone. She had to finish it. She had to sever the curse once and for all. With every ounce of strength left in her, she forced the stone into the earth, her hands trembling as she pushed the stone deeper, as if planting it into the very heart of Blackwood Manor. The energy surged one final time, a brilliant flash of light that filled the entire manor, and then silence. The shadows were gone. The oppressive weight had lifted. Rachel's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, her body drained from the intense energy of the ritual. The stone in her hand had gone cold, its light now extinguished. For a moment, the world around her was still, the silence overwhelming. But it was a silence she welcomed. A silence that meant the curse had been broken. When Rachel finally opened her eyes, she saw nothing but the quiet remnants of Blackwood Manor. Its walls still standing, its halls empty, its oppressive darkness gone. It was over. The nightmare was finally over. But as she stood up, her legs trembling beneath her, Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. She looked around, her breath shallow as her gaze swept over the manor's ruins. She knew the curse had been severed, the connection to the land broken, but a distant noise interrupted her thoughts. A door creaked open in the farthest corner of the manor, and in the dim light, a figure emerged from the shadows. Rachel froze. Her blood ran cold as the figure stepped into view. It was a woman, tall, with long dark hair that cascaded down her back in a cascade of curls. Her pale skin was almost ghostly in the dim light, and her eyes were empty, devoid of any warmth or life, like dark pools of nothingness. She was dressed in an old-fashioned gown, its fabric torn and stained with something that looked suspiciously like blood. For a moment, Rachel thought her mind was playing tricks on her, that the curse hadn't really been broken, that the shadows, the dark power, were still lingering within the manor, reaching out to claim her. But this was different. This woman wasn't Edmund. She wasn't a spirit of the Blackwood family. No, this was something else, something far older, far darker, than anything Rachel had encountered before. "Who are you?" Rachel asked, her voice hoarse and shaky, but firm with the weight of her determination. The woman did not answer. Instead, she stepped closer, her bare feet making no sound on the cold, stone floor. Rachel's heart thudded in her chest, each beat louder than the last, as the air around her thickened, the oppressive darkness returning. The walls, once seemingly freed from the curse, now felt as though they were closing in again, pulling her into the depths of something unspeakable. The woman's lips curled into a faint, ghostly smile, but it was a smile that held no warmth. It was the kind of smile one might see on a predator, a smile that signaled the beginning of something far worse than the horrors Rachel had already endured. The figure raised a hand, and in that moment, Rachel understood. This wasn't just another ghost. This was the source, the ancient power that had anchored the curse of Blackwood Manor for generations. "You have severed the ties." The woman's voice was a whisper, but it sliced through the silence like a blade, cold and sharp. "But you have not freed it. Not truly." Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she felt the weight of her words settle over her. The woman was right. The curse might have been temporarily broken, but something still remained. The manor itself, the very land, was haunted by an ancient force, something that could never be fully eradicated by mortal hands. "I was once its keeper," the woman continued, her voice growing colder with each word, as though the very air around her was freezing, solidifying. "I was the one who bound the curse to this land, and now, I am its master. You have merely delayed the inevitable, Rachel." Rachel felt a surge of panic rise within her chest, but she pushed it down. She couldn't afford to let fear take hold. She had faced unimaginable horrors already, and if she was to survive this, she would have to face this woman, this ancient entity, head-on. "I won't let you continue this," Rachel said, her voice more confident than she felt, her grip tightening around the now cold stone in her hand. "You have no power here. The curse is broken." The woman's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "You do not understand," she whispered. "The curse was never just a curse. It was a prison. And now you've unlocked it." The room seemed to grow colder still, the shadows around the woman thickening as they swirled in strange, unsettling patterns. The walls groaned, the very structure of the manor seeming to tremble with the weight of something ancient and malevolent stirring within. Rachel took a step back, her heart racing as she searched for a way out, a way to escape this nightmare. But there was no escape. She realized that now. This manor, this land, was tied to something far older, far darker than anything she had ever known. "I won't let you," Rachel whispered to herself, feeling a wave of determination wash over her. She had to stop this, had to finish what she had started. She had already broken the curse once. She could do it again. The woman laughed, the sound hollow and echoing, reverberating off the walls of the manor. "You cannot stop it, Rachel. You cannot defeat what was never meant to be defeated." Rachel's mind raced as she looked around, her eyes desperately searching for anything that could help her. She felt the weight of the woman's presence like a physical force, like the very air around her was being drained, suffocated by this creature's power. But then, her gaze landed on the stone, the cursed stone she had used to break the curse before. It lay in her hand, cold and silent, but still pulsing faintly, as if it were waiting for her to make the next move. She had one chance, one final chance. Rachel took a deep breath, raising the stone high above her head, her fingers trembling with the weight of what she was about to do. The woman stepped closer, her eyes locked on Rachel, as if daring her to act. The shadows around her began to pulse, growing more intense, as though they were coming alive, wrapping around Rachel like chains, threatening to pull her into their grasp. "No!" Rachel shouted, her voice filled with raw determination as she slammed the stone into the ground. "I won't let you win." A brilliant flash of light erupted from the stone, the power within it surging out in a blinding wave. The room around her trembled as the very foundation of Blackwood Manor seemed to quake. The woman's form writhed in the light, her face contorted in an expression of fury as the light pressed against her, pushing her back, forcing her to retreat. Rachel could feel the ancient power of the stone fighting against the woman, but she also felt something else, something more dangerous. The woman wasn't just a ghost. She was a manifestation of the curse itself, a being created to hold it in place, to keep it bound. And with the stone's power, Rachel was unraveling the very fabric of that curse. She could feel the land around her writhing, as though it were in agony. But Rachel couldn't stop now. She couldn't back down. She pushed the stone deeper into the ground, focusing on the land itself, on the roots that tied it all together. She poured every ounce of her strength into the stone, every bit of her will, until she felt the earth beneath her crack and shift. The woman's form began to fade, her screams growing fainter as the light from the stone intensified. And then, with a final resounding crack, the stone shattered, its power surging through the earth, severing the last remnants of the curse. The stone shattered with a deafening crack that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of Blackwood Manor. A brilliant, blinding light exploded outward, engulfing everything in its path. The shadows recoiled, snapping back as if burned, and the temperature in the room plummeted, the coldness of the land's curse evaporating in an instant. Rachel staggered backward, her eyes shut tightly against the brilliance, and when the light finally dimmed, she was left in a stunned silence. The woman, the ancient keeper of the curse, was gone. Her form had dissolved like smoke in the light, her chilling presence vanishing as though it had never been. The oppressive weight that had hung over the manor for so long was gone, and with it, the sense of dread and darkness that had clung to the land. Rachel stood, breathless, her body trembling from the effort, her hands still gripping the remnants of the shattered stone. Her heart raced, each beat loud in her ears, but for the first time in what felt like forever, there was no fear. There was only a strange, fragile peace that hung in the air, like the calm after a storm. For a moment, Rachel allowed herself to believe that it was over, that the curse had been broken, and Blackwood Manor was free. The land was free, but as her gaze swept the room, something caught her eye, something that made her blood run cold once more. It was subtle at first, but undeniable. A shadow flickered across the farthest corner of the room, as if the darkness itself was recoiling, reforming into something else. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the air, a sound that came not from the outside, but from within the very walls of the manor. It was as if the house itself was alive, groaning with a deep, ancient hunger. Rachel's breath hitched in her throat as she turned, eyes searching the shadows, trying to make sense of what was happening. The manor had seemed so still, so quiet, in the moments after the curse had been broken. But now something was wrong. The walls trembled again, but this time it wasn't the wind, it wasn't the curse. No, this was something far worse. The floor beneath her feet shifted with a dull, resonating thud. And then the floorboards started to creak, not as they had before, but in a slow, rhythmic fashion, as if something was moving below, something enormous, something far older than the manor itself. Rachel's mind raced. The curse might have been lifted, but something else remained, something deeper. The land of Blackwood Manor was a battleground for powers far beyond human comprehension, and while the curse might have been a form of control, there was something primal, something rooted in the very soil beneath her feet, that had never been fully understood. She turned her attention to the dark doorway leading to the manor's basement, the very place she and George had tried to avoid, the place where the land's true secrets had been buried. She knew instinctively that whatever was moving below them was tied to that ancient place. Without another thought, Rachel's legs moved of their own accord, her body drawn to the stairs leading down into the bowels of the manor. Her heart thundered in her chest as she descended, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. Her hand gripped the stone tightly, though it felt lighter now, as if its energy had been spent. The air grew thick and musty as she reached the bottom of the stairs. She felt a sharp chill settle in her bones, the kind of cold that wasn't of this world. There was a faint, pungent smell, like earth that had been undisturbed for centuries. Her eyes scanned the room, trying to pierce the darkness that stretched before her, but there was nothing to see. Nothing except the faint outlines of shelves lined with old jars, dusty books, and other forgotten relics. And then she saw it. A crack in the stone, a small gap that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as though something was struggling to break free from the earth itself. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stepped closer, every instinct in her body telling her to turn back. But she couldn't. Not now. Her hand trembled as she reached out toward the crack in the stone. She could feel the heat radiating from it, the ancient power that had been buried here for centuries, waiting to be unleashed. She could feel it in her bones, a power that was not meant to be disturbed. Before she could pull away, the crack widened, the stone shifting as if it were alive, groaning and cracking under some immense pressure. The temperature around her dropped, and the floor beneath her feet trembled once again. Then, from within the crack, something emerged, a hand long and thin, with fingers that seemed to stretch and curl unnaturally. It gripped the stone like a vice, pulling itself free from the earth, and with it, a figure began to emerge. A figure like none Rachel had ever seen before. It was not human, not quite. Its skin was ashen, cracked like old stone, and its eyes were the color of molten gold, burning with an intensity that sent a shiver through her entire body. The creature dragged itself free from the earth, its movements slow but deliberate, like a predator savoring the moment of its emergence. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth, and it let out a low, guttural growl that seemed to shake the very foundation of Blackwood Manor. Rachel stumbled back, her heart racing. The creature before her was not a ghost, not a manifestation of the curse, but something far older. This was the true evil that had once held sway over the land. The curse was only a veil, a mask, to keep its true nature hidden. And now, the mask had been ripped away. It was free. Rachel's mind raced. The stone had freed the manor from the curse, but it had also released the true source of the evil, the entity that had been bound beneath the earth for so long. The creature opened its mouth again, but this time it spoke, its voice a whisper that scraped against her very soul. "You should not have disturbed me, Rachel." Rachel's blood ran cold at the sound of the creature's voice. It wasn't a mere whisper, it was a ripple in the very air, vibrating with an ancient power that felt like it could crush her bones with a single word. She stood frozen, the realization dawning on her like a heavy weight. This creature, this entity, was the true curse of Blackwood Manor, and it had been lying dormant beneath the earth, waiting for the moment of its release. The creature's golden eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her heart skip a beat. Its mouth twitched into a grotesque smile, revealing more teeth than should have been possible, jagged and stained with the remnants of something long past. Its body was unnaturally thin, its limbs long and spindly, yet there was a sense of raw power in the way it moved. It was a predator, and Rachel was its prey. "You freed me, Rachel," the creature rasped, its voice reverberating in the cavernous space. "And now you must pay the price." Rachel's instincts screamed at her to run, but her legs felt like they were frozen in place. She had already come so far. She had fought against the curse, fought for her family's freedom, and now she was faced with the reality of what she had unleashed. There was no escape from this, no running. The creature took a step toward her, and the ground beneath her trembled. Its long fingers scraped against the stone floor, leaving deep gouges in their wake. The air in the basement grew thick with an oppressive weight, as though the very space around them was warping under the force of its presence. "I have waited," it hissed, its voice dripping with malice. "For centuries, I have been buried beneath this forsaken manor, bound by the blood of your ancestors. And now, I am free to reclaim what is mine." Rachel's breath caught in her throat as the creature's words sank in. The curse, it had never been just a curse. It had been a prison to contain this abomination, this ancient evil that had once ruled the land. The Blackwoods had bound it, chained it beneath the earth, but now that chain had been broken. The creature's eyes flared with a brilliant, unnatural light, and Rachel felt her heart race. She knew deep down that she had no power to stop it. She had thought that breaking the curse had been the key to freeing the manor, to breaking the land's hold on her family. But now she understood the terrible truth. The land wasn't cursed because of the manor. It was cursed because of the thing that had once controlled it, the thing that had been imprisoned beneath the earth, waiting. It let out a low, menacing chuckle, as though it were savoring the moment. The sound sent shivers down Rachel's spine, like cold fingers tracing along her skin. "You should not have come here, Rachel," the creature repeated, its voice a low growl now. "You should not have disturbed me." Rachel's mind raced. She had to think. There had to be a way to stop this. There had to be something she could do. The stone, the shattered remnants of the stone. Could it still hold any power? She glanced down at her hand, at the broken fragments of the stone she had used to break the curse, still clutched in her fingers. It felt weak, its power drained, but maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. But the creature was closing in on her, its eyes narrowing as it sensed her hesitation. Its body was no longer crawling. It moved with a horrifying grace, a predator stalking its prey. Rachel took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest as she desperately searched her mind for a solution. She had already broken the curse, already shattered the stone. But had she truly ended it? Had she truly freed her family from the land's grip? No. The stone had broken the curse, but it hadn't sealed away the creature. The entity was the true curse, the source of the power that had haunted Blackwood Manor for centuries. And now it was free. The creature lunged at her with a speed she couldn't have anticipated, its long claws reaching out, sharp as knives. Rachel barely managed to dodge, her body moving instinctively, but the edge of its claws scraped across her arm, sending a wave of searing pain through her. She cried out, stumbling backward, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. There was a way. There had to be. With trembling hands, Rachel fumbled through the remnants of the stone, her fingers numb and cold. Her mind was a blur, but she remembered the words she had read in the old book. The true power of the Blackwood family was not in the curse, it was in their blood. The Blackwoods had been the keepers of the land, the guardians of its terrible secret. Their blood had bound the creature, and their blood could bind it again. Rachel looked down at her arm, where the creature's claws had left a deep gash. She felt her blood pulse beneath her skin, and in that moment she understood. The stone had been a tool, a means to an end, but it was the blood that was truly powerful. It was the blood of the Blackwoods that had kept the creature imprisoned. With a sudden burst of clarity, Rachel raised her hand, the remnants of the stone still clutched in her fingers. She didn't know if it would work, didn't know if it was too late, but she had no choice. She slammed the stone into the earth, right where the creature had emerged. The stone splintered, shards of it scattering across the basement floor, but Rachel didn't stop. She pressed her palm against the cold stone, her blood trickling from the gash on her arm and soaking into the earth. The ground trembled once more, but this time it wasn't the creature rising. It was the land fighting back. Rachel's blood mixed with the ancient earth, and she felt a surge of power, a pulse of something primal, something tied to the very heart of Blackwood Manor. The creature screamed, a sound that shook the very walls of the basement, its golden eyes flashing with fury. But Rachel didn't stop. She couldn't. She forced the power of the land, the power of her blood, back into the earth, back into the place where the creature had once been bound. And then, with a deafening roar, the creature was pulled back into the earth. The ground beneath Rachel's feet cracked, swallowing it whole, the creature's final scream echoing in the depths as it was sealed once again. Rachel collapsed to her knees, exhausted, her body trembling from the sheer force of what had just transpired. The basement was silent now, the oppressive atmosphere gone, replaced by a strange stillness. The creature was gone. The land was still. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Blackwood Manor was truly free. But as Rachel looked around the now silent basement, she couldn't shake the feeling that, deep beneath her feet, something still stirred. The land was free, yes, but the price of that freedom had come at a terrible cost. And though the creature had been sealed, she knew that Blackwood Manor would never be the same again. The land had been marked, and so had she. Rachel's mind was spinning, her body drained from the ordeal, but her senses were still sharp enough to feel the lingering presence of something beneath her, a remnant of the curse that could never truly be erased. She looked around the basement, her heart still racing in her chest, the silence of the room pressing in on her like a physical weight. It was as if the air itself had become heavier, more oppressive, as though something had shifted in the very fabric of the manor. She could still feel it, deep in her bones, the subtle, almost imperceptible thrum of power beneath the earth. The creature had been sealed, yes, but there was a haunting sense that it wasn't fully gone. No matter how deeply it had been buried, no matter how much blood had been spilled to bind it once more, Rachel knew the truth. The manor itself was a living thing. The land that it sat on had always been cursed. And though the creature had been bound by the Blackwood bloodline, it was not the only force at play. There were darker, deeper secrets buried within the soil, within the very foundation of the house itself. Rachel pushed herself to her feet, still shaky, her legs unsteady beneath her. She glanced down at her hands, which were smeared with dirt and blood. She wiped them on her pants, as if that could somehow erase the memory of what had happened. She had broken the curse, or so she thought. But now she wasn't so sure. The manor might be free of the creature, but there was a growing suspicion in her gut, a deep, gnawing feeling that she had only scratched the surface of the darkness that resided here. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the basement once more. The shelves, the jars, the old books, everything appeared to be the same as it had been before. Nothing had changed, but Rachel knew better. She knew that the manor had a way of hiding its true nature, of concealing its dark past. And what had happened tonight was just a glimpse of something far more terrifying. Her eyes landed on the staircase leading back to the ground floor, and she felt a strange pull toward it, as if the manor itself was calling to her. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, or even if she should be looking at all, but the sense of unease that had settled in her chest was not something she could ignore. Taking a deep breath, Rachel made her way back up the stairs, her feet light against the worn wood, but her heart heavy with the weight of everything that had transpired. As she reached the top, she found herself standing in the hallway outside the study, the room where she had first discovered the truth about the curse. It was strange. Everything looked the same. The paintings on the walls, the furniture, the flickering candles, it all appeared to be untouched by the horrors of the basement. And yet, Rachel knew that something had changed. The house felt different, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. She hesitated for a moment, staring down the hallway toward the library. George, her husband, had been there earlier, searching through the old books. He had been part of this journey, part of the reason she had even dared to confront the curse. But now, she wasn't sure what was left for them to find. Everything had become so twisted, so uncertain. Before she could take a step forward, she heard a faint sound, a voice, soft at first, as if whispering from somewhere far away. Rachel froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She strained to listen, but the voice was too quiet, too distant to understand. It came again, louder this time, though still faint and fragmented. But this time she recognized it. It was George's voice. "Rachel, help me." Her stomach turned, a feeling of dread washing over her in waves. She glanced toward the library door, feeling as though she were being pulled toward it against her will. She knew what she had to do. She had to find him, had to make sure he was safe. But something deep within her told her that whatever awaited her in that room was not something she was prepared for. With trembling hands, Rachel opened the door, stepping into the library. The room was dimly lit by the flickering candles, their soft light casting long shadows on the shelves of books that lined the walls. The scent of old paper and dust hung thick in the air, mixing with the lingering chill of the basement. And there, standing in the center of the room, was George. He was facing away from her, his back hunched, his hands gripping the edges of the study table. His clothes were disheveled, his hair wild, as though he had been up for hours. But what struck Rachel most was the way he stood, stiff and unmoving, as if he were waiting. "George," she called softly, her voice barely a whisper. She took a cautious step forward, her eyes never leaving him. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. Instead, he slowly turned around, his face obscured by shadows. At first, Rachel thought nothing of it. Perhaps the candles were just flickering too much. But as George stepped forward, she saw it. His eyes were wide, his pupils dilated, and his mouth was stretched into an unnatural grin. A grin that sent a chill crawling down her spine, a smile that wasn't his. "Rachel," he murmured in a voice that sounded strange, hollow, as though it were coming from somewhere deep beneath the earth. "You freed me." Rachel took a step back, her heart thudding in her chest. Something was wrong. This wasn't her husband. This wasn't the man she had fought to save. She knew it in her bones. She could feel the coldness in the room increase, the very air turning heavy with the presence of something else, something far more ancient. "George," she whispered, her voice breaking. "What's happening?" He stepped closer, his eyes never leaving hers, and then he spoke again, the words dripping with malice and something far worse. "It's not over, Rachel. The curse never truly ends. You may have broken the chains, but you can never break the land." Rachel's blood ran cold. She reached for the shard of stone in her pocket, but before she could react, George lunged at her, his movements inhumanly quick. Her breath caught in her throat as she barely dodged his grasp, her body slamming into the edge of the table. "George," she cried out, but the words came out strangled, choked by the rising panic that clawed at her throat. "What's happened to you?" His smile widened, his teeth too sharp, his grin too wide. "It wasn't George. Not anymore. You freed us all, Rachel. Now, you will pay." Rachel's breath caught in her throat as George's hands shot toward her. The grip he had on her arm was cold and unyielding, his fingers digging into her skin with unnatural strength. Her heart hammered in her chest as she struggled to break free, her mind racing for a solution. This wasn't her husband. This was something else, something twisted and beyond recognition. "George, please," she cried, her voice breaking as she fought against his grip. "You have to fight it. It's not you." But George's expression was unreadable, his eyes glazed over with that same eerie, otherworldly look. His grin widened into something grotesque, the lines of his face stretching in unnatural directions. The darkness that had filled the manor seemed to swirl around him, an oppressive force that was consuming everything in its path. "You freed us," George repeated, his voice distorted and hollow, as though it were being spoken by someone else entirely. "But you can never escape, Rachel. Not now. Not after everything." Rachel's pulse raced, her mind desperately searching for an answer, for anything that could help her understand what had happened to him. But before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, a stabbing, burning sensation that made her gasp for air. It was as if the very walls of the house had turned against her, as if the curse that had once been sealed in the depths of Blackwood Manor had now come rushing to the surface, manifesting in her own flesh. She screamed, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence of the library. It felt as though the manor itself was alive, feeding off her fear, amplifying the terror that was spreading like wildfire through her veins. The pain intensified, spreading outward from the point of contact between her and George. She could feel the ancient evil coursing through her, binding her to the very land that had cursed her family for generations. The walls seemed to close in around her, the shadows growing darker, more oppressive, as though they were swallowing the light. She fought to stay conscious, to hold on to the fragments of her sanity. But as the world around her blurred and twisted, she heard a voice, familiar and terrifying, whispering from the depths of the darkness. "Your blood has awoken us, Rachel. You have given us strength." The voice was ancient, ancient beyond measure, and it came from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It seemed to seep into her very soul, twisting her thoughts, drowning her in an ocean of despair. Now, The voice continued, "The Blackwood bloodline is ours. Forever." Rachel's heart thudded in her chest as she realized the true extent of the curse. It wasn't just the creature. It wasn't just the entity that had been imprisoned beneath the earth. The manor itself, the land, the very soil, was part of the curse. It had been feeding off her family's bloodline for centuries, growing stronger with each generation. Her family had always been tied to this place, bound to it by a fate they couldn't escape. The Blackwoods had always been guardians, protectors, but they had never truly been free. They had been kept here, bound to the land, bound to the curse. And now it was too late. The curse had claimed them all. With every ounce of strength she had left, Rachel pulled herself away from George's grasp, her heart pounding as she stumbled backward. Her legs were weak, her vision dimming, but she had to keep going. She had to get out. But as she backed away, she felt something or someone move behind her. She whirled around, her eyes wide with terror, only to find the shadows in the corners of the room shifting. The figures, once faint and indistinct, were now taking shape. They were the spirits of the Blackwoods who had come before her, trapped souls, bound to the curse, unable to escape. Their faces were contorted in agony, their eyes hollow, their bodies translucent and flickering like candles in the wind. They reached out to her with skeletal hands, their voices a chorus of sorrow and despair. "Help us, Rachel," one of them whispered, its voice barely audible above the sound of her frantic breathing. "Free us." But Rachel knew that there was no freeing them. They were part of the curse, part of the cycle that had bound her family to the manor for generations. They were trapped, just as she was, trapped in the grip of an ancient evil that could never truly be undone. The floor beneath her feet groaned, the entire house shaking as if it were alive, as if it were breathing. She could feel it now, the pulse of the land beneath her, the rhythm of the curse that had been set in motion all those years ago. It was a heartbeat, steady and unrelenting, pounding through her bones, through her blood. "You cannot escape it, Rachel," the voice of the creature whispered again, its tone mocking, triumphant. "You are one of us now. The curse is your inheritance." The shadows continued to creep toward her, drawing closer, their hands reaching out, their voices calling to her, desperate and pleading. Rachel's mind was unraveling. She could feel herself slipping, the world around her growing dimmer with each passing second. Her body was no longer her own. It was as though the curse was taking root inside her, weaving itself into her very flesh, consuming her from the inside out. She had to get out. She had to break free, but the manor was closing in around her, the walls pressing in, the shadows swallowing the light. Her heart was pounding, her breath ragged, as she backed toward the door. But as she reached for the handle, her hand froze in midair. It was like the door itself was holding her in place, its surface cold and unyielding, as though it were alive, feeding off her fear, feeding off the terror that had taken root in her soul. With a final, desperate scream, Rachel pulled at the door, trying to wrench it open, but it wouldn't budge. The shadows closed in on her, the spirits of the Blackwoods now surrounding her, their eyes wide with empty, hollow despair. And then, as if in response to her scream, the earth beneath the manor shook violently. The walls groaned, the floor cracked, and Rachel felt the ground give way beneath her. With one final scream, she fell into the abyss. The darkness seemed to stretch on forever as Rachel plummeted through the floor, her body weightless for what felt like an eternity. Every inch of her screamed, as if her soul was being torn away from her very form. The air was thick, suffocating, as she fell deeper into the bowels of the house, the very heart of the curse that had bound her family for so long. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the fall stopped. She landed with a harsh thud on cold, jagged stone, the force of the impact knocking the wind from her lungs. For a moment, she lay there, gasping for air, her body bruised and aching from the fall. As her senses began to clear, she realized with a jolt that she was no longer in the familiar, oppressive library. No, she was deep beneath Blackwood Manor now. in a place that felt older than time itself. The air was damp and heavy with the scent of mold and decay, and the ground beneath her feet was slick with centuries of dust and dirt. The walls of the cavernous space around her seemed to stretch infinitely into the darkness, their surfaces etched with strange, indecipherable symbols. Rachel shakily pushed herself to her feet, her mind racing to comprehend what had just happened. She had fallen through the manor, through its very foundation, into a hidden, forbidden part of the house that no one had ever known about. It was a place far beyond the reach of the living, a place where the curse had first taken root. This was the source, the heart of the manor's dark power. The eerie silence in the space was suffocating, broken only by the sound of Rachel's breath and the faintest whisper, like wind flowing through the cracks in the stone. It was then that she realized she wasn't alone. From the corners of the room, figures began to emerge, not fully human, but not entirely otherworldly either. They were remnants of her family, their faces twisted by the horrors they had endured, their eyes hollow and unseeing. Some wore clothes from centuries ago, others dressed in more recent fashions, but they all shared one thing in common. Their faces were covered in a terrible expression of anguish, frozen in time, forever trapped in this forgotten place beneath Blackwood Manor. Rachel stepped back in horror, her blood running cold as she realized that these were the spirits of the Blackwoods, those who had come before her, bound to the curse for eternity. Their souls had been twisted, trapped in the very land they had once tried to protect, unable to escape the curse they had helped to create. One of the spirits, a woman who looked strikingly similar to Rachel's own mother, reached out a hand toward her, her voice a whisper in the oppressive silence. "Rachel, you cannot escape." Rachel flinched as the spirit's fingers brushed against her arm, sending a chill through her entire body. She recoiled instinctively, her pulse racing. Her mind screamed at her to run, to find a way out of this nightmare, but her legs were frozen in place. The air around her felt thick, oppressive, as if it was pushing her down, urging her to stay. Another spirit stepped forward, this one a man, his features distorted by anguish. His eyes locked onto Rachel, filled with an emotion that was part sorrow, part rage. "You must accept your fate, Rachel Blackwood," he spoke, his voice low and grating, as though it were a chant from an ancient time. "You freed us. Now you will join us in the darkness." The words echoed through Rachel's mind, reverberating in her skull. The curse that had bound her family for centuries, wasn't just a bloodline. It wasn't just the creature in the basement. It was the land itself, the very foundation of Blackwood Manor, woven into the hearts and souls of those who had once lived there. Rachel was part of it now. There was no escaping the legacy of death, the weight of the curse. "No," Rachel whispered fiercely, her voice shaking with defiance. "I won't let you have me. I won't let this happen." The spirit of the woman who resembled her mother shook her head sadly, the light in her eyes dimming. "You already are one of us. There is no escape from the curse." Rachel's heart raced as she looked around, searching for anything that could help her. She had to break free. She had to stop this before it consumed her completely. In the far corner of the room, she noticed something, an altar, ancient and covered in dust. It was made of stone, with carvings that glowed faintly in the dim light, symbols of an old ritual, one that seemed familiar. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized what it was. This altar, it was part of the original binding ritual, the one that had sealed the creature away all those years ago, the one that had bound the Blackwood bloodline to the curse. If she could reach it, if she could somehow use it, she might be able to undo everything. She might be able to break the chain once and for all. With every ounce of strength she had left, Rachel pushed past the spirits that surrounded her, her heart pounding in her chest. They reached for her, their cold hands brushing against her skin, their voices chanting her name, but she ignored them. She couldn't afford to let them pull her into their endless agony. She stumbled forward, her legs unsteady, but her resolve growing stronger with each step. The altar was only a few feet away, and as she reached it, she felt a surge of energy, an ancient, primal force coursing through her. The symbols on the stone altar pulsed with a dark light, resonating with the curse that had long claimed her family. Rachel didn't hesitate. She placed her hands on the altar, her fingers tracing the symbols, desperate to make sense of them. As she touched them, the air around her seemed to shift, the room trembling with the power that surged through her. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the ground beneath her began to quake. A deep, guttural sound rumbled through the walls, as though the earth itself were groaning under the weight of centuries of suffering. The spirits around her screamed, their voices high-pitched and desperate, but Rachel didn't falter. She pressed on, her hands glowing with the energy she had awakened. "You cannot stop it," one of the spirits howled. "It is too late." But Rachel knew this was her only chance. She focused all her energy into the altar, into the curse, into breaking the hold the manor had on her family. And then, with a deafening roar, the darkness shattered. The spirits screamed in agony, their forms disintegrating into nothingness, their anguished cries fading into the ether. The oppressive weight of the manor's curse lifted, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the air was still. Rachel collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she looked around at the now empty chamber. The altar had gone cold, its glow faded, and the shadows that had once seemed so alive now lay dormant. The curse was broken, but Rachel knew that it came at a price. The manor, Blackwood Manor, was forever changed. It would never truly be free of the darkness that had consumed it for centuries, but it would no longer claim anyone else. The house had lost its hold on her family, and on the land. Rachel was free, at least for now. And as the echoes of the past faded into nothingness, she stood alone in the darkness, her heart heavy with the weight of what had been, and the uncertainty of what was yet to come. Rachel stood there, gasping for breath, her body shaking as the remnants of the curse dissolved into the air. The heavy weight of the manor's oppression had lifted, but the silence that followed felt just as suffocating. She was free, yes, but at what cost? The memories of the spirits, the twisted faces of her ancestors, the agonizing cries still echoed faintly in her mind, a reminder of what had just transpired beneath Blackwood Manor. She looked around the chamber, the air now still and eerily quiet. The stone walls, once pulsating with the dark power of the curse, were now just cold, lifeless rock. The altar she had just used to break the curse was now just a relic of the past, its power dissipating like a fading memory. Yet, something in the air felt different. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, waiting for Rachel to make her next move. But where would she go? What could she do? She couldn't return to the surface. The manor was ruined, but it was still her family's legacy. The dark truths she had uncovered could never be forgotten. Rachel had always dreamed of escaping, of leaving behind the haunting echoes of her bloodline, but the truth was inescapable. The curse, though broken, had changed her forever. She was no longer just Rachel Blackwood, the woman who inherited an ancient house. She was now a part of its dark history. "Rachel," the whisper drifted through the air, low and mournful. It was faint, but unmistakable. Her heart skipped a beat, her senses on high alert. She froze, straining to listen. The voice was soft but insistent, tugging at her soul. It came again, clearer this time. "Rachel, please don't leave us." It was the voice of her mother, the one who had died years ago, the one whose face had been twisted in torment when Rachel had first seen her in the depths of the manor. The face of a woman trapped in a nightmare for all eternity. But now her voice sounded softer, more fragile, as though it had been freed from the torment that had once bound it. Rachel turned, her eyes searching the cavernous chamber for any sign of her mother's presence. The shadows still clung to the edges of the room, flickering with an unnatural light, but there was nothing there. Nothing except the remnants of the cursed place. The voice came again, closer now. Rachel, you must come back. There is still so much you don't understand. Rachel's heart twisted in pain. She had tried so hard to escape, to break free from the horrors of her past. But it seemed that even though the curse had been lifted, her family's legacy could never truly be erased. I broke the curse, Rachel whispered, her voice shaking with the weight of it all. I set you free. You should be at peace. The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows darker. And then, as if from nowhere, a figure materialized in front of her. Her mother's face, pale and worn, appeared in the dim light, her eyes wide with something that was neither anger nor pain. It was something worse, something Rachel couldn't quite place. Not free, her mother's voice whispered, her lips trembling as she spoke. We're not free. The curse was never about us. It was about you. Rachel felt a chill grip her heart. She stepped back, shaking her head, disbelief flooding her mind. What do you mean? I've destroyed the curse. I've broken it. I've freed you. But her mother's face grew more sorrowful. No, Rachel. You don't understand. You weren't supposed to break the curse. The curse wasn't just about us, the Blackwoods. It was about you. It was always about you. Rachel's mind whirled, her thoughts spinning like a cyclone. The curse hadn't been her family's burden after all. It had been hers. She had been the one to set it in motion by inheriting the manor, by awakening the darkness that had slumbered beneath it for generations. A sickening realization washed over her. The curse hadn't ended with her. It had merely passed into her bloodline, into her very soul. The evil was never truly gone. It had just been waiting for the right moment to consume her, to take her as its final sacrifice. No! Rachel cried out, her voice echoing through the chamber. I won't let this happen. I won't be a part of this anymore. Her mother's apparition reached out to her, her hands trembling as she tried to touch Rachel's face. You can't fight it, my dear. The Blackwood curse is eternal. It was never meant to be broken. It was meant to pass through the generations, feeding on the blood of the innocent. And now you're the one who must carry it. Rachel's mind raced, the walls of the chamber closing in around her. She felt the familiar sensation of coldness creeping back into her bones, the darkness curling at the edges of her vision. It was happening again. The curse was beginning to take root in her once more, just as it had with every Blackwood before her. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. The terror gripped her, tightening its hold on her chest. No! Rachel screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the overwhelming force that surged through her. Her limbs went numb as the shadows surged up from the ground, crawling toward her like hungry tendrils. They wrapped around her, pulling her down, suffocating her. She could feel it, the power of the curse, ancient and cruel, latching onto her soul, binding her to the very land that had once held her ancestors prisoner. It was too much to fight, too much to endure. And then, as the shadows consumed her completely, Rachel heard her mother's voice one last time, soft and distant, like a fading echo in the dark. Forgive us, Rachel. We never meant for this to happen. And then there was only silence. The silence hung heavy in the air, a thick and suffocating fog that blanketed everything. Rachel's mind was a storm of confusion and fear, but her body felt like it no longer belonged to her. She had been consumed by the darkness, swallowed whole by the curse that had haunted her family for generations. And yet, even as the shadows coiled around her, squeezing the last remnants of light from the world, something within her resisted. Something fought back. It was faint at first, an ember of defiance, a glimmer of hope deep within her chest. She could feel the pull of the darkness, the weight of the curse, but it was no longer as suffocating as before. The shadows trembled, recoiling as though they were afraid of something, afraid of her. Her mind, clouded by the terror of the past, began to clear, and with it came a realization. She had the power to fight this. The curse had been laid upon her by her ancestors, yes, but she was not them. She was not their prisoner. As the shadows closed in, Rachel took a breath deep and steady, and in that moment, the darkness paused. She focused on the altar, the symbols, the energy that had once surged through her, the power she had tapped into when she had broken the curse for her family. It was still there, still alive within her, a part of her now. The cold tendrils of darkness wrapped around her tighter, trying to choke the life from her, but Rachel refused to let it. She knew now she was not trapped. She had the strength to fight back. The power she had called upon before was hers to command. "Enough," she whispered, her voice trembling but fierce. The shadows recoiled once more, as though they were listening, as if they feared the words she spoke. She stood tall, summoning every ounce of willpower she had. The dark power that had bound her family was still inside her, yes, but it did not own her. She would not let it. Not again. With a sharp exhale, she pushed forward, her mind flooded with the knowledge that she could break free. Her hands pressed down on the stone altar once again, and this time, the symbols burned beneath her fingertips. The energy, the ancient force that had once tried to devour her, now responded to her will. The ground trembled beneath her, the very walls of the manor quaking as though it was alive, aware of her defiance. "Begone!" Rachel shouted, the words ringing through the chamber with a force she didn't know she possessed. "This is mine now. This curse, this power, it's mine to control." And with that declaration, a wave of light erupted from the altar, flooding the space with a brilliance that seemed to scorch the very air. The shadows screeched in agony, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. They couldn't hold on. They couldn't fight back against the surge of power Rachel had called forth. For a moment, everything was silent. The light faded, leaving nothing but the faintest glow from the altar, now dormant once again. Rachel stood alone in the chamber, her breath ragged but steady. Her body felt heavy, but the darkness had receded. The curse was broken, not by destroying it, but by reclaiming it. She had taken control of the power that had once sought to consume her, and in doing so, she had freed herself. Her mother's apparition appeared one last time, her face soft and peaceful now, no longer twisted by anguish. She gazed at Rachel with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "You've done it, my daughter," she said, her voice gentle now, no longer filled with fear or regret. "You've broken the cycle." Rachel nodded, her eyes still wide with the realization of what she had done. She had faced the darkness, not by running from it, but by embracing it. She had reclaimed her family's legacy, not as a prisoner, but as its rightful heir. "You are free, Rachel," her mother's voice whispered, fading into the ether. "And so are we." As the last traces of her mother's spirit dissolved into the air, Rachel knew that her journey was far from over. The manor would never be the same. Blackwood Manor had been forever changed, not by the breaking of the curse, but by Rachel's acceptance of her role within it. The land, once tainted by centuries of suffering, now held a new power, one that Rachel could wield. One that could either save or destroy, depending on her choices. The house still stood, looming before her, its dark silhouette etched against the night sky. But Rachel was no longer afraid. She was the master of her own fate now, the keeper of the legacy that had once been her burden. She walked through the manor, each step resolute, as if she were carving her own path through the twisted halls of Blackwood Manor. There was no more fear in her heart, no more terror, only the knowledge that she was the one who would shape its future. As she reached the front doors of the manor, she paused. The night outside was quiet, still. The wind whispered through the trees, but there was no sign of the darkness that had once haunted the house. For the first time in centuries, Blackwood Manor was at peace. Rachel took a deep breath, the cool night air filling her lungs. She knew that her journey wasn't over. There were still questions, still mysteries to uncover. But for now, she had won. She had freed herself from the curse that had bound her family, and in doing so had found her own strength. And as she stepped outside into the night, she knew that she would never be the same. As Rachel stood in the doorway of Blackwood Manor, the cold wind brushing against her skin, she felt an unfamiliar sense of peace. The manor, once a place of terror, now seemed quiet, almost serene. The land stretched before her, bathed in the silver glow of the moon. The shadows that had once crept in the corners of her mind no longer seemed to hold power over her. It was as though the house had been released from a heavy burden, and so had she. Yet even as she stepped away from the threshold, a strange feeling lingered in the air, a sensation she couldn't quite shake. The curse had been broken, yes, but something remained in the depths of her soul. A part of her was still tethered to the manor, to the dark power that had been passed down through generations. Rachel took a few tentative steps away from the house, feeling the earth beneath her boots. She could hear the rustling of the leaves in the trees, the soft hoot of an owl in the distance. But no matter how many steps she took, the feeling of unease didn't fade. It was as if the house was still watching her, still waiting for her to return. Her heart pounded in her chest, the feeling of being watched almost overwhelming. She stopped and turned, looking back at Blackwood Manor. The moonlight cast long shadows over the mansion's crumbling facade, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a figure standing in one of the windows. Her breath caught in her throat, her body frozen in place. But when she blinked, the figure was gone. Rachel shook her head. It was just her mind playing tricks on her. After all, she had just confronted the darkest parts of her family's history. But even as she tried to reassure herself, a chill ran down her spine. There was no denying that the manor, though silent, was far from empty. It was a place with memories, memories that could never be erased. Still, she turned and began walking toward the path that led away from the estate. Her footsteps were heavy in the stillness of the night, each step echoing in the quiet landscape. The world around her seemed to hold its breath, as though waiting for something to happen. As she walked, the moonlight dimmed, the night growing darker. The wind picked up, howling through the trees in an eerie, unsettling way. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Rachel quickened her pace, the darkness feeling heavier with each passing moment. It wasn't long before she realized she wasn't alone. The first sign was the sound of footsteps behind her. Slow at first, tentative, but growing closer with each step. Rachel's heart raced in her chest. She turned her head quickly, but there was no one there. The wind whistled through the trees, but the footsteps remained. They were real, she could feel them. A presence was following her. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. She didn't know if it was her mind still reeling from the curse's influence, or if something more sinister was lurking in the darkness. For a moment there was silence. Then she heard it, a voice. Soft but unmistakable, the voice of her mother. "Rachel!" Rachel spun around, her breath caught in her throat. The words echoed in the air, chilling her to the bone. She stood frozen, staring into the thick, impenetrable darkness ahead. She couldn't see anything, but she could feel the presence, like an invisible force looming just beyond her sight. "Mother," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The air grew colder around her, the shadows deepening. "Come back, Rachel," the voice continued, sweet and sorrowful. "It's not over. You can't escape us. You can't escape me." Rachel's heart pounded in her chest as she strained to make sense of what was happening. She knew the curse had been broken, but this was something else. Was it her mother's spirit still trapped within the manor, calling to her? Or was it something more insidious, an echo of the curse, refusing to fade away? "Leave me alone," she shouted, her voice growing more frantic. "I've set you free. You don't have to haunt me anymore." The voice responded, its tone shifting, darkening. "You can never be free of us, Rachel. You are one of us now. Forever." A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and cloaked in darkness. Rachel gasped, her breath catching in her throat. It was her mother, but her face was twisted, a cruel mockery of the woman she had known. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, filled with an emptiness that seemed to devour everything in its path. Rachel took a step back, her pulse hammering in her ears. "No," she cried, her voice breaking. "This isn't real. This can't be real. But the figure took another step toward her, its eyes never leaving hers. The ground beneath her seemed to shift, the very earth trembling, as though the land itself was alive. The shadows deepened, the night closing in on her from all sides. "You can't escape the bloodline," her mother's voice rasped, growing louder. "You are bound to us, bound to Blackwood Manor." Rachel felt the cold fingers of panic grip her heart. She turned and ran, her legs carrying her as fast as they could move. But no matter how quickly she ran, the figure remained at her heels, always just a few steps behind. The night was closing in, the darkness swallowing everything around her. The manor, Blackwood Manor, was calling her back, pulling her toward its depths. She couldn't escape. No matter how far she went, the curse was always with her. Her bloodline, her legacy, it was all tied to that house. The earth beneath her feet seemed to shift again, and suddenly the ground gave way. Rachel screamed as she fell, the darkness swallowing her whole. Rachel's scream echoed in the void as she plummeted through the darkness, the cold wind whipping past her face. The ground disappeared beneath her feet, and for a moment she felt weightless, as though time itself had suspended. Her heart raced in her chest, the adrenaline coursing through her veins as she braced for impact. But there was no impact. Instead, the world around her twisted, reshaped, and she landed softly on a cold stone floor. Her breath was ragged as she scrambled to her feet, disoriented and shaken. She looked around, her eyes adjusting to the dim light that flickered faintly in the distance. The air was thick, heavy with a stifling, oppressive energy that clung to her skin. She was back in the bowels of Blackwood Manor. The walls of the cavernous space stretched up to an impossible height, their surfaces slick with moisture and covered in creeping vines. The faint glow of candles illuminated the room, casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The space was eerily familiar, like a place she had once seen in a dream. But this was no dream. This was real. Rachel's pulse pounded in her ears as she slowly took in her surroundings. The room she was in resembled a vast underground chamber, with arches and columns stretching out into the darkness. It was an ancient part of the manor, one she had never seen before. A hidden room, perhaps. A secret place where the curse had been born. And then she saw it, the altar. The same altar from the depths of the manor, the one she had used to break the curse. The symbols, once dormant, pulsed with a faint light, as though they were alive. But this time they were different, darker, more malevolent. Rachel's stomach twisted with a growing sense of dread as she realized what had happened. She had been pulled back into the heart of Blackwood Manor, not by her own will, but by something far more powerful. The curse had never truly left her. It had followed her here, to this place, where it had first begun. "Rachel," the voice came again, softer now, but no less chilling. It wasn't just her mother's voice anymore. It was something else, something that slithered beneath the words, like a serpent waiting to strike. She spun around, her heart pounding. There, in the shadows, stood the figure of her mother. But there was something wrong, something unsettling about the way she moved. Her body seemed to twitch and shudder, as though it was being controlled by some unseen force. Her eyes were empty, void of any emotion or humanity, and the smile that curled on her lips was not the smile of a mother, but of something far darker. "You cannot escape, Rachel," her mother's voice echoed, now joined by a chorus of whispers. The voices of those who had come before her, those who had been consumed by the curse, their souls twisted and bound to this place. Rachel's chest tightened, the air thick with suffocating heat. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for a way out, but there was no escape. The walls were closing in, the shadows reaching out to grab her. "You belong to us," her mother whispered, taking a step closer. "You always have." Rachel backed away, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The voices were growing louder now, their cries filling her head. They whispered of pain, of death, of the endless torment that awaited anyone who dared to break the curse. But Rachel knew she couldn't give in. Not now. Not after everything she had fought for. No, Rachel cried, her voice trembling with defiance. I won't be your prisoner anymore. I won't be a part of this curse. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Rachel pushed forward, her hand outstretched toward the altar. She could feel the power that still lingered in the air, that dark energy that had once bound her family. It was there, pulsing beneath her fingertips. But she had learned how to wield it. She had learned how to control it. Her mother's figure lurched toward her, but Rachel was faster. She placed her hand firmly on the altar, and the symbols flared to life, their glow intensifying until the entire room was bathed in light. The power surged through her, filling her with a burning heat that threatened to consume her. You will not win, Rachel, her mother hissed, her voice warping, becoming more monstrous with each passing second. You cannot fight your bloodline. But Rachel was no longer afraid. She had faced the darkness before and come out stronger. This time, she would end it. She clenched her fist around the symbol on the altar, focusing all her energy into it. The power surged again, and the walls of the room shook, the very foundation of Blackwood Manor trembling. The whispers grew louder, frantic, as if they could sense what was coming. The curse was fighting back, but Rachel was stronger now. With one final cry of determination, she released the energy, and a blinding light exploded from the altar. The light engulfed everything, searing through the darkness, tearing at the very fabric of the manor itself. For a moment, there was nothing but pure, searing white. The light burned through the shadows, through the curses, through the echoes of the past. The voices screamed, their cries fading into silence. The figure of her mother, twisted and contorted, vanished in the light, her presence erased from existence. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded. Rachel collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her body was shaking, the energy of the curse still rippling through her veins, but the oppressive weight that had haunted her was gone. The manor, once dark and suffocating, now seemed empty, silent. She looked around, her eyes wide with disbelief. The room was empty now, the altar dim and lifeless. The power that had once bound her family was no more. Rachel stood slowly, her legs trembling beneath her. The curse had been broken, finally. There was no more darkness lurking in the shadows, no more twisted spirits to haunt her. The weight of Blackwood Manor had been lifted. For the first time in years, she felt free. But as she walked toward the exit, a single thought lingered in the back of her mind. Was it truly over? Or had she merely freed herself from one trap only to find herself in another? The house was quiet, but Rachel knew that the legacy of Blackwood Manor would never truly fade. The darkness may have been vanquished, but the memories, the scars, would remain with her forever. And with that thought, Rachel stepped out of the manor into the night. The world beyond was waiting for her, but the shadows of Blackwood Manor would always follow, whispering her name. Rachel's footsteps echoed in the quiet, her heart still racing as she made her way through the estate's grounds. The manor loomed behind her, a silent monument to the horrors it had once held. But for now, it was just a house with memories and a history that would never be erased. The curse had been broken, but the past, it seemed, had a way of lingering, of haunting even the most innocent places. She paused for a moment, looking back toward the manor. The moon was low in the sky now, casting a pale light over the landscape. The wind had picked up again, rustling the leaves of the nearby trees, carrying with it a faint whisper of something ancient and forgotten. A chill ran down Rachel's spine, and she shook her head, trying to dispel the unsettling feeling that had crept back into her thoughts. She had done it. She had faced the curse, confronted the darkness that had haunted her family for generations, and she had come out on the other side. But the feeling lingered. There was something still waiting, something she couldn't quite place. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of the unease that had taken hold of her. She glanced over her shoulder once more. The manor was still, the windows dark and lifeless. Yet, in the silence of the night, she thought she heard something, just a faint sound, like a whisper carried on the wind. Her breath caught in her throat. Could it be? Could there be something left? Some lingering remnant of the curse that she had failed to fully destroy? No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head again. It's over. It has to be over. But the voices from her past, the whispers of the manor, seemed to call to her. She could almost hear them, faint, distant, as if they were reaching out to her from the shadows. Rachel tightened her grip on the strap of her bag, her resolve hardening. She wouldn't let fear control her. She had faced the curse, fought it with everything she had, and now it was time to move on, to leave the past behind her and find peace. With one last glance at the manor, she turned and began to walk away, the path ahead of her stretching out into the unknown. The shadows of Blackwood Manor receded behind her, the whispers fading as the distance grew between them. She stepped into the night, the world around her quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves. For the first time in what felt like forever, she could breathe freely, unburdened by the weight of the past. But as she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. Not from the manor, but from the very land itself. It was as if the earth, the trees, the air, all held secrets, secrets that had never been fully revealed, even after the curse had been lifted. Rachel's steps faltered for a moment as a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the land itself was cursed, that the evil of Blackwood Manor had seeped into the very soil? She stopped, her heart skipping a beat as she stared into the distance. The path ahead seemed endless, the shadows stretching long and dark beneath the trees. For a moment, she felt a sharp pang of fear, a fear she hadn't felt since the days when she first learned of the curse. No, she muttered under her breath, shaking her head again. It's over. I broke the curse. I did what I had to do. But the unease remained, gnawing at her. What if the curse had never truly been broken? What if there were still pieces of it left, hidden somewhere in the land, waiting for someone else to stumble upon it? What if the curse had merely been dormant, lying in wait for the right moment to rise again? Rachel didn't have the answers. She didn't know what the future held, or what secrets the land might still hold. But she knew one thing for certain. She couldn't go back to Blackwood Manor. Not now. Not ever. And so, with the weight of uncertainty pressing on her chest, Rachel walked away, her footsteps soft against the earth. The night stretched on before her, the stars shining above like silent witnesses to the dark history she had left behind. As she disappeared into the distance, the wind whispered one last time, carrying with it the faintest hint of a voice, faint but unmistakable. Rachel. But this time Rachel didn't stop. She didn't look back. She couldn't. And with that, the whispers faded into the night, leaving behind only silence. Rachel's pace quickened as she made her way down the winding path. The air was thick, and a heavy silence surrounded her. The night was unnaturally still, the faintest breeze stirring the leaves in the trees. Her thoughts swirled like a tempest. She had escaped the manor, broken the curse, but in the deepest corners of her mind, the question lingered. Had she truly escaped? The memories of her family's dark past haunted her like shadows at the edge of her vision. Every moment she spent thinking about Blackwood Manor felt like a tether, pulling her back toward the place she had fought so hard to leave behind. Was it possible for something so evil to truly die? To be vanquished by a single act, a moment of defiance? Or had she merely stopped the curse from claiming her, and in doing so, ensured it would strike again, this time at someone else? The path ahead seemed endless, stretching into the dark expanse of the countryside. She was free, physically at least, but her mind raced, replaying the moments when the curse had threatened to take her. The whispers, the voices, the figure of her mother, contorted and twisted in the shadows. She had broken the curse, or so she believed. Yet the echoes of that dark power were still with her, like a gnawing presence she couldn't shake. The night seemed to stretch on forever, and Rachel found herself walking faster, her her breath coming in short gasps. Her eyes darted around, every rustle in the trees, every flicker of movement in the corner of her vision, making her heart race. She told herself it was just her nerves, her mind playing tricks on her after everything she'd endured. But the unease still gnawed at her, like the faintest whisper of something not quite right. The trees loomed tall on either side of the path, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands, casting long shadows on the ground. The night air grew colder, the chill seeping into her bones, but she didn't dare stop. She couldn't. Not with that feeling of something following her, something that had never fully been left behind. And then there it was, a faint sound like a whisper on the wind. Soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. "Rachel!" She froze, her blood running cold. The voice was clear now, not a trick of the wind. It was the same voice she had heard back at the manor, the voice of her mother, calling to her from the darkness. "No," she whispered, her body stiffening with dread. "No, I'm not listening to this. It's over." But the voice came again, more insistent this time and closer. "Rachel, you can't leave. You'll never be free." The words hung in the air, twisting around her like the tendrils of a nightmare. She spun around, her heart thundering in her chest, her eyes darting frantically through the darkness. There was nothing there, only the trees, their branches swaying in the wind. "Please, just leave me alone," she whispered to the empty air. But the voice didn't stop. It echoed in her mind, in her very soul. "Rachel, you're ours. You'll always be ours." Her breath hitched as the shadows seemed to grow, thickening and curling around her like a living thing. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, and for a moment she felt as though the earth itself was shifting, warping into something unfamiliar. Her pulse quickened as she took a step back, her eyes searching the darkness. She couldn't afford to panic, not now. She had fought too hard to survive the curse, to break free of Blackwood Manor. But no matter how much she tried to reason with herself, the feeling that something was closing in on her only grew stronger. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A figure moving swiftly through the trees. It was human-shaped, but distorted, like a shadow trying to assume the form of a person. The figure darted between the trunks, its movements erratic and unnatural. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she stumbled backward. She was not alone. Something was out there, something that should not be. "Rachel!" The voice called again, but this time it wasn't her mother's. It was deeper, darker, filled with a malevolence that made her blood run cold. The figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the moonlight. But it was no longer human. Its face was twisted, elongated, like something not of this world. Its skin was a sickly pale color, stretched tight over its bones, and its eyes, black as coal, locked onto hers with an almost predatory gaze. Rachel stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her as terror gripped her. The creature took a step forward, its grin widening as it drew closer. Her heart hammered in her chest. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to flee from the abomination before her. But the words of the curse rang in her ears, growing louder with every step the creature took. "You will never escape. You belong to us." Rachel's chest tightened, the air thick and suffocating. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she stumbled backward, trying to put distance between herself and the nightmarish creature. But it was too late. A cold, bony hand shot out from the darkness, gripping her arm with an unnatural strength. The creature's grip tightened, its fingers digging into her skin, its nails sharp like claws. It pulled her toward it with a strength that no human should have. "No!" Rachel screamed, kicking and thrashing as she fought against its grip. The creature hissed, its breath rancid and foul, hot against her skin. "You cannot escape," it growled, its voice a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down her spine. The curse was never broken. It has always been waiting for you, for your blood. Rachel's mind raced as she struggled to break free. She had faced horrors before, but this was something different. This was something ancient, Something born from the curse of Blackwood Manor, something that had been waiting for her, stalking her, even after she thought she had broken the curse. With all her remaining strength, Rachel swung her fist, striking the creature in the face. The force of the blow sent it staggering back, but only for a moment. It snarled, its black eyes glowing with fury as it lunged forward again. Rachel's mind spun with panic, but then, like a flicker in the darkness, she remembered something. The altar, the power she had used to break the curse before. It hadn't been fully destroyed. There was still a way to stop this, to finish what she had started. The creature was closing in again, its grotesque form lurching toward her. But Rachel's eyes flickered to the ground. There, at her feet, was a symbol, one that had been carved into the earth. The very same symbol she had seen at the altar of Blackwood Manor. A sign that the curse was still there, that it had never been truly eradicated. With a surge of determination, Rachel reached down, her fingers brushing against the ground as she traced the symbol, invoking the last remnants of the power that had once broken the curse. The creature let out a screech, its body writhing as if in pain. The ground shook beneath Rachel's feet as the symbol began to glow, radiating with a brilliant light that pierced the darkness. And then, in an instant, the creature was gone. Rachel collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as the world around her seemed to return to normal. The night was still, the silence settling over her like a heavy fog. But she knew, deep in her bones, that this was far from over. Rachel knelt on the cold, damp earth, her chest heaving with exhaustion. The glow from the symbol slowly dimmed, and with it, the weight of the curse seemed to lift, or at least she thought it did. The night air was still again, the silence only broken by her own ragged breath. But as the creature disappeared, a heavy sense of dread lingered. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, the trees around her too still, as if they were holding their breath, waiting for something. She could feel the remnants of something ancient and dangerous still pulsing beneath the ground, a force that had been here long before she had ever set foot on this cursed land. "Is it truly over?" she whispered to herself, her voice shaking. She didn't know anymore. She had fought so hard to free herself, to free her family from the horrors of Blackwood Manor. But now she wasn't sure if she had succeeded, or if the curse had merely evolved into something darker, something more elusive, something that could not simply be broken by the mere destruction of a creature. She stood slowly, her legs weak beneath her, and turned her gaze to the path that lay ahead. There was no turning back now. Blackwood Manor was behind her, but the echoes of its curse would always follow. She could feel it, deep within her, like a cold hand resting on her shoulder, urging her to turn around, to go back. But Rachel had no choice. She had broken the curse, or so she thought. There was no more to be done here. She had to leave, to keep moving forward, even if it meant leaving the questions unanswered. The wind picked up again, the branches above her swaying in the breeze. The familiar sound of rustling leaves seemed almost comforting now, but as she took a few hesitant steps forward, something in the distance caught her eye. A shadow. It was small at first, a flicker at the edge of the trees, but as she looked closer, it grew larger, moving toward her. Rachel's heart skipped a beat, her body stiffening in fear. It was the same shape, the same movement as the creature that had attacked her earlier. Her breath caught in her throat. Could it be? Had she truly escaped? Or had the curse merely taken another form, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike? The shadow moved closer, faster now, but there was something different about it. This time, it was not a creature, not a monstrous thing from the depths of Blackwood Manor's past. It was a person, a man, emerging from the shadows, his face pale and drawn. Rachel. His voice was soft, haunting, but it was unmistakable. It was her father's voice. She froze, her mind reeling. Her father? But he had died years ago. She had buried him, watched his body lowered into the earth. There was no way this could be him. "Father," Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. The man took another step forward, his form growing clearer in the dim light. His features were gaunt, hollow, his eyes sunken and devoid of life. He smiled at her, but it was not a smile of reassurance. It was a twisted, empty grin that made her blood run cold. "I've been waiting for you, Rachel," he said, his voice carrying a strange, unsettling resonance. "Waiting for you to come back, to finish what you started." Rachel took a step back, her heart racing. "No, this isn't you. This can't be you." The figure's smile only widened. "You never understood, did you? Blackwood Manor wasn't just a house. It was a prison, for all of us. And you, Rachel, you've always been part of it. You can't escape your blood." Her breath caught in her throat, her pulse hammering in her ears. "No, I didn't break the curse," she whispered to herself. I never really left." The figure stepped closer, his eyes cold and filled with the same darkness that had consumed Blackwood Manor. "You can't outrun the past. It's always with you, Rachel. The curse will never let you go." Rachel's legs gave out beneath her, and she sank to her knees. Tears blurred her vision as she gazed up at the figure of her father, his face shifting, twisting into something unrecognizable. A ghostly echo of the man she had once known, now consumed by the darkness of Blackwood Manor. The air seemed to close in around her, the weight of the curse pressing down with suffocating force. The whispers, the figures from her past, they were all real. The curse had never truly ended. It had been waiting, biding its time, and now it had claimed her once again. And in that moment, Rachel realized the terrifying truth. There was no escape. The curse had been within her all along. She had never broken free of it. It had only been dormant, waiting for her to return to the very place where it had all begun. Rachel's final scream echoed into the night as the darkness enveloped her once more. And as the shadows closed in, the curse of Blackwood Manor lived on, unbroken, eternal. The curse of Blackwood Manor would never truly be lifted. It was bound to the land, to the bloodline, to the very souls who had once walked its halls. The manor stood in silence, waiting for its next victim, ready to continue its eternal cycle of darkness. But for Rachel, for her family, there was no end. There was only the curse. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful wail that echoed through the desolate countryside. The manor, Blackwood Manor, stood as it had for centuries, silent, foreboding, its crumbling walls a monument to the horrors that had transpired within. Yet, despite the silence, the land had not forgotten. It never would. Rachel's final scream was but a whisper in the grand scheme of things, swallowed by the cold, dark night. The curse had taken her, as it had taken so many before her, and it would take countless others after her, as long as Blackwood Manor stood. No one who walked its cursed grounds ever truly escaped. The darkness that bound the manor to its victims was eternal, a never-ending cycle that refused to die. Though Rachel had thought she had broken the curse, it was never meant to be broken. The evil had seeped into the very soil, into the bones of the house itself. There was no magic, no ritual, no strength of will that could undo it. The curse was not merely a force. It was a part of the land, of the family, of everything that had come before. And so, as the night pressed on, the manor's twisted history remained. Rachel, her family, and all who had come before her were nothing more than echoes in the dark, a part of the curse that would never be forgotten, never be erased. As the sun began to rise, casting pale light over the ruined mansion, it stood there, as it always had. And in the quiet dawn, no one would be there to witness it. Blackwood Manor would wait for its next guest, its next victim, its next soul to claim. For the curse was far from finished. Sleep well.